Hello, Internet. Welcome to the Creative Live Glamour Photography Workshop with Sue Bryce. My name is Lorraine Lobdell, and I will be your chat host alongside Kenna Klosterman this weekend. Thank you for joining us. We're going to have about 15 minutes of banter right now, so if you're in the chat rooms, let us know if you can see us and hear us, and we'll just go ahead and get started talking amongst us all.
Sue Bryce, welcome to Creative Live. We are so excited to have you. Tell us about this weekend.
Well,
welcome.
Yeah, welcome. I'm just going to pretend there's only these people here and not a whole lot of people watching, I think. I just sat up till about 1 o'clock this morning packing this keynote and with about as much as I could tell you in 3 days. So I don't think 3 days is enough. I could talk probably for 10 days, but I can talk underwater. So
Fantastic.
I've got so much in there to show you and teach you, so I'm really excited.
Fantastic. And I just want to say, Sue, I was lucky enough to meet you last week at WPPI, as well as a lot of our visitors online who were able to see you there. And you guys are in for an amazing weekend. Sue, there were a lot of tears in the house in Sue's presentation at WPPI. Standing ovation. I know we're going to have a standing ovation globally this weekend. And congratulations on your 6 WPPI Print Awards, including the Big Kahuna, which is just amazing. So thank you everyone for joining us. This is going to be an incredible weekend with Sue.
I'm really excited. It's going to be great fun. So I just wanted to go to the chat rooms really quick and acknowledge everyone out there for joining us from all over the world. So people are typing in, they're from India, Dubai. Hello, Dubai, you're back.
Denver, Colorado, New Hampshire, New Orleans.
Hello, Hong Kong.
Dubai, I think we said that. Curacao in the Caribbean. Can we be there? Creative Live Curacao.
Yeah, or Mexico. Hi, Mexico.
Dominican Republic.
Sorry.
No.
Montana, Dominican, you said that? Romania.
The Philippines.
Yay.
Arkansas, Pittsburgh, Ann Arbor.
Seattle. Mexico. Yay,
Welcome.
Seattle. Speaking of Seattle, we are in our studio audience right now. I would love to take the time to say hello to all of you and welcome you here to our beautiful city. And I'd love to have you each introduce yourself and say, who you are and why you're here and what you hope to get out of this weekend. So,
well, I'm Amanda Eubank. I'm from Destin, Florida, originally from New Orleans. My Twitter handle is Jubilee, Jubilee _photo. And I am so excited. I had the opportunity to see Sue speak in Atlanta at the WPPI, and it was amazing. I just was tearing up. I can't wait. I know this is going to be a weekend full of tears. So I'm ready. I'm excited.
Fantastic.
I'm ready to go. Oh, and I have to say hi to my little girls and my husband. Love you guys.
I'm Sandra Enns, and I'm from Ontario, Canada. I'm your Canadian representative beside my other Canadian representative here. Very excited to be here. My Twitter handle is at Sandra Enns, and I'm here as a fellow stalker of Sue's blog. Love Sue's work, and I'm really excited to bring this to the Canadian market and just Canadian women and give them the opportunity to look and feel gorgeous.
Hi, my name is Tobin Smith from Vancouver, Canada. My Twitter handle is PhotobinPhoto, and I have to say, when I first discovered about Sue mostly through my wife, Sarah, who some people might know from, she got to be here too for Justin Seeley's. And she was first actually stalking only because she was like, who took that photo of Tamara Lackey? I have to know. And found out and introduced to me, and following the words of Matthew Jordan Smith about study other disciplines for your own photography, I started studying what Sue was doing, thinking I could bring that into, but then I've now found my own love for glamour. So hopefully not quite going back to the 80s to begin to work my way up to here. I can start in the new millennium.
So my name is Mark. I'm from the Philippines originally, now from Los Angeles. And I'm here because I'm all about the business. I want to learn how to start a business, and I also love glamour photography. It's what I consider my specialty, so that's why I'm here.
And what I think is really cool is when you say you're from LA, you literally just moved to LA to the US a month ago.
Yeah.
which is super cool.
1 month and 1 day.
Okay, sorry. So, welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is T.Y. Bello. I'm from Lagos, Nigeria. My Twitter handle is T.Y. Bello Tweets. That's T-Y-B-E-L-L-O tweets as in T-W-E-E-T-S. I am a huge fan of Sue's work. I can't believe I'm here. I can't believe I got picked. And I hope that I learn enough so that I can take it back with me to Nigeria.
Can we talk a little bit more, T.Y.? Because we met in Las Vegas,
Yes, we
and
did.
it's just the coolest story
Yeah.
about how you were able to come
Yes.
to WPPI, and then you got selected here.
Yes. It's amazing. I remember I had been watching Christian McMuller's work, and then, you know, I've always followed creative life, but I never in my wildest dreams thought that one day I'd be sitting near the famous window. You know what I mean? And I remember that on Sunday, I just got a thought that why don't you just apply? I thought there's no way. First and foremost, the internet is kind of slow where I live. But then there was a storm on Monday, and my roof got blown up. And then I still sent in the video, and I cannot believe that I got picked. It's absolutely...
And you had to go through your friends in London,
Yes,
and you went to extreme measures.
Yes. My friends in London had to upload the video for me
Right.
because it was crazy. But it happened.
We're so happy to have you.
Excited.
My name is Mapuana and I'm from Hawaii. My Twitter handle is Mapuana Photo. It's M-A-P-U-A-N-A photo. And I'm just here to learn from Sue on how to run a business.
Fantastic.
Great crowd.
Sue, we have about 7 more minutes to banter. Tell us about your WPPI experience. I know that just happened, but it was fantastic.
WPPI is a real experience. It was my third WPPI. It was my second platform, so my second time I spoke there, and it's such an incredible rush just being in that place. For starters, Vegas is just the craziest place on earth, and then all of a sudden you're in this casino with 16,000 photographers. And it's really quite amazing. I really enjoy it. It's great to go and meet all the other speakers and listen to them speak and just see the diversity we have in photography and what you can learn, and everybody brings something amazing to the table, and making new friends, camaraderie, and it's really, and late nights and early mornings and sore feet and lots of waiting and walking, lots of walking. Yeah.
What was really cool was that Craig and I showed up and you were able to show us the secret, well, not so secret, outside shortcut, which we are very thankful for.
You get to see a bit of sunshine.
Exactly,
Yeah.
which is well needed from Seattle.
Yeah, crazy place.
So let's check in with the folks online, see how everyone's doing. Let's see. People love your hair, of course.
Yes. They're saying you're gorgeous.
N. Geiger, who I think is from Seattle, is saying, I'm kicking myself for not submitting a video. Well, we have many opportunities upcoming. Well, sorry you're not here for Sue, but we have many upcoming workshops that we have for you to submit videos to. It's really an incredible experience to be here in the studio audience. And specifically, Don Giannetti is coming to teach lighting essentials, and that's just going to be a fantastic class. And the videos are due on Monday, so this Monday, March 5th. So we highly encourage you to submit a video for that. It's really easy. We'll be showing you a little ad about that when we go to the first break, but you can also go to the Creative Live blog and look for that blog post to find out how to do that. Again, like, really easy. Maybe that's what we can talk about for the next few minutes, is about your kind of deciding to make that video and put yourself out there. Let's start with Tobin.
Okay, well, making the video for me, it was actually my wife and I were both challenging who could make the video first and submit first. We both really wanted to come. And ultimately it came down to, I did the setup and she snuck in there and got the first video made, which then put the onus on me. I had to get in there and I had to make it right away. It was also, I was eager to try to be the first guy up because it was the limited of the 2 guys. So I was like, I have to be one of those 2 guys. I got to get up. Then of course, I had some technical issues, but it took like 22 takes. Sometimes I thought I was doing a 1-minute video, and I'm sorry, it was like 5 minutes long. I'm looking at, so that's part of the reason for the 20 takes. It wasn't just because it got me emotional, but I really needed to keep it short, and I wasn't willing to do jump cuts.
Just so you know, I got 127 videos at 9 p.m. at night, and I had to make a decision by 9 a.m. And I had already been watching them as they were coming through YouTube over the 3 weeks. I had been watching them as they went along, and I got to about 35, and I was like, when the last few come in, I would have already watched this many, and I've already connected with all the people. Then all of a sudden, another 100 arrived, and I literally had to sit there and watch each one again because I felt like I wasn't being true to the first 32 if I didn't rewatch them. So I started from the start and I went through the entire process overnight. And then as soon as I made my decision, I felt so sick. I just felt like, you know that feeling when you have to break up with someone? I had to go online and break up with, 122 other people, and I was sick for 2 days. I just walked around. It is the most horrible experience. I want to teach you how I do this. So I have rules, and these are the rules. It's chin, shoulder, hands, hourglass, body language, asymmetry, connection. These are Sue's rules. And it's really, really important that now that you understand my rules, that you'll start looking through my photographs and you'll start seeing that my rules are consistently all the way through. So I'm going to teach them to you right now. The chin. A lot of photographers teach the chin, what to do with the chin. So I really need you to, Amanda, you might need to move. You need to see me. So yeah. A lot of people need to understand what's going on with the chin movement. And the chin movement is about pushing it forward and down. Okay, so all of you girls that were photographed by me for 2 days, how many times did you hear me say chin forward and down? How many times? A million. Chin forward and down, pushing your chin towards me. Chin forward and down, pushing your chin towards me, right? Constantly. It is constant. I must say it 1,000 times in a shoot. So what I'm doing here is I'm elongating the neck and I'm pushing the chin forward and down. Now, a lot of people teach people to put the chin forward and up high like this. Okay? 2 things that doesn't work. One is there's no definition in the chin line here, and we have small eyes. When the chin comes forward and down, you not only have really good definition through the chin line, you have big eyes to the camera. So Simona, I'm going to use you as a model. So what I really need to put forward this weekend is you're going to hear me say this 1,000 times. Chin forward and down, chin forward and down, chin forward and down. So if I bring Simona in, the most amazing thing, stop there, the most amazing thing that most people don't get is this is called a chin pan, okay? You hold your hand out like this. Everybody do it, chin pan, okay? That's it. And it's not like this, it's flat. Okay, and for some reason, everybody knows this. So I want you to only move your chin. Okay, this is called a chin pan. Now, it's really weird, but it works for everybody. So everybody in this room would be, the only person that hasn't been shot this week would be Lorraine. So if I go chin only, Lorraine, just move with there. That's it. Chin. Now bring your chin forward and down. That's it. So I can control from my monopod, tripod, I can control the chin here. And it's forward, that's it, and then down. Stop. Okay, so that's what I call chin pan. This for me is my tilt. That's why you can't tilt with the chin pan. The tilt is this way and this way. So if I want to put a tilt in somebody's head, I can go chin forward, down, slight tilt this way, stop. Okay, when I want to control shoulders from a position, I can show shoulders like this. So only move your shoulders with me, that's it. So I can move people with their shoulders and then chin and then towards me and down. And I can move chin, shoulder and tilt. Everything else I mirror. So mirror me is quite easy. If you mirror me, you do everything that I say. And obviously we rock onto one hip, mirror me, okay? And then bring this hand up to your shoulder, that's mirroring. Okay, then I can say bring your chin forward and down, stop. And that's how I pose. So I'm using my own hands to direct my client. And I have chin pan, chin, shoulder, hands, hourglass. Now, I cannot describe to you how important it is to push this chin forward and down. Now, in every one of my images, you'll now start to see that everybody is pushing their chin forward and down. Now, it's not a shoulder roll forward. It's not a neck roll forward, okay? And it's not a chin up. I get all of those. It's a chin forward and down, and it is a significant difference in a photograph. The difference is up to 10 pounds if you can push a chin forward and away from the neck. So that's my first rule. My second rule is shoulder. You will notice now in all of my images that we connect to the front shoulder. The only time we're not connecting to the front shoulder is when we're doing a cover girl pose directly to the camera, and we're using our shoulder anyway because we're pushing a shoulder forward. So everything I do is connected to the front shoulder. Now, if I look at the camera now, and Sandra, just say my name. Call my name.
Sue?
Say my name, yeah.
Sue.
So if I look at Sandra this way, and say my name again.
Sue.
So when you bring the shoulder into play, what changes? Body language. Okay, because if I look to the side, I look to the side of the camera this way, or I look to the side of the camera this way, then I'm connecting to my front shoulder. So everything I do now involves the front shoulder. Okay, so whatever pose you're in, you're projecting and using your front shoulder and pushing your chin forward and down. Those two things alone create so much mood and body language in an image, it's unbelievable. And they would be the two most important things. What not to do. Do not sit the chin on the shoulder. Okay, you must, I know I've done that there, and people go, but she's doing it. It has to have some space. Okay, try and keep space between the chin and the neck, the chin and the shoulder. Chin, shoulder, hands. So chin, shoulder, hands. There are 3 types of hands in an image. There's a fist. So often you'll look down and people will have a tight fist, or they'll have their arm over somebody in a tight fist. People hold tension in their hands. Then there's the claw. I like the claw. Okay, you see the claw all the time, especially around the face. You get the claw, or you get the claw here, or you get this relaxed claw, sort of down here like this. And then there's the thunderbird, which is my personal favourite. So the fist, the claw, and the thunderbird. So the thunderbird is how rigid our hands go when we're posing. I can tell how experienced a photographer is by where the hands are in the image. So I break a lot of hand rules from the old posing rules. I show the back of the hand sometimes. Yes, I sometimes show it like that as well, the club hand. But the truth is that I've tried to hold to the old posing rules but be more contemporary fashion as well, and hands are all over the place in contemporary fashion. But the idea is hands have a mind of their own. So once you set a pose, you then have to go back and set the hands. And often people can be in quite an amazing pose, and you'll look down and they'll be completely rigid through their hands. So hands are the last things I set. One of the most important part about hands is what it goes into next, and that's body language. And so I'm going to teach you how to use hands. So when people say, how do your hands always look so good? My tip there is ballet hands. Okay, so I say ballet hands and everybody knows what I mean. I don't know why, but if girls are posing and I say bring your hand up here and they're stiff, I'll say ballet hands and they instantly do ballet hands. Okay, so it's about soft ballet hands. Everyone knows what ballet hands are, and it definitely makes a difference. So chin, shoulder, hands. Hourglass. The most desired shape on a woman's body is an hourglass. That's how we're made. We go out, we go in, we go out, or we used to. We're trying to recreate that. We're trying to recreate the hourglass in everything that we do. So what we're trying to do is create shape. And the only way that you can do that is to move your hips. Okay, so we need to be able to move our hips. We need to be able to teach our clients to move our hips. The only way you can move your hips is to bring one foot up. So as soon as we bring one foot up, then we can shape our body here. Once we can shape our body and front ways, and we can shape our body this way, then we can use our hands on our body, and then we can use our shoulder, and then we can tip our chin forward, and then we can start creating beautiful poses. So I'm always about up on one foot and come up on one foot. and come up on one foot and come up on this toe and crossing that knee over because we're trying to create that shape, in, out, in, out. So I often tell people in my presentations there is a poll that I read where they got 1,000 men to look at 1,000 women's outfits, and they just had to hit yes or no if they liked it. And there was one common denominator. In all of the images that they loved, they showed the ratio between a woman's breast, waist and hips. It did not matter what size she was, as long as it showed that beautiful ratio of a woman's hourglass. Now, if men are triangular and we are hourglass, then it stands to reason that that is the most beautiful shape in a woman's body. And I'm trying to create an hourglass even when I'm sitting and lying down. So for me, that's all about the feet. So you create a waist shape by moving the hips and legs. Now what I've got to do is I've got to teach you about body language. So when we flirt with somebody that we like, we touch parts of our body that we want you to look at. And the idea is that you're creating the same thing with photography. You're creating the same ease with which they are touching their body parts. Now, most women cannot do this. Most women will not stand in front of a camera and be incredibly relaxed. In fact, they don't. Women don't do this. And what you have to do is guide them not to pose their hands. So we don't put one hand here and one hand here. We touch the neck and we touch the hair. And we touch the body with our hands. Now the rule here is when you're flirting and when you are using hands on your own body for body language, you never cross your heart because that blocks you. So if I was flirting with somebody, I wouldn't cross my hand over here because that's blocking. So I don't ever block in posing. So I keep remember the diamond stays open. So we pose around the diamond. Just imagine that there's an imaginary diamond here and we're posing around it and taking the hands all around here. We never touch our breasts. When you're flirting with someone, there is absolutely no reason that you would touch your own boobs. And we never touch our stomach because that means we're pregnant. Okay, so if you see a shot with somebody with their hands on their belly, it's usually a pregnancy shot. And if you see somebody with hands on their boobs, or worse, with their boyfriend's arms around them with their hands on their boobs, then you have made amazing posing faux pas, and you can remove that from your website right now. If you want to cover your boobs, if you want to cover your breasts and not, to have an image that looks nude but not, you can hold your arms across your boobs. You can even hold across your boobs here. You can hold here, but there's absolutely zero reason that you would be a human bra. All right, very, very important. So you now know it's about setting the legs, having some shape into the waist and hips. It's about keeping our beautiful diamond open. It's about touching down and using body language with our hands. It's about pushing our chin forward and down, and then our eyes come up. And if we apply all of these touching rules, then we get beautiful body language in our images. So that's what we're going to be doing today. We're all going to be touching ourselves on TV, live on the internet. Asymmetry. This is another one of my rules. My rule here is that if one side comes up, then the other side must go down. Okay, never in any time in posing, never at any time are we symmetrical in our posing unless it's cover girl, which is that one there, and then we kind of rock out the symmetry by putting our hip this way and using our shoulders, and then I always shoot it slightly off-centered. But the idea with symmetry is if this hand is down here, then this hand is up here, and if this one comes up, then this one goes down. So I'll use the symmetry. So our touch points now are our diamond, anything around the diamond here, but nothing inside the diamond. Okay, because we don't really need to cover up our heart. And then anything underneath it that's not our stomach, so we can go down the sides of our body here. So these are our touch points. All right, and now what I want you to do is start to direct your clients to touch all of these outside points and use the hips and the shape of the body by just going through those areas. Now, chin, shoulder, pan, shoulders, mirror me. So we just did that with Simona. The chin pan, using the chin pan, Sandra, chin, and chin is the easiest way to pose anybody. But in order to pose body language, you do have to use a mirroring. So if you're a guy and you don't want to get into this position where you're showing mirroring, then obviously you just have to describe it. So you can say cross your foot over, and you can sort of do it. You don't have to do the whole pose, but you can still talk through the whole movement and the whole pose. Yeah. Okay, from there. There is absolutely nothing, you have absolutely nothing if you have no connection. So when I built the studio in the second year, we hired 2 photographers. And they were 2 girls that were chosen not for their photographic ability, but for their personality. Because I believed anybody could learn to do what I do as long as they could connect with another human being. That was going to make them an amazing photographer. So one had a design background and one had a photography education background. But what they did is they came into my studio and I taught them my rules. But the one thing I taught them was how to get the connection into people's eyes and how to get people to see connection and how to get people to ask for connection. Simi? So, interestingly enough, in the first 2 years, those 3 photographers that I trained, my business partner and the other 2, they never shot as well as me in the first 2 or 3 years because they were coming through, I'd been doing it for 12 years, so obviously my shooting level was a little higher, but they matched me dollar for dollar in the sales room. So what does that tell you? That it didn't matter, you could make basic posing faux pas, but if you don't have that connection, if you don't have that connection in the eyes, then you are not going to sell your work. So teaching connection is one thing. I think we probably need a camera. You may need to come in to her because what I'll do, come over here. She stay there, Sam. Okay, so for me, the same way that we mirror is the same way that I can make a connection when I gaze at somebody straight into their eyes, and they will give me exactly the same look that I'm looking back at them. So to hold somebody's gaze, when you hold somebody's gaze and then you tell them to smile through their eyes, they will naturally do that for you. What happens, unfortunately, is when you pick the camera up, is they go completely blank again. So I pose from the feet up. So basically, if I set this pose here, and then I get into a position, and then I say push your chin towards me, okay, and eyes down. And the last thing I do is I make them look down for 2 reasons. It resets the face, and they can relax their entire expression. So I tell them to relax their mouth. Most people will hold tension in their mouth straight away. Most people will hold all of their tension and tightness around their jaw. So if they look down and say, relax your mouth, then instantly their mouth goes fully relaxed. Then I can just say, eyes up to me. As soon as the eyes come up to me and connect with me here, all I'm looking for is just that little twinkle. So all I ask for is a tiny smile in the eyes. So it's about having that little wee smirk. And it's right there. It is actually an amazing thing to watch that come forward, and not everybody will give it to you or hold it there for a long time because it's hard to do. And so the easiest way to describe it is, I'll tell you how I see it. You know when you go into the bathroom and you do what's called your mirror face? So there's nobody else in the bathroom, and you're zhooshing up your hair and you're looking in the mirror and you do your mirror face, and it's here. And you do your, and somebody walks into the bathroom and you're like, like suddenly your mirror face is gone. Or for the boys, the mirror face is, and someone walks into the bathroom and they're still there. But for the girls, that mirror face is that face where you're completely relaxed, your eyes have got that twinkle in you. I'm always looking for people's mirror face. So I'm constantly looking for that expression in people. And until I get it, I do not have my shot. Okay, and no matter what the pose is, unless I'm getting some spark through the eyes and a relaxed jaw, I do not have it yet. And I will keep talking them through it. Okay, I will keep resetting the pose and making them push forward and look down, and I will keep asking them for it until they give it to me. Okay, I will keep saying, you need to give me those eyes back, you need to give me those eyes back. Some people will lock down and give it to you straight away. They'll have the full connection, they'll be absolutely fine with it, then all you have to do is control it. But very few people will do that. And the fastest way to get that connection is to set the entire pose and then have them look up through there, and then completely relax the face and start again. So I'm constantly asking, how many times did I say to you 4 girls, to relax your face. Start again, push your chin forward, relax your face, relax your mouth. Eyes up to me now. Okay, do it again, chin forward. How many times did you hear that?
A ton.
Yeah, 100 times? Okay, so that means that in between every shot, you would reset to your thinking face, your looking face, your waiting face, your masked face. And I have to keep asking you for that expression back. That is not something you give people, that is something that you allow to come forward. So we'll watch that come to fruition. But one of the most amazing things I think I could say, which camera am I on, Jacob? Maybe come closer to me if you can. I want to show you something. So I try and describe it. I don't know if the camera can see really well, but basically what I'm trying to say to people is you can hold a gaze, smile, and do different expressions with your eyes, and you can talk and teach people this. So you can look, they can look straight into the camera and do this. And do 10 different expressions with their eyes, 10 different ways to hold their mouth without actually changing their expression. And it really is an amazing thing to see when you look at somebody and you hold their gaze. So hold my gaze and I'll do it for you. Right? So you understand that, right? That's what it is. It's when you do this. What is that? I have to do it to you too, because you're going to wonder what I'm doing. It's such an interesting thing. Tell me what that is. What do you see when you look at me at the end? Because I'm not holding that back. I'm just doing what I would ask of my clients. I'm doing to their face what I want them to give back to me. But what is that? I was smiling at you from inside myself. It might not have been much on camera, but to you, when I was holding your gaze, you were all doing the same back to me. Don't you think?
I noticed that. I saw that. I started catching on there was a pattern, and I started watching faces, and sure enough, exactly like you said, people would mirror.
They mirrored exactly what I was doing. So when I twinkled, everybody went, jumped a little bit, and when I sort of smiled, everyone went, and when I went to here, everyone went with me. So that means that connection that you have, that simple change in expression is the difference between an incredible shot and not. And no matter what you shoot, whether you shoot weddings, whether you shoot boudoir, whether you shoot family, if you can create, no matter what you create, if you can get somebody to look at you like that and hold that gaze and then smile at you from in there, you have won. That is the most amazing thing that you can give, capture, see in another human being, is when they look back at you like that. So when I take a female client and she's had her hair and makeup done and she's all dressed up and all of a sudden she's looking sassy and feeling good, and then she gets into a place where I've got her body looking great, and then she connects up here with those eyes and she starts to do that, then it's just magical and it's so easy to capture. And it's something that I do not see enough in photography. I see a lot of beautiful images and I think that's a great shot of a person. That's a great shot of a person, but I want you to look at me like that. I want you to look at me like that. I want you to look at me like that. That is more important than anything else that I could teach you. And yet that seems to be a fundamental that's missing in a lot of portrait photography. So I was at a show and I had 10 large images all the way around, and this girl walked up to me and she said, "There are 5 other photographers here." And I said, "Yeah, it's a big show. There's 5 other people with their photography on the walls, all good photographers, all vying to get portrait shoots." And she said, "Why is your work better than everybody else's?" I wrote that on my blog, and there is no reason why. I make fundamental mistakes. I talk too much. My camera's always moving. I handhold. I shoot high ISOs. My images are grainy or they're soft. I get it, you know. I look at my work, I see the fundamental errors. But every one of my images have one thing that above everybody else's. And I said to her, "Will you tell me why am I better? You think they're better, why?" And she said, "It's the way they're looking at you." Right? So that there is the single thing that if you can create that, if you can capture that, then you will be an amazing portrait photographer.
Question for you, Sue. When you are mirroring that kind of expression, are you asking them directly for it? Or like, would you mirror me on that? Or are you just looking at them, guiding them, and hoping that they're going to, and that they will fall into that mirroring?
You know what? It's more of a, you've got to allow them to feel safe enough to just keep giving it to you. Okay. And you've got to kind of go there in yourself and just, they'll follow you, but just keep talking to them and they'll just bring it forward. So when I look at you and say completely relax your eyes, relax your face. Now when I looked at the boys, you were both doing exactly what I was doing as well, even though it's not the girl version, you were doing the guy version of that. So it still works, it's all people can do it. So it's not, you know, and I hear a lot of people say, look sexy. People have a very weird idea of what sexy is. If you tell somebody to look sexy, they'll drop this one out on you. And it's so foul, and it's not sexy. That's not sexy. That's sexy, because that is uncovered. You know, that is real. And I think, I think it's just has a huge impact.
Sue, question from the internet. Seth F is wondering, how does a male get the connection? If we do the same, it's not as sensual?
Yes, it is. It is essential, because women love one thing, Seth, and that is to be looked at by men. So if you are holding my gaze and you're a male, then I'm quite possibly gazing back at you like this. So it's about holding people's gaze. There's so many people in society now don't look people in the eye and hold their gaze for a long time because it's uncomfortable when you look directly in somebody's eyes. And to hold somebody's gaze in that situation, anybody can do that. Yeah, I think it's a universal thing. I don't think it's a sensuality thing. Yeah, definitely.
So is that something, Sue, that you think comes naturally or can be learned, can be trained? And how do you
They've already learned
that?
it. They've already learnt it. So now all that they have to do now is practice it. Yeah, and I practiced it. I do mirror work. When I practiced all of my own poses, I had to teach myself how to pose in the late 90s because I was looking at portrait posing, which was incredibly boring, and then I was looking at fashion, which was incredibly exciting at the time, and I was like, how do they fill that frame? How do they lengthen the bodies? How do they fill the frame with arms and legs? How do they do staggered positions? How do they make that look when that shoulder's bouncing forward that the models get? How do you get that? And I would practice it, so I would practice posing myself, but the one thing that I practiced above all was that expression and holding that gaze. But it does not have to be, okay, you can hold somebody's gaze and do all the little expressions that go with it, but what you really want is a completely relaxed face and a little smile in the eyes. And anybody can do that. So I want you just to practice looking at people, bringing their chin forward, relaxing your mouth, and then giving me a tiny little smile in your eyes. Good work, Sandra.
Sue, a question from Darla Sharp Photo. Oh, no, sorry.
Hi, Darla.
Oh, do you know her? How long does it take to shoot one client? This type of coaching a pose could be very time consuming.
It is time consuming, and the thing that I do, I definitely like 2 hours now to shoot. I never used to. I used to do it in an hour. I don't know how. I'm not machine gun photographer, I would rather take 2 shots with two good expressions than 50 shots. So I don't bang them out. I will get somebody into a pose, work their chin, work their shoulder, and then take 1 shot and then move on. Yeah, and so I'm more about the control than I am of trying to happen upon a good expression. So if I set the body how I want it, if I get the body into a pose that looks really good, if I'm ready to rock and roll and I'm working the shoulder and I'm working the body, all I have to do is bring that up and get that connection. Once you get it once, you can ask for it over and over again. So once they understand what that expression is, when their chin is forward, they've got a smile in their eyes and relaxed mouth, as soon as you get it once, you can keep asking for that expression. So it's quicker. But that's a really good question. Yeah, I'm more about shoot less. I want to shoot 90 images and a shoot not 500. So I want to shoot 90 and pick 25.
Sue Mack is wondering how you do that and relax your pose for that connection if you have a mother and daughter. So if you have multiple subjects.
When you speak to 2 women, it's like you're speaking to one. So I will talk to both of them and direct both of them exactly as I'm doing now, just talking to both of you. So I'll say, and come together and bring your arms here and work your shoulder. So I'll say, work your shoulders, work your chin forward. You know, it's, yeah. The only thing you don't say with 2 women is push your chins forward.
So a question is, again, if you could, from MBK Kelly and Vale, could you please talk about that transition again between having that gaze and then pulling up the camera?
Yes, that's a really good question. From the moment that I'm talking to you in my gaze, in fact, Simona, come here. What I do, is it easier if I sit or stand? We'll sit down. Come over here. When somebody's posing, I'm often in the same position as them. If somebody's up high, I'm on a ladder. If somebody's down low, then I'm often sitting at their eye line. You'll notice I shoot just below or just above the eye line. So the most amazing part about that is, to some way, I'm mirroring them, and I'm often sitting right here in front of them. So from the moment that I set the pose, so slide this hand all the way back, that's it, bring this hand forward a little bit, working that shoulder forward, bringing the chin this way. Okay, see, controlling the body like that with hands, so incredible, because it's so universal that everybody does the same thing. I don't need to sit in the pose to show her how to do it. I'll just pose here with my hands. Then I've got the chin forward and down, then I go, see, she's holding her lips together. Okay, so straight away she's got tension in her mouth and she's just looking at me normally, so relax the mouth, eyes down. So straight away when the face relaxes like this, and I'm at that moment when she gazes up at me, so eyes up. Okay, if she can hold that, I can just keep shooting. And I don't even have to keep asking. All I'm asking for then is a little bit more smile, a little bit more smirk, a little bit more, keep going, keep going, keep going, into a smile. I'll do that. I did that with all of you, right? Okay, so I directed you there to that relaxed position. I saw the twinkle in your eye. I saw a soft mouth, and then I'd go, keep going, keep going. Do you notice Simona did exactly what all of you did? Okay, with, I think actually, Mapuana, you go from no smile to the biggest smile ever. You don't kind of have that halfway, you don't have that build up. So everybody else has a real slow build up to a big smile. And I just keep going. But the secret of that question is that once my camera covers my face and she's no longer looking at my mirror, then I have to keep talking, because the second I stop talking, her face will reset. Okay, as soon as she thinks about what she's doing, she'll go back to a thinking face. So just go back to a thinking face. So I will get it, and then I'll lift my camera up, and if I don't keep talking, it's gone. So what I'll say is I'll have my camera and I'll say, okay, working that little twinkle in the eye right now, that's great. Okay, work that shoulder, just bring this arm back slightly, tiny little bang, taking a photo, a little bit more of an expression, bang, I'm moving around, changing, but I do not stop talking, because the second I stop talking, she starts thinking, and as soon as she starts thinking, her expression is gone. Okay, then the camera goes down and I can stop talking again, because she will reset now to her listening face. Yeah. Okay, very, very, very important. Thank you. All right, have we got any more questions there?
We do. We could keep going with questions if you want.
Well,
it's up to you.
I want to go into using all of these poses.
Good.
And so, but we've got a break coming up, haven't we? No?
Yeah, we have about 13 minutes.
Oh, cool. Oh, we've got good time. Okay, so what I want to do now is I want to teach one thing. So using all of those rules, chin, shoulder, hands, hourglass, asymmetry, body language, and connection. It's a bit of a mouthful, I know, but the idea is that we go through them and that we learn every single one of them. This is how I shoot to sell, by using those rules. So what I do is I'll pose a girl in a simple pose, whatever it is, lying down, sitting up, standing, and I do not move from that pose until I have 5 sellable images. Now, the biggest mistake everybody makes is they'll pose a client, they'll set up the camera, and then they'll take 20 shots of it. And maybe you'll have a different expression. But what I want to teach you is by using the hands, the hourglass, the body language, the connection, the slight change in expression, without it being a huge change in expression, you should be able to change up your image enough to sell 5 of them. Okay, and this is really, really important. Now what we want to do is we want to take one pose, one outfit, one girl, and we want to change it enough that we've got 5 different images of her before we move on. So if she has 5 outfit changes and you nail 5 images, it stands to reason that you have 25 incredible shots of her. Now, which one of that did she choose? Which one did you think her was the best one?
Right.
She bought all of them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And so did she. And so did she. And so did she. He. Well, his girlfriend. You know what I mean? We've got to change up our posing, we've got to change our arms, our body language, and shift with every single composition we do. So when we come back, we're going to do some live posing, and what we're going to do is show the direction of hands, body language, hourglass. We're going to show how to change it up and flow pose through them. Because the idea is, like the question we had before, is we have limited time when we're shooting, and we need to be able to connect, make sure we're getting that gaze, make sure we're flow posing through all of our images, make sure we're changing our composition, our hands, and everything enough to create 5 completely different images. And that really is a recipe for selling multiple images, because you are creating multiple images by just changing those things. So it sounds easy, but there's actually a lot to learn there, and a lot to learn whilst you're shooting that. Yeah, so this is part of the posing manual, and my posing manual, and I call it 1 composition, 5 shots. There's about 30 cards inside the posing manual that are non-instructional, but just to give you ideas on flowing through one pose, which I think is really important. So the idea is that we set somebody up and that we take 5 different shots.
I love the concept of flow pose, like just that alone.
Just moving. It's really neat to watch too when you're learning. It's really neat to see, because as a photographer, you forget when you're a newbie, or even as you're learning anything, that all of a sudden it becomes very difficult to remember what's going to happen next. You know, all of a sudden you can't remember. All right, so now that you know all my rules, I want you to look at my work, and I want you to see chin, forward and down, shoulder, hands, hourglass, connection, asymmetry. Do you see it? Chin, forward and down, shoulder, hands, hourglass, asymmetry, connection. Right? Chin, shoulder, hands, hourglass, asymmetry, connection. Body language. Now you can see it everywhere, right? And it's just consistent, and it's the same thing over and over again. Now, this is not about shooting glamour. This is about shooting brides. This is about shooting boudoir. This is about shooting anything. It's about shooting family portraits. Where are the hands placed on the other family members? How are they holding hands? How are they touching each other? How are their hands placed on their children, on their lovers, on their partners? Like, have a look at how people are using their body language towards each other. You know, a lot of people pose couples with their hips away from each other. The body language of a couple together is joined at the hip, at that base chakra. So what you're doing is pulling away with your upper body and making that beautiful love heart, and posing is the body language that you connect two bodies with. How many times do I see men put their hands underneath a woman's arms in a photograph so her arms are bigger and up over here? I see it all the time. Her arms need to be inside his. His arms need to be bigger. He needs to be encircling her with big arms, and she needs to have that body language together. They can be towards each other with their faces and just be almost touching, but not in a fish face kind of put your faces together kind of way, but or just that completely posed, like look out, but more a body language, how they come together when their foreheads touch and their eyelashes are just touching. You know, how are people using body language for brides? The body language for a bride, of course, and I've seen some weddings lately where they've obviously told the bride she looks better with her hands on her waist, because obviously her arms look slimmer because they're away from her body. And I recently saw a wedding video where a bride was walking around like this all day with her arms out like this. You know, yes, the arms do look slimmer when they're away from the body, but there's lots of different ways to do that by touching the gown, the veil, the arms, and using feminine posing when you're photographing brides, getting ready for brides, using the touching when they're getting ready shots in boudoir, when they've got stockings, when they're touching their legs, when they're actually touching their body and all of those body lines, actual real touching. So we're going to do that next. We're going to show how to direct through that. And then doing simple things like sitting forward, sitting back. And another thing that we're going to show you today is I've got this rule about turning my clients 180 degrees. When they're on a short background like this and they can't move and I can move, I will move around them 180 degrees. I will shoot them into the white background, into the backlight. When I've got somebody and I can't move, so I'm backed into a corner, I get them to move 180 degrees because I want every angle of them. And too many people are just seeing one shot and posing one shot instead of seeing all of the other opportunity of walking around them and having them spin around at 180 degrees and getting every angle that you can out of them, leaning forward, filling the frame with arms, filling the frame, and see, sitting in a simple chair, sitting upright, then shooting at landscape, on the stomach, lying back, sitting up, knees up, moving around, shooting into the window light. All that took was 2 steps this way. That's one of the reasons I shoot on the 24-105, because I have a zoom lens that goes in and out, and I can change my composition by taking a step this way and zooming straight into a shot. I can change my composition immediately. When I shoot with a fixed lens, I have to get up and move a lot. If I'm in a short space or a confined space, that's hard to do.
Are you always a natural light shooter?
Yes, only.
And you never use lights?
No. Yeah, and that's why I really have to shoot, and all of you will know, I have to shoot within 1 metre of a window or 2 metres of a window with lots of reflection, because I really love window light, and I'm always close to a window. I'm always, nearby one. Definitely. All right, any questions before we break? And we're going to come back and flow pose with that.
There was a mother-daughter portrait that you had, and there was like a black background. How did you get that black background with the natural light?
Ah.
It was a mother and like 2 daughters, I think.
Okay, so that's actually not a black background. It's a mid-grey. It's a mid-grey background, and it's a long way from the background. So in natural light, I have 2 lots of curtains in my studio. I have a net curtain and a blackout curtain. And the further I bring them away from the background, that mid-grey will just go black and dense if I bring them away and expose for their face and cut the light right down. So I'm all about how much light I can control. And the more I shut down those curtains, the blacker my background gets. But there is no black background in my studio. However, I shot both of you on that black background that the boys made for us yesterday. So when you see the results of that, you'll see how I get a black background with natural light.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, the further you are away from the background, the smaller that light source coming through the window, the darker your background's going to go.
You shoot with natural light only. When is the light too weak and when is it too small?
Usually at about 4 o'clock.
Okay.
I have a small window of opportunity that I can shoot compared to a lot of people who shoot with flashlight or studio light. I can only really shoot between the hours of 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. comfortably. 4 is pushing my luck on a rainy day. And I live most of my life in New Zealand where it rains a lot. And it is a lot, you know, once those clouds come over and you lose that light, although the cameras now have these amazing ISOs and they can shoot in the dark and all the rest of it, you can't rely on that. I set my studio up to have a double shoot at 9 a.m. and a double shoot at 12:30. And I'm finished by 3:30. I'll leave my afternoons and my early evenings for selling, booking appointments, retouching my images, because that's when I can shoot and that's when I can sell. So I've set my natural light studio up to accommodate the light.
When you said double booking, so you have 2 people?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's something that I'm going to talk a lot about in my business, is how I doubled my business was opening it up to 2 women. And so basically when we're shooting 2 women, I have 2 makeup artists and I'll have 2 shoots going simultaneously. And if they're not sisters or a mother and daughter, they're just 2 friends, then I will shoot them and rotate and shoot them together so they experience the whole thing together and they can do wine and cheese and they experience it as a girls' day out. So I market for that.
Great. Another couple of questions.
Guest 29455, Sue, do you identify diamond to your clients so they are aware of it prior to posing them? Or is it something you kind of keep in the back of your mind, that's your little secret that you know?
I did not even know that I did it until I started to teach people, and the question came up about crossing over the heart, and I realised that in body language you don't ever cross over unless you're locking down the body language. And so I sort of looked at that image and I thought it was a great example of how I'm constantly creating that diamond, and I didn't actually realise it until I started to teach how I pose, and then I realised that I'm always trying to accentuate that area there. So I know I never tell my clients, I don't think they would understand it and I don't think they need to, but it's something that I do just quite naturally. So yeah, now that I've seen it, I can teach other people how to look for that area. Yeah.
Zakamo asks, have you ever worked with someone with a language barrier?
Yes, I've worked with a mother and daughter that were profoundly deaf, and they both read lips, but they can't read my lips when they're behind the camera. It just so happens that I can sign, do some sign language. It was just completely random that I could sign, but basically, yeah, there's always going to be barriers there. There's always going to be a language barrier. My accent is a barrier in some countries. When I'm behind the camera, there's certain things that I say that people will say, what? So, yeah, you have to constantly just gesticulate.
A few people are wondering, what about glasses? You talk a lot about connection with the eyes. What if they wear glasses and they have difficulty seeing and connecting from a distance?
And that's an interesting thing, because I do ask people if they want to be photographed with their glasses on or their glasses off. That is their option, not mine. I would always prefer glasses off. But you know how some people take their glasses off and they look wrong somehow, that they're supposed to have their glasses on? Yeah, a few people want to be photographed with their glasses on. You do not get that same total eye connection in a portrait that you get without glasses on, but that is their choice, and that's something you just have to keep asking for, the connection through the glasses. The hardest part is if you lift your eye line up slightly, their glasses have to go up, otherwise their eye line will cut into the top of their frame. And glass glare now is not a problem for me, not with natural light. What I want to do is, I'm going to show you a live view of capturing each flow pose, but before I do that, I need to teach you how to do it. So it's so easy to say, this is how all the rules, and now I'm going to shoot it, and then I go bang, 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 and knock them all out, and you're left just standing there going, okay, but I need to learn how to do that. So before we go to a live view on the camera where you're actually seeing my camera angle, I'm going to shoot her without taking a photograph. So I'm just going to demonstrate to you how I would flow through just different arms, poses, and using all of my body language and everything that I use right now so that you can watch it. So, and I want you guys to come up and try something. If you want to try something, if you feel keen to do it, or you want to learn how to do it, or the guys want to give it a go, see if they can feel the same way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get Simona to come up and stand just against the wall. Now, the only time I would ever shoot flat against the wall is if I'm doing sort of, I do a 3/4 fashion type shot where I freestyle them into the background, but she is leaning on the wall. So I'm just going to go through some flow posing, just basic, using all of my rules. I'm not going to think about it too much, I'm just going to do it so you can watch it. Any time I want you to ask me a question. Okay, so I'm just going to imagine that it's just Simona and I, and that I've got my camera here, and I'm just going to talk her through all of the poses. Come up onto this toe, so I want you to mirror me, and I want you just to do an up and down. That's it. Now I want you to really fall out into that hip and drop that shoulder down there. That's exactly right, pushing your chin towards me. Awesome. So there's my shot right there. Straight away, I'm going to turn this foot out. So there, and I want you to bring this hand around to the back. That's it. I want this elbow to go behind you. All right, and I want a long chin all the way to the shoulder. So pushing your shoulder forward and up just a little wee bit more. That's exactly right. Now keep going away from me so that you're looking over your shoulder there at me. And there's my other shot there. So I've already got 3 really beautiful shots. Come back to the halfway pose, and this time I want this hand to go all the way around at the lower part of your back. I want you to kick your bum out even further, and I want you to bring this hand up and draw a line across your décolletage. Stop. Okay, so right from there, and then I want you to look down, so your chin is long and down and your eyes go down your body line there. Okay, so straight away there's 5 beautiful shots, and all I did was change her angle from there to there, okay, and then I brought her hand up to fill the frame. Any questions?
What is décolletage or whatever that is that you said?
Your décolletage.
Okay.
Yeah,
Or your collarbone.
Yeah, it's your diamond. Yeah,
Okay.
it's the whole, your décolletage is your collar.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's basically across that area. So when I said sweep your hand across your décolletage, what I wanted was to not just have a club hand up here. I wanted her to touch down and create that line in that shape by sweeping across. So I want movement, but when I shoot it, it's still. Okay, so from here.
Do you go back through and Photoshop out, because I know when I do like this, I get those wrinkles right here. Do you go through and Photoshop and make them less visible? Like when
This
she brings
neckline?
Yeah, the lines right in, if she
If it bothers me in the image,
over.
if it doesn't, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah. So, okay, come back to the center, and I want you to go back into cover girl. So I want you to drop back. I just want your hands outside of your fabric here, so it's not pinching. I can see your fingers on the outside of there, so ring here. That's it. Okay, so when we do our cover girl pose, I want one up, one down, just slightly. I want you to really kick out onto your hip, long chin forward. Okay, tiny little smirk into your eyes. Okay, from here, I just want you to bring this hand up, first onto your shoulder. Okay, so your elbow comes all the way into your body line, and then you just take it out to there. Okay, from here, I want you to bring this hand up to your face. Okay, so I want it to cup your face, bring it around, just let your fingers go out a little wee bit so you can push into your boob line. Long chin sitting forward and over your hand. Okay, from here I want you to bring this hand up, and I just want you to bring it into your hair. So keep using your hip there, taking it out there. So there's another 5. So just using all of the up and down, the asymmetry, pushing the chin forward. I've already set her feet, her hips hurt. We already know that, it's pushed out. You know, you girls were shot, right? You all feel that pain when you're pushing out. The idea is to keep making them work their body, and then every time I bring the hands up or down, I'm making sure the asymmetry is there in every one of them. I can do hands behind on the wall, but I want one slightly higher, okay, because I'm always looking for asymmetry. So I'm always looking for one up, one down. I'm always pushing that. If she loses that shape in her hip, then if you come straight up and down and I shoot her vertically, then there's no movement, no shape, no design in her body, and absolutely no body language. The more I can push out that hip line, the more shape that I create in my image and my crop. So at this point now, she's done about as much moving as she can, because if I move her to the left, I'm repeating the pose from the right side. Got it? So I'm going to move. right? As a photographer, I'll go to here. Now this gives me an entirely different body angle. This time, exactly what you're doing, but change feet. So now her hip's going that way, and all of a sudden her chin is coming down this way. Now I love this straight away, but what I have to do is I've got a club arm against the wall, so I'm going to bring that up and just touch it to there. Okay, keeping the elbow there. The most important part of this shot is to be able to see the space in here. Okay, so if I close that down, that becomes her width, and that is not an hourglass, it is not flattering, it is not slimming. As soon as I bring her hand to here, now that is a version of the hand on the waist, you know, it's pulling the arm away from the body, lengthening the front arm, slimming through here, but what it's doing is just taking it away enough to take the weight off it, so it's not against the body. When the arm is against the body and it's squashed down, it looks like, I call it leg of ham. It squashes the arm down, it does not look good. Okay, so what she can do now is she can also move her shoulder forward, so she gets this beautiful line in her shoulder, and she can connect her chin down to her shoulder from this angle, and all of a sudden that is, you know, you can start using your body language. So as I come around, I'm changing my pose. Now one of the most obvious things is here, is I'm shooting her side on and her bum is against the wall, but her shoulders are off, so I'm going to swap them around. I'm going to push her bum back, I'm going to take her weight onto her right foot, so your right foot step out there, and then the left foot comes up. Now as soon as I change the weight of her feet and her bottom half kicks away from me, then all of a sudden I've got all of this space here and I have this beautiful shape. Okay, but remember, we're not looking through the camera yet, we're still just flowing. So from this, I'm going to shoot this here, and I'm going to bring this hand up onto the thigh. I'm going to slide the elbow up and back. Okay, now that is one of the most important moves that you can do from the front. You're probably better on this camera angle, because if you're seeing this angle from here, if you have your body and your arm is out on the outside, then that becomes the width of your body, right? If you slide this hand up your thigh and tuck your elbow back to here, then your elbow naturally creates an hourglass from the front. Okay, so it's very important that whenever the hip is out, that this arm is around here. Can you see the difference? Okay, so when, particularly in a dark clothing, or any blocked colour, if our arms are by our waist, that becomes our waist. If we move our arms away from our waist, then that becomes a new waistline. So we're always trying to, I say hand onto the thigh, slide it up, elbow goes back. The natural thing that everybody does here is they slide up and pin their shoulder back. Everybody does it. So the idea is that you relax your shoulders down, hand goes onto the thigh, slide up, elbow back. And then you've got an hourglass. So right here from the front, I still want to see this hand and I still want to see the shoulder, but the only thing I'm going to see between her arm and her shoulder is her breastline and her waistline, right? Okay, so from here, I've got a dead arm in the front. So I've got to put a slight bend on that, and I just say touch down there, because what that does is that enhances her hourglass right from the start, and then I can bring the chin down. So I can photograph this flat against the wall, nice and close, and get a beautiful slimming line, 45 degrees with a leading shoulder, or I can come around all the way around and photograph this different ways. What I can do with the hands here is keeping the body there, I can hold elbows. Okay, so we hold elbows just below the breastline. And now let's transfer, take the weight onto your shoulder, let's transfer our feet and just kick our booty back. And as soon as you kick the booty back there, I get this beautiful hourglass line shoot straight down the wall. Okay, so how many shots have we taken from around there to now? Yeah, so we've got 15 good shots. So if we're controlling the expression and we're using our composition, so we're going in and out with our composition, we've got 15 sellable shots, and she has not moved yet. Okay, so let's do that again. Let's do that sequence again, and let's count the shots, but let's do it in one flow. So I'm not going to talk to you about it. I'm just going to count the photographs, okay? So I'm just going to take them, and we're not trying to look at shots here. We're trying to look at how I'm flowing and posing and directing her. This is really easy to learn. Okay, from here, I want you to come up onto this toe and bring this knee across, and I want you one hand up, one hand down, so about here, working that body forward. That's it, long chin towards me, little wee twinkle in the eyes. Click, beautiful. From there, I want you to turn out. I want you to drop your knee out there. I want you to push your booty back. I want you to slide this hand around. I want this hand down onto your thigh, and I want you to work that front shoulder. Long chin forward. 2. I want you to turn away from me. I want this hand to come long. I want you to bring your chin around to me and work that shoulder forward. 3. I want you to turn back to the front. I want you to do a really high hourglass, nice close cover girl shot, chin forward. I'm going to get the fan. I'm going to blow her hair if she has long hair. Okay, I'm going to take a nice crop, nice and tall through the neck, drop your shoulders down, long chin towards me, and I'm going to shoot it slightly asymmetrical because that's the only time I ever shoot symmetrically with hands. I'm asymmetrical in my composition. 4. From there, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get you to just touch down, okay, across your décolletage to the outside of your shoulder. 5. Give me a beautiful smile. 6. Okay, from here, I want you to bring this hand up and just cup your face. Push into your boob line. That's a girl. Okay, straighten your head up to me. Straighten it this way. Bring your chin around. I just want you to touch. That's it, so about there. Now long chin towards me. Just tip that way a little wee bit. Okay, 7, I want you to bring this in and just touch up to here. I want you to really work your body. That's it. 8, and then I want you to look down. Beautiful big smile. Go, kick it out. Good girl. 9. Okay, from here, I'm going to come around to this 45 degrees. I want you to lean your shoulder against the wall, the back of your shoulder. I want you to transfer the weight of your feet. Okay, kicking out that way. I want this hand to touch your thigh and slide back, elbow back. I want this hand just to touch the bottom of your bum. That's it. And I want you to work that front shoulder and long chin forward. And we're at 9? 9. Bang, 9. I want to come around here. I want you to put your shoulder back a little wee bit more. I want you to work the shoulder forward, and I want you to bring your chin down. I'm going to come up quite close and shoot that here. 10. Now what I want you to do is bring that back hand up and just slide down to your décolletage there, and bring your chin around. Keep that elbow back. That's it, lots of shape. Now I want you to transfer the weight of your feet only to there. Okay, bang. 11. Now I just want you to bring your elbows together, and I want you to pull away from the wall just a little bit and open your upper body up towards me. 12. Okay, and that is 12 without changing expression or composition. That was 12 different body lines just from one circle around her. So now if I crop this one here, and she does a sexy shot here, and I crop it almost a 3/4, and then I come in nice and close and get her eyes down with a big laugh, that's technically a second shot. Second shot, same hand, same body position. Okay, let's do the same thing lying down. Actually, no, let's sit up first. So I go and get her to change her outfit. I might change the background colour if I want. And I've got a bar stool, and I've got a small stool like this. The idea is what I'm doing is I'm trying to create levels. I call it staggering. When I stagger her body position, she can bring her arms and legs up into it. If that foot is down there, flat, and that one is up there, then the idea is that that's as high as you can be on your toe. Jump up.
Painted in.
Somebody painted it in. No, yeah, it's going up. You go
I'll
this
just
way.
take my shoe off and put my foot on.
Right now. There you go.
Sue, when you're doing this, do you have your camera on a strap, or are you like just putting it down, picking it up, putting it down, picking
I have
it
it
up?
on a monopod
Ah, okay.
with feet.
Nice.
My monopod has dolly wheels.
Like that?
Yeah, no, because you can't take your
dolly
hands off.
wheels. Ah.
So that's a video camera that you can zoom in using the bottom of the monopod, but mine is a monopod on dolly wheels.
Cool.
So it doesn't take up much space in a small shooting space like this. I can take my hands off, but I also have the strap. So if I'm not in my studio, I don't take my monopod, then I'll take the strap, but if I'm in the studio, then I'll use the mono.
Thank you.
Okay, so from here, the idea is, and this is something that I that I wanted to learn straight away when I started doing portrait posing is, you know, when you sit, you take a photo of people sitting, and it just seems to be the same pose. Everybody's upright, and what do you do with the arms? And it's never slimming. It's never slimming through the torso. It's certainly never lengthening for anybody. And also, I wanted to know, when I looked at images in magazines, how did they fill the frame up with arms and legs? Like, how was it that you could bring arms and legs up into a shot and make them look natural without doing the old portrait rules, which was this, isn't it? Holding the jacket, holding the hands under the chin. I think there was even, what were the other ones? Oh, come on, John, tell me, what were the old stuff? There were 5, okay? So it's like this. It might have been oh yes, okay, there was the double up. Yeah, the double up there. I still do that, by the way, now. I bought that back. I'm bringing that back. Okay, so from here, the first thing I do is everything comes up onto its toes. Okay, toes are so important. Everybody must work their body right down to the tips of their toes. Also, the more work I give her, the more things she has to think about, the better she is going to pose, the better she's going to pose for me, because she's thinking about what her body is doing, and she's not thinking about her photo being taken. She's concentrating more on what her body is doing. And the whole idea is to make her as long and as slim as I can. Everybody, no matter how curvy you are, no matter how short you are, what we're trying to do is lengthen you and slim you down. Everybody. There is a reason that models are nearly 6 foot tall and half our body weight, because you can turn them on any angle and they look long and they look slim and they look perfect. What we're trying to do is elongate you. So always up onto the toe. Then we put the knees together, because from the front I want to create an hourglass even when it's sitting down. And then I bring arms in. When they're here, I bring them into the knees. And then I bring the elbows in so that they're going towards the waistline. So if you bring this one through, then what I'm always trying to do is to create an hourglass even when I'm sitting down. As soon as I bring the knee into play, and theoretically I would like that a little bit higher. So what I might do, I'm just gonna use that just for, yeah, okay. So we do not cover the diamond. Okay, so you know how some people, I see it shots all the time, and they're sitting down with their knee right up to here, and all you see is this knee that comes up out of nowhere, and then it goes out of nowhere, and it covers into, the whole point of me shooting her is to capture that diamond, okay, to just capture that sparkle. So we're trying to create that. Now, can you see, as soon as we put her hands there, there's her diamond right there, and it's beautiful. Now, what we can do in here, let's flow pose this. Is it okay if I stand here? Sorry. Okay, so for starters, the first thing I can do here is I look at this image and I think it's absolutely beautiful. I'm now free to lift this hand up, so I've got one shot there. I can lift this hand up and just come up under your chin. Now, you're not cupping the face and leaning on it. Okay, it's a long neck. The chin is projecting forward and down constantly. All you're doing with this is framing the face with it. So at this point here, I have 2. I have a beautiful shot. At this one there, it can go around the neck, and then this hand can come in too, and it can go up and under, and your elbows can both go on, okay? And I've still got beautiful shape. 3, I can start using the shoulder and bringing the shoulder in, and I can come around here and start changing my position. 4, I can bring this foot around, so this foot can come here, and her whole body can come here. Your elbow can go against there. Your hand can go up on the back of your hip and then all the way around and then down a little bit, working the front shoulder, long chin, forward and down this way. I can create that real fashion quarterly. So kicking your booty out this way, making that elbow, because you need a little bit more height here. You need a little bit more height to make that work, and then working the shoulder forward. So as soon as that shoulder comes forward, the chin comes down, and you've got a fashion quarterly pose. Now, as I'm flowing through these poses, if I'm shooting, say, 2 sisters or a mother and daughter or a couple, at any time I can add somebody into this. So let's say I'm her mum, and I can come into the shot. At any time, I can connect into all of these shots. I can come and stand up behind the bar stool. I can flow pose. I can connect in. If it's a guy, he can put his arms around her. If it's a girl, they can swap over, and the guy can sit down, and she can lean against his back. They can kiss. They can laugh. Every single one of these poses has add-ons. We're going to do add-ons tomorrow. Right now, it's all about the girls. So we're trying to flow through all of these. When I'm here, I go back to the start again. I love this pose here that looks naked. And see, for a non-boudoir portrait photographer, I love this pose when you can just do this in underwear, because I don't photograph anybody naked. Everybody's either wearing a strapless bra or they're wearing a G-string or just underwear, and I'll remove the sides on Photoshop. But I love this pose when you bring both knees up and then you come up higher with this one, so point up, and then you can bring your arms in here. I love covering the breast line and the underwear line with hands and arms, and that it's a skin shot like I showed you before. It's one of my all-time favourites. And the fact that you can bring hands up and sit. Also, we're going to do curves tomorrow. I'm shooting curves, but jump out, I'll be the curves girl for a sec. The most interesting thing about curves is curves often have big boobs. And in the sitting position, this sitting position works for curves, but the problem is the boobs sit there, you know, and it crowds the plate and it creates no space. So what we do with boobs is we push the arms forward and the boobs back, and as soon as the boobs drop away, you create space through the midriff. And once you create space through here, it's instantly slimming. So if you have big boobs and they're up in here, the idea is you're pushing elbows forward, forward. So what's forward is to the camera, and what goes back slims down. So if the boobs push back and the arms go forward and then the chin comes forward, then you create a more slimming pose even when you're sitting down. So even though this still is limited in terms of posing to the wall, it gives you an entirely different feel, because it can really bring arms and legs up into here, and there's lots of things we can do with our arms that make this sitting pose really sexy, really fun, really fashion, that you can flow through, including turning all the way around. Now, how I flow pose. Okay, am I going too fast? Okay, any questions?
Yes. Do you work this quickly when you are shooting?
Yes, sometimes I have to.
Right.
Yeah, you know what? The only thing that slows me down is if people can't do what I'm asking of them, and then I will stay there until I get it. So let's say Simona's in a pose here, and I get this hand up, and then this one here, but it's just not working for me. I'm not feeling the hands or anything. I'll just keep working them through it. And I'll just keep talking them through it, and I'll take another one, and I know it's not working, but I want the shots. I go, keep pushing it out, Simona, work your chin towards me. Something that I say that you'll hear a lot, especially with me, is when I'm directing people, very, very, very important. These are part of my rules package, but this is part of my personal rule package, and that is, it's not sweetie, darling, gorgeous, wonderful, sweetie, darling, gorgeous, honey, honey bunny, sweetie, cutie, sexy. You know, you are not those things. You are Mapuana, okay? You are TY, and you are Sandra, and you are Amanda. And I use your names throughout the entire shoot. The only time I don't say who you are is when I said you're a good girl. Good girl, good girl. Okay, so I say good girl. I don't know why. It just rolls off my tongue. But it's better than wonderful, darling, darling, gorgeous, sweetheart, darling, my darling, whatever. It sounds so wrong. You are there to connect to a client, and you should call them by their first name. Everybody knows that when somebody says your name, you feel more important. Another thing that I don't ever want to hear is the reinforcement that you're giving your client through the camera is posing reinforcement. Okay, so it's really good girl, working it, you're doing good, you're doing good. It is not, gorgeous, Amanda, gorgeous, oh my God, you're so gorgeous, darling. Oh, gorgeous, gorgeous, because nothing reeks of bullshit more than bullshit, right? So I hear that, and I just think, oh, like it is not, you're not sweetie, gorgeous, darling, gorgeous. If I put my camera down and I want to tell Amanda she's gorgeous, I'll go up to her and I'll say, I'll zhoosh her here, and I'll say, Amanda, you look incredible. Do you feel good? You know, you look amazing. I'm not going to sit there and go, gorgeous, Amanda, gorgeous, wow, gorgeous. It just sounds like crap, and it's not real. Okay, I do not identify body parts. I do not say, oh my God, Amanda, you're so thin. Oh, that's not a compliment. That is not a compliment to somebody. A compliment is when you look in somebody's eyes and say, you look incredible, you look beautiful right now, and you mean it. If you can't compliment somebody, don't say it. And don't throw out the gorgeous, your darling, and don't talk about people's bodies. Okay, because I've been in a room where 4 photographers were shooting a girl and somebody said, "Oh my God, you're so thin," to the girl that we were photographing. And I went, "Whoa, that's not a compliment." She goes, "Yes, it is. I just told her she had a great body." And I said, "No, you didn't. You said you're so thin." For starters, all the other women in the room instantly thought, "And I'm not." Secondly, the girl sitting there is that a compliment? You're so thin? Maybe all she wants is boobs and hips and shape. You know, it's a compliment is, we've got to be really careful with the way we compliment, the way we shoot. So there's no sweeties, no darlings, no nothing like that. And so I try to keep it, I'm quite serious when I shoot, right? Do you think? Yeah, I'm certainly not fun all the time. I'm quite serious. I've got a job to do. But more importantly, when you're self-conscious, I've got a job to do and I've got to take control of you. And you're going to get out of my control really easily if I'm being silly.
Question from Radiant. Do you discuss body issues with the women before you shoot?
Women are a spewing volcano of emotional mass. They walk into a shoot and they go like this. "Oh my God, I'm so nervous, I'm so excited, I'm so nervous. These are my clothes. I know you told me to bring 4 outfits. I bought 23, but I've got nothing to wear. I really don't like my hair at the moment, although my colour and regrowth probably needs to be done, and I've put on 14 pounds. Well, actually, I lost 14 pounds, but then I gained 14 pounds when I lost 28 pounds because I used to be heavy, but anyway. And then after I got divorced, I lost heaps of weight. But anyway, I've since put it back on again, and they kind of tell you what they don't like about themselves, usually in the first breath of meeting them, because what they're doing is they're telling you what they're afraid of. And so they'll walk into your studio and they usually let rip with everything they don't like first. And I used to, when I was younger, counteract that. I used to counteract it with, "But you're beautiful," or "You're this," or "You're that." Now I just listen. I listen to what they don't like or what they're worried about. If they tell me they're worried about their weight, I make sure I'm posing slim and gorgeous. I mean, I do that with everybody anyway, but I make sure I'm hitting the bit they don't like. If they don't like their chin, I'm pushing it forward and down. Do I talk about body image? With every single woman I photograph, I've had that conversation over 5,000 times. It does not matter unless they are under about 18. And I've realised this is something we grow into, because teenage girls very rarely will talk about their own body image, even if they're curvy teenagers or they've got bad skin. They don't stand there and tell you about it. They might be a little shy, but they don't feel this need to discuss it. But women do. Women want to talk about it. They just want to throw it out there. So yeah, it is a conversation that I have constantly. All right, so any other questions before we move into a lying down?
Just a quick comment from Jenny Brower. Your genuine spirit and honesty are so refreshing. Thank you.
Oh, is that because I said bullshit, Jenny?
People said that was their quote of the day, for sure. But I did have a question about none of your items here, your chairs have arms.
Yes.
And so would you shoot with those as well, or do you prefer without?
These 3 items, the wall, the bar stool and the ottoman, are all 3 key items in my studio, because I want items that are nondescript. And what I really want them to not only be nondescript, I want to be able to move around them and photograph on them. The only thing missing for me would be a chair like this one, but this one would have been perfect if it was wider and deeper. So if that ultimately had been my studio, I would have a wider and deeper chair there, like that, and then it would make up the 3 set really beautifully. A wide, deep chair, a lying down ottoman, a bar stool, and then the wall, because those are the 4 positions that I will use constantly. And the ottoman can be a bed. It doesn't matter. It can be a single bed, it can be a blow-up bed, whatever in your studio, but an ottoman is really, really good. Something slightly bigger than this would even be preferable, but I'll work with anything similar to what I can use from my posing manual. So this afternoon we're going to actually recreate images from the posing manual using all of this furniture. So I'll go back to flowing, but if there's another question, I'll take that.
How much conversation happens before the shoot?
Oh, dude, are you kidding me? I talk underwater. I talk when they come in. What I try and do is when they're having their hair and makeup done, I try to leave them alone. because they'll want to talk to me, and I want them to connect with my makeup artist, because I always hire makeup artists that are still and really relaxing. Did Simona relax you when she did your hair and makeup? Did she make you feel calm? Did she touch your face in a way that you were at a health spa that was so beautiful and you enjoyed having your hair and makeup done? And did she make you feel in that state that by the time you stood up and walked into the shoot, she was already got you there, right? Now, if I had been standing in the room, you would have been chatting to me the whole time. You and Simona would have been trying to do your makeup, because I'm the alpha female in my studio, and I'll take control when I walk into a shoot, and I will go over the top of a makeup artist once I walk in the room. So straight away, if I'm in there, it negates what she does, which is so magical, and that's to put you in that beautiful state with your hair and makeup, so that I can then take you and then take photographs of you. From the second I walk in, I do not stop talking. I talk through the whole shoot until I usually you leave, and then I just sit down and I go somewhere for a quiet place. I go to a quiet place for 20 minutes. I turn music off if there's been music in the shoot, and I just go into complete silence for 20 minutes. I regather myself and I go back into it again.
So do you always use music in your shoots?
No, actually, I prefer no music. I think you should only listen to my voice, and it's a more of a command and control way of posing. I know that everybody has this fabulous idea. I will address this to the world. I know that you all have this great idea that we're all on this rock and roll set just going, woo, flow posing, and yeah, work at it. We're taking great shots of you and everything is just rocking, and we're like, yeah, making it happen. But really it's more like this: chin forward, chin forward, chin forward, stop. Shoulders back, kick to the side, just stop. Reset, chin forward, eyes to me. I know it's hard, keep going, you're nearly there. Lift the hand up. It's a workout. Everyone says they hurt the next day. I want to control my beauty images and pose right down to the last twinkle in your eye. There is only one time I ever freestyle. I call it freestyling, when people are freestyling without a prop and they're moving, and I'm going to show you that tomorrow. It's what I do, a dancing sequence, and it is the only time I freestyle. Right, any other questions before I move on?
We can move on. Lots of questions, but...
Well, ask a good one, because I'm trying to drink water.
Okay, perfect.
You can come up with lots of questions for you.
In the audience? Go for it.
Somebody was talking about a fan and how often you use that in your shoot. You mentioned during your flow posing, you're like, if she has long hair, grab the fan, and then you quickly moved on. So can you talk more about that?
Everybody in my world would move in slow motion with a fan if I had my way. Absolutely. Everyone in my world would be like this, with a fan blowing their hair. You can't blow bangs. Okay, so we call it a fringe. If somebody has a straight fringe, you can't blow it, it just sits straight up like that. So whenever I see short hair, medium length hair, neither of you have blowing hair for me. Blowing hair is a long hair. It is one of the single most things that Sandra, we didn't put the fan on Sandra because she has curls that come down into her face and they're not made to be blown out. But Mapuana and Amanda both had the fan on them the whole time. TY didn't because we changed her hairstyle so often, and again, hair that does not blow. You got hair that does not blow, sister. So that's just the way it goes. We don't blow it. So when I have long hair, yes. Oh my gosh. Simona follows them around with the hairdryer because it's warm air. I know that you can get professional fans that blow hair, but nothing blows like a hairdryer. It's warm air because my clients are normally freezing. I'm warm. She's in a singlet. I'm shooting. My body temperature is already high. You know, she's cold. So, right.
A question from Lumaroja. Is it important that all the furniture is white, or do you have other colors?
Everything in my studio is white, but that is not a preference. That is my personal choice. I want my images to be about her, not about the chair she's sitting on. Although, when you shoot 400 portraits in a year on a white couch, you get very bored. All right, that is my signature thing. I don't know why, I just keep resetting to white. I like white walls, I like white concrete, sure. I do try to mix it up. Lately I've been shooting in those warehouses and they're all grungy and dark. You know, I'm sure I'll get bored of that. Yeah, like that. I'm sure I'll get bored of that too. But I do try to mix that up. But yeah, white, a lot of white.
That kind of goes into the next question, spot on pics. Just wondering if you're shooting in the studio, how do you keep backgrounds and props from getting overused?
You don't. You just clean them, replace them, paint them, buy new ones. They're worth their weight in gold.
Excellent.
Yeah, a good prop is worth its weight, worth what you buy it for. Yeah.
And Ariana Niala, if you're going for 25 perfect shots, is that per outfit or total?
Total. I want to sell 25 shots. I want to present 25 shots. I want them to buy everything I show them. I want them to be 25 different shots, 4 or 5 different outfits. Okay? Right, I'll go through another flow. This time I'm going to use a lying down flow. So remember, we're not looking at composition here, we're looking at direction only. So we're just going to try and get some different stuff out by just changing up one thing. So try not to move until I move you, because, yeah. Okay, from here I want you to stand up and I want you to lie on your tummy diagonally this way. All right, that's exactly right. So the first thing I'll do is I'll put them diagonally along a couch, but the couch is 45 degrees to me. So if I'm shooting here, the couch is turned away from me because everybody is 45. All the poses are 45. They're never flat. Well, every now and then, like 5%, 2% are flat, and they're never long ways away from me. They're always 45, so I can see the flow of the body going away from me. Okay, so from here, count my captures, Tobin. Okay, I won't count them, okay, so you keep a track of them. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put your left hand straight down, away from me. Yeah, that's not that far. Come back, that's it. And your right hand goes across. All right, I want to cross over the hands so that they're away from me. And I want you actually, this is quite a short couch, so you just need to slide back. Yeah, that's it. So your hands stay on. That's it. Perfect. Okay, now what I want you to do is work your front shoulder forward and work your chin down to that shoulder. Okay, so there's one capture there. Okay, from there, I will turn the camera vertically, straighten your head up, and bring your shoulder and chin together there, and just give me a tiny little smirk, 2. Okay, now what I want you to do is I want you to roll up onto that hip, so keep your elbow still and just bring this knee, that's it, tuck that foot behind your knee, that's it. Now that puts lots of shape into the booty, so straight away that gives that beautiful hourglass while you're lying down. Okay, chin down this way, and I want your eyes down your body line, 3. Okay, eyes up to me, working that shoulder forward. Okay, 4. This elbow goes straight out this way. Okay, and this one comes back this way. So I want ballet hands in the front, and I want you to lift up really tall, shoulder forward, chin down to that shoulder there. 5. From there, I want you to take your fingertips to the back. I want you to slide your elbow out to the corner. I want you to take that hand across a little bit more and let it hang. That's a go. Now bring the shoulder forward, working that shoulder forward, and I'm going to go closer, and there's another capture there. Okay, so there's, how many did we just take then? Okay, so we just took 6 beautiful frames, just with simple movements like lifting up that back hand, swapping them over. Then what I can do is slide back, so you keep your elbows on, both hands go forward, and you stretch out a little bit more, and I want you to bring your chin here, and I'll come nice and close and nice and low. Then I can bring the hands up like this, like a sleeping position, that's it, and I want you to work your shoulder forward towards your chin. So actually take your weight onto here, so onto your wrist, that's it. And that's it, bring your shoulder forward, and I want your eyes down your body line like you're sleeping. Looks beautiful in lingerie, looks beautiful naked, looks beautiful, you know, it's just it's a gorgeous line, gorgeous body line. And if you want to lift the bum up, you just bring the knee in so that the booty kicks up that way, and it looks gorgeous. Come straight up onto your stomach and bring your elbows together in the front, bring your chin down, and a beautiful big smile. So you can make the hands look quite relaxed. So when you're posing somebody, say, under 18, and you don't want the booty up and you don't want the sexy cleavage and all the rest of it, that's when we shut the body language down. So you roll flat onto the belly, you cross your ankles, and you bring your knees up, because that says little girl, doesn't it? That says little girl, that says sex kitten. And we definitely want to make that distinguished when we've got young girls in the studio, because we don't want 16 or 15 or 12-year-old girls in those sexy positions. Then what we do is we shut down the décolletage. Okay, so we take away from her femininity by shutting down all the areas that we don't want to show. Okay, and then she lies flatter down onto her breast line. because now we've taken away her hips, her hourglass, her diamond, and then we bring her chin around and we've got this gorgeous young girl looking straight at the camera to us. So we shut down all the sexiness and the femininity that we were creating with the pose. We shut it down for girls. Okay, so the opposite for boys. Everything we do for girls, bringing the line into the body, hugging the body line, touching, everything we do for girls, we do not do for men. Men do not bring their elbows into their body. They do not kick their hips out. They do not bring their chin forward. In fact, they reset to an open masculine position with a chin up because it's more masculine. They have their arms away from their body, not into their body, and they do not touch down on their body line at all unless it is folding their arms, holding their own legs, or putting their elbows forward with their hands free. Okay, so the complete opposite to women's posing is how we pose men. Okay, so from in this position here, now imagine that that's my window light. Okay, this is my natural light studio, and that is my window light. So I would have shot Simona, hopefully, right on my, no, stay there. I will just kick you there. I would have shot her right on the window light. Okay, I would have had a really big reflector right here, and I would have started to shoot that whole sequence here. So I've got this beautiful light hitting her. I've got one reflector there. But the first thing I do is when they can't move 180 degrees, we move. Okay, so I get up. So if I say anything to photographers, it's get up. Keep her in the pose, get up, and walk this way. Because now I'm shooting straight back into the curtain, into the white light, and all I do is shift her body position to accommodate it. So she swaps knees, she puts her right hand out, her left hand goes head, lifting up tall through the back and neck, chin around, shoulder forward. And all of a sudden, I've changed the entire mood of my image, and I'm shooting into the backlight, and all I have to do is move a reflector with me. So get up and move around. Move 180 degrees all the way around. Do a half circle around your client until you see 5 other compositions. Now, when I see an ottoman like this, I also see not only the ability to direct that lying down pose, I see the side of it. So straight away, I want her to sit off the side and use the back of it. Now, any position where she reclines, any position that she reclines is going to be slimming on a body line, because the whole point is that we're reclining. So the idea here is I'm going to use the ottoman as now a floor-seated position. Scoot your bum away. That's it. Now turn your shoulders 45 away from me. Put your hand onto your thigh, yeah, and slide it back. Lifting up nice and tall through your back and shoulders, working this front shoulder forward, chin around this way. Stop. Can you hear that? Okay, so that is a control pose. So it's sitting up, bum away from the chair, elbow on, lifting up through the shoulder, bringing your chin around to that front shoulder, hand onto your thigh, slide it back, stop. Okay, so how I said that to you all the time, right? Stop. Good girl, stop. Okay, that's how much I want you to stop and listen. Then at this stage, I'm going to connect through my expression. So I'm going to bring my chin down. I'm going to start looking at her with the eyes that I want her to give me in the shot. And then I'm going to start trying to control the expression that she's giving me. From this side here, you can scooch back to the couch a little bit more. So we've got one shot, Tobin, and I want both elbows on, okay? So I can shoot this, shoulder forward, and bring your chin all the way around to me now, 2. I can even slim that down by just coming above the eye line, but we're going to do curves tomorrow. So curves is everything I do with something special added, okay? So from here, this knee can come up, so your right knee, yeah, and I want your right hand to go straight across. Now straight away, you can bring this shoulder in and turn your shoulders away from me and bring your face around to me here. I've got this one. I can use fingertips and lean forward. I can bring the chin this way a little wee bit more. From there, I can drop that knee down, bring this hand across the front, turn towards me, and lean across. As soon as you lean across, look at the shapes her body are making. Every time she moves, her body makes another shape, another beautiful shape. And everything she does, her arms are moving away from her body. Her arms are being slimmed, she's leaning, she's reclining, she's creating an hourglass in her body. and she's creating space. Now, when you put triangles in images, they are more interesting. So you're always trying to create angular triangles, arms out, these triangles. All of these triangles are space, and when you put space around the body, the poses look incredible. So when we recreate the poses, and we'll go live view on the camera so that you can see it tethered actually being shot, you'll notice, look for the triangles, because it's the triangles that make the big difference.
Audrey Coley is wondering, when you say you're going off of what is shown on the back of the camera, are you referencing the histogram?
No.
Just your actual visual?
What's a histogram?
Nice.
Is that when you write down a list of your ex-boyfriends? Whatever, you know, it's... I'm a natural light photographer. Let's put this out there. I'm a natural light photographer. That's code for she can't sink a flash. Yeah, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Whatever.
Love it.
You know, I can't be... The thing is I don't have a technical mind for photography because I don't need to. I don't even know what a histogram is. Yes, I do, but you know what I mean. I don't look at it, I don't care. My whites are probably blown out, my blacks are probably never black. I make a lot of people go when I say that, but it has no bearing on taking beautiful photographs.
No, you could say that. So the internet would love to hear a little bit from you ladies. A little bit about the experience, whatever part of it you want to choose to talk about. Tell us about seeing the photographs. How about that?
I'm not a big crier. I don't even think I cried that much when my kids were born. I'm just not a big showing an emotion. That's just not me. And so for me to cry, my husband's probably online going, what the? You never cry. That is just absolutely stunning. I don't even see myself that beautiful. I just don't. And that's just beautiful. I mean, just gorgeous. I mean, look at that.
I know,
like,
right?
I can't even believe it's me. Like, I'm like, no. You smooth stuff, and you push stuff in, and I know you did it. I'm like, that's not me. But it's beautiful. And the process and actually being there and having her shoot us was amazing. Like, I didn't understand at first. Like, now that we've sat here for this day and we've gone through what we've gone through, light bulbs and like things, question marks are answered. Like, I'm completely understand why she does the way she does it, because she shot me. I think I may not have understood it as much had she not shot me. It's just an amazing experience. She just makes you feel
We're
calm.
sculpting bodies with poses.
Yeah.
Somebody actually said that earlier in the chat room, that
Yeah.
Sue is not a photographer, she's a sculptor.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
sculpt bodies. It's you pull an arm in and kick a hip out and bring your chin forward. You sculpt the shape of a body. But you know what? It's the shape that you're trying to sculpt is you're taking away the bits that people don't like about themselves. You push the chin forward because nobody will buy a shot with a second chin in it. You push the arm in because nobody wants their arm poking out. You push their bum out because as soon as the hourglass becomes apparent, the body looks more feminine. And you know, you take away the bits you don't like, but you've got to learn how to push all those bits in. It's easy to learn. We've done it all today. Everything we've done is for a reason. The shoulder connecting, the hands, the elbow away from the body, you know, everything. You can re-watch it and re-watch it and re-watch it and just follow those rules and then just keep practicing that. But I think sometimes being photographed is not actually that great of an experience. Simona would tell you differently because she likes being photographed. She enjoys the process of doing it. And so when I actually said that to her one day, you know, I said, I don't think anybody really enjoys it. She went, what? And I said, well, you enjoy the makeup, but who enjoys the shutter being clicked and wondering if I've got it? But when you see images, people will often refer to the shoot as being so much more amazing than what it was. Like they'll go, oh, it was amazing. And I think, Oh, really? Because I remember sitting there for 3 hours going chin forward and down, chin forward and down, chin forward. And I know you weren't crazy about the whole idea of going, what am I doing wrong? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So that's an
and
interesting.
she said that to me a lot. I mean, a lot. Like every other word was chin down, chin down, chin down. Because I am very self-conscious about this area. I don't like this area. Almost 30, so I guess it's that 30, whatever. So like I did wonder. I was like, I knew, and she kept showing Simone. She wouldn't show me the back of the camera, and I'm thinking, please tell me she caught something. Please tell me. Please tell me. Because I've seen since September, I have been begging my husband, can she come to Destin? We'll get her a condo, and can she please shoot me? Please, please. So we've been going back and forth, and he's been baiting me back and forth. So I've been begging to have her come shoot me. So when this opportunity came up, I was like, oh yeah, I'm here. So I mean, it's just amazing.
Sandra, what do you think?
It doesn't get any better than this, Sue.
Well, it probably would, you know. It could. It can always get better. Let's face it.
No. I told my husband before I left, I said if there was anyone on this planet that I would want to photograph me, it was you. And as I told you, you're absolutely right. It's all about trust. I trust you implicitly.
Why? Tell me. No. Don't
yeah.
tell me. Don't tell me for lip service. Don't tell me
Yeah.
for me.
Okay.
Tell me what it is about my brand that somehow speaks to you as a woman. Because if I can tell people what that is,
Yeah.
then they can do that.
Right.
Because why, when you don't know me, you do not know me,
Yeah.
why do you trust me?
I trust you because of your work, what comes through, and I trust that you take a curvy girl and can make it happen. I think that is the biggest, well, I know it's the biggest fear of a curvy girl, is to go, I don't need to, okay, I've come to grips with who I am and my size, but a camera, and like you know, in the wrong angle can add pounds.
Oh, camera's cruel.
Yeah.
Really
And not only, you don't just, stop at the size 12, you know how to shape a woman so that we have the illusion of being even slimmer. You've got me. You've got me right away.
So tell me, interesting enough, when I posted the Curvy Girl contact sheet on my blog,
Yeah.
I got 3,786 pins on Pinterest in a week. And it got pinned to non-photography women who started to ring me. So that tells me that the one thing we hate when we see a snapshot of ourselves is, oh, I look so old or so fat, right? You instantly, bad angle, don't like it. The second I started to show curves in my brand, my bookings increased by 400%. So that tells me that there's a whole lot of women out there that, like you girls, are all normal-bodied. And yet you all talk about yourself as being curves. So that tells me there's a whole lot of normal women out there not feeling confident enough in the brands that we're showing them on portraits that they can look that good. Don't you think?
Absolutely, yeah. And that was something that when I first started doing, when I bought your modeling guide and I started doing the portfolio building, I wanted to represent, I don't know, and I guess it's because it's personal. It's a personal thing for me. So to represent the curvy girl, that's huge. That is, and so empowering. You know, I know every woman has that issue, and I guess I just know it from the curvy girl side that it can be a very degrading thing through your life. You know, you never measure up to that size that you see on the cover. You know, so yeah, absolutely, it's essential to have the curvy girl.
TY?
It's amazing that people say that she's a sculptor because I felt like clay. I felt like somebody was just pushing this forward and pushing that backwards, and I was like, God, I wish I could do that. Because a lot of times, and what amazed me as a photographer, because I was a model in front of a camera, but I was just peeping out as a photographer, like eavesdropping to see just peeping through to see what was happening. And I'm like, God, I wish I could be so in the moment. And then the funny thing is that every time she pushed me into a particular place, I actually felt emotionally different. Do you understand? She'd push me in a certain way and I'd feel proud. She'd push me in a certain way and I'll feel delicate. It was almost as if she knew exactly what to do to make that emotion that she wanted to express through. She's really like a puppet master, sculptor, because I actually did feel every emotion as she molded.
I can see when you feel beautiful. Wow. I can see it. So for me, it's like I can see an awkward pose, I can see you thinking about it. But when you lock down and you really push it out and you're in a position, or whatever that pose is, and when you really connect up through here, I can see it. I think everybody can see it. You just have to keep working people until you can see it. But you can see it. Like when you say you actually felt beautiful, or you felt proud, or you felt, you know, in that emotion, you can actually see that. You definitely look incredibly proud in that shot, and you look incredibly confident, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
You know, you look, that's so fierce. It's I'm woman right there, and I think you look like that, but I see that when you did it. So you say it's me, but when you do it, I'm the one that can just, you're doing it.
Wow.
You know, like it's not me doing it.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, and everybody can do that. Everybody can do that. Mapu?
I feel like I can identify with more of the curvy girls and also more of your before photos, because I feel like the before photos, that's like my everyday. Every day I'm a before. But I wanted to, I see what you do with the other women and stuff, and I feel like I just want to be able to see myself the way you see other women. Like I want to see what you can see in me. You know, like I want to see myself that way. But like I don't, I see myself the before every day. But I just wanted to be able to experience this and see what you see and how do you do it, and be able to, but I want to see myself like that every day. I just have to, you know, I would love to just be like this every day, but I'm the before picture every day.
You're not though. Do you know something really cliche? Once I see it, I can never unsee it. Now I look at you and that's all I see. Because you showed me something, I don't know whether it's that twinkle or what it is, but that is a true story for me. Once I've seen it, I never not see it when I look at you.
But I feel like I did feel nervous during the shoot and stuff, and I felt like, I don't know, like, can she get it? Can she see me like this, how she sees everyone else? Like, I'm not sure, do I have what it takes? And
yeah, my God, look at you, you
I love
sparkle
it.
so bright.
It's amazing.
Did you encourage any particular outfits or color choices or anything that for them to wear? Just say bring your 3 favorite outfits.
Anything you like? You know, you kind of photograph people, how they bring in clothes. They're more sexy if they have lingerie, they're more fashion if they have cutting edge dresses, they're more, you know, jeans and t-shirt, then it's more casual jeans and a t-shirt laughing. If that's what they are, then that's what they bring in, that's kind of how you photograph them. Their clothes really dictate a mood of who they are. Some people bring in entirely glamour, some people bring in no glamour at all. You know, everybody sort of represents themselves by the clothes they wear and the accessories they have, and then how they have their hair and makeup. So it's quite easy to go with the mood of somebody quite easily, I think. Do you have questions there, Kenna?
Well, I wanted to read a comment from Darla Sharp Photo when you had asked them, why was it that you trusted me? And Darla said, the proof is in the pudding. I would trust Sue because her images speak for themselves. However, without the before and after, I might not believe that Sue is shooting real women.
Excellent. There you go. So my problem is when I say to portrait photographers, too many young, too many lean girls on your website, they go, but they're just ordinary girls. And I go, I know that. I do this for a living. But what I want you to portray in your brand to the clients that you are marketing to is the reality of that. And there's so many cool ways to do that. So tomorrow we're going to shoot more, we're going to do Photoshop, we're going to do the makeup aspect of what we do. But on the third day, I'm going to teach you about behind the scenes and speaking through your brand with stories to every one of the demographics that you want to attract into your business, telling them stories. And that story might be a transformation, that story might be, you know, watching somebody go from no makeup to total hotness cover girl, but that it's telling them a little story, and that story is, this is what we do and this is how we do it. And we're going to go through all of that, and that is just such an eye-opener for me now, the marketing side of things with video and how that's opening a new world of telling stories is just remarkable. But yeah, I think Dalla's so right. The proof is in the pudding, sure, but what is the pudding? You know, you got to tell me if it's real, and I need to know that it's real.
Tobin and Mark, the internet's wondering what you think, what you're going to take from this, how you feel.
I was just so amazed that when I saw each of the reactions upon the unveiling of the pictures, and I feel like I want that reaction when I show people my photographs, and basically that's where I'll be heading or pointing my target in. So
I guess to this point, coming from the world of knowing Photoshop and doing finishing, I've had plenty of clients who always say, oh, you know, even for maternity, can you take an inch off the shoulder? Do things where it's in post, and I can do it in post. I'd rather do it in camera, I can do it in post, but I've never had that degree, and I'd much rather be able to say to them, no, this was you, I didn't finish that. Whether they believe me or not, it's up to them, but instead of them just saying, I am how I am, and I'm going to rely on you to do some fixing in post, and I'll always look at that knowing that that's not quite me. The ability to be able to take that photo and now share it with my clients and them know that that is entirely them is what I wanted most out of this, was the seeing the sculpting.
As men, do you feel that you understand how important it is to us as women to feel beautiful? Do you understand what that means? Like, I think a lot of guys ask me that. They'll say to me, again, after I do a talk, they'll come up to me and they'll say, explain it to me. Explain that desire to feel that. And I can only describe it in one way. When a woman walks into a room, men look at her. She does not look back at you. She looks at how you're looking at her. That's how we are made. I don't know why, but we are hardwired this way. So you admire us, and we are gauging your reaction by how you're looking back at us, which is back to how we look. Now, that perception of how you're looking at us is only through our own perception of ourselves. So if we feel incredible, clearly you think I'm hot. If we put on a few pounds, clearly you think I'm not. It is not based on any reality other than the reality of how we feel about ourselves. So I don't know why it is so important for us to feel beautiful, but all I know is that when women experience that, when they experience feeling confident with how they look, and they take away all the stuff that they hate about themselves, and that they just feel so confident about who they are and how they look, it is magic to us, and we pay for that privilege. And it is a beautiful feeling. And I have a lot of repeat offenders. I call them repeat offenders because they want to do it again and again. Because it's a gorgeous feeling, and next time I'll wear this, and next time I'm going to get my hair done like this, and next time I'll do this. And it's great, and these images will stay with you for a long time. So I think it's a funny thing. I like talking about it. I think it's important. Okay.
That was a question from the internet, was about, do you have a lot of repeat customers,
Yes.
repeat offenders? How often will people come? Once a year? I know you said that that's what you would love.
I've photographed one girl 5 times, and once a year for 5 years, and I photographed her with 3 different fiancés. I'm so sorry if she's watching.
She kept coming back?
Yeah.
Question from Ma'am. Do you ever get photographed in this way?
All the time. If you're friends with me on Facebook, I have so many profile shots, it's embarrassing. I like to photograph myself every day. I photograph myself every time I blow wave my hair or, do stupid things. I always take a photograph of myself. I don't know why. But this is really weird. I didn't realise this. I was telling Simona, when I was a little girl, my dad played a lot of sports, and so did my big brother and sister. When we were growing up, I was the youngest baby, and my mum used to dress me up and photograph me.
Wow.
So I don't know why it was our thing. She would do my hair, she'd dress me up, she'd take me out and she'd photograph me. And I grew up doing it, and I played with Barbies. So when she came to my big studio for the first time and saw it, she walked through the whole thing and I was like, what do you think, Mum? And she was like, well, you grew up all your life playing with Barbies and now you just play big Barbies. And I do, I dress big Barbies. I play Barbie dolls. I dress my dolls and I play with them and I make them feel good and I enjoy the whole experience, and it's playtime, and I've been doing that my whole life. So I don't know. When I was a kid, I also used to only draw women's faces. Like, people would draw other things, I would draw a woman's face. I still do. If I get a pen and paper, I draw a woman's face, her eyes, mouth, her hair blowing.
I love it.
There's a follow-up question to your repeat offenders regarding them. Maya from Paris is wondering if you, when somebody comes back a year later, do you do a completely different set of poses?
Yeah,
and backdrops?
Well, I do the same sort of poses, but basically they often bring in different outfits and they often have something different going on, and it's entirely sort of different. So I try and mix it up, but I am limited to how many poses I do because there's only so much sort of touching in this area and sitting and lying that you can do, but I do try and mix it up as much as I can.
What about, have you ever been photographed like this? These types of photos?
By who?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I think what I'm going to do is put a challenge out.
Oh,
So
yeah.
somebody has to prove to me that they can make me feel as comfortable, and then they can photograph me.
Some folks are asking about, I forget her name now, but who is herself very skinny and 5 foot tall. Do you get women who come and want to look curvier?
Yes.
Or how do you pose them?
Totally. I never turn lean girls to the side because it's just, there's nothing there. It's the same rules apply. All we're trying to do is make the hips go out, the waist go in, and the boobs go out. So for curvy girls, you're trying to pull it in, and for lean girls, you're trying to push it out. Always lean girls want boobs and hips. So it's exactly the same rules. There's no differentiation. Really, all you're trying to do is on curves pull the waist in, and on lean girls pull the boobs and hips out. So same deal, just push it out. Turn them flat to the camera. If you're really lean, don't turn side on. You get that lollipop thing going on, So stay front to the camera and lots of shape into your booty, and a padded bra.
Folks want to know if you have a Facebook page to follow.
I'm just Sue Bryce. It's a personal page. I don't have a business page, and you're welcome on it. So it's a photographers group at the moment. It's all photographers.
Folks have asked if you are if you photograph pregnant women. I know I saw on one of your cards that, and if you're going to talk about that.
Okay, well, I'm allergic to pregnant women. So I sadly can only do a couple a year. I do photograph pregnant women. If they're pregnant and they want to be photographed, then definitely, yes, I do photograph them. The difference being, of course, is I love the Demi Moore sort of belly where they circle the belly, and I tend to do all of my poses, except for lying on the stomach. I do all of my poses, but the poses are usually hand up under the boob and a beautiful hold on the belly, but all the same shoulders apply, and always the pregnant women love to have their hair and makeup done. Yeah, I don't put a lot of maternity on my website for the simple reason that they're not a big spending client. And I'm not saying I reject them because they're not big spenders. I have a lot of friends that photograph newborns. They want the maternity because they want the newborn, and then they want the baby shot. So they do the roll-off and the marketing. I try to stay out of other people's market. Yes, if a woman comes to me and says, I love your work, I'm pregnant, will you photograph me? Sure. But I will not advertise for a pregnant client and a newborn because that's not the market I'm going after. And if I hold to just what I love to do and just the one that I love, then I just get that client. I always get the family shot and the boyfriend, and every now and then I get a single guy come in and say, can I do a shoot? Sure. But I don't go after them because they're not my market.
Lots of questions in the chat rooms about hair and makeup.
Oh my
the
goodness.
importance of it, and if it's like a mandatory thing every time for you.
Yes, it is. It is a very important thing for glamour and boudoir. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get Simona to do a live makeup tomorrow on Amanda, hair and makeup. So you can see Amanda's hair is long and straight, and we're going to give her big, sexy hair like her shoot, which is a very hard thing to do, and Simona is a pro at it. And then we're going to do a makeup whilst I'm talking to you about how to incorporate makeup into your business. We're going to do T-Wise makeup because we've had a request to do makeup on her beautiful skin. So to show the difference, and T-Y loved her makeup. Yeah, and it was beautiful. So obviously we're going to show those two girls, we're going to do their makeup live here tomorrow. And also I'm going to be talking the whole time that she's doing hair and makeup. So I'm very lucky in every country that I've lived in. I've seemed to attract these incredible makeup artists that are all very similar in personality type and very gentle and beautiful and great assistants. But when I met Simona is not only an incredible makeup artist, she's now shooting, and her level of shooting is outstanding because she's been training with me for a year. And it's so cool. I mean, I love working with a makeup artist. It's so neat, both of you working with somebody, because when I'm thinking, she can be, connecting with the client. When I'm moving around, she can assist me. It's so neat to have somebody there. And for the cost of a percentage of what you make in your shoot, these people can work with you. And if you just need to know how and finding a good one and all the tips to finding a good one, then awesome.
Follow up on the makeup question. Do you charge separately for that, or do you include that in?
Let's talk about that tomorrow, because I'm going to go through. There's going to be so many questions about makeup, and we'll hit them all at the makeup section. Yeah,
Perfect.
I've got them all
Thank
ready
you.
to go.
Quite a few of them. If you could let us know again if you set a time limit on your shoots and how you determine the length of the shoot.
Okay, for me, a hair and makeup should take 1 hour. I do not want my client in hair and makeup for longer than an hour, and then I've got an hour to shoot them. So that was when I was in the big studio, when I was doing 10 shoots a week. Now I'm doing 3 shoots a week at a higher average, and I'm doing 1 shoot a day. So I get to take my time with the hair and makeup and then spend a good 2 hours shooting. And that is enough for people. Once that 3 hour mark gets hit, they get hungry. They've had enough, so I'll take them out for coffee, or they can carry on with their day. And I've got the rest of the day to prepare my images for selling.
Excellent. Thank you.
Before we go maybe into did you have a question? Sorry, please.
For preparing for selling, so then how quick did you usually set your turnaround for them to come in for the viewing?
Well, I'd like them to see them within the week, but if they don't, then within 2 weeks. And if I'm going beyond that, then I've stopped giving good service. Yeah, so I need to up that. And I get caught out. I get busy once you stop that turnaround. But I'm going to talk all about service and business, because that's a really important aspect of what we offer is service.
We have about 5 minutes left until
Sure.
4 o'clock. Before we did you have anything more? Do you want us to keep anything more? Come on. No. Before we go to maybe a couple of final questions, we still have more people in the chat room asking again about your posing guide.
Okay.
So maybe you could mention that again for the people who aren't in the chat room now.
Yeah, it's a digital PDF and it's on my website under store, posing guide. It's got 81 cards in it, 81 sides, different sides, double sides. And it is everything that we went through today, and then the 1 composition 5 poses. So we're going to do more of that tomorrow. The curves guide is extra, but it's an add-on to that. And there's a makeup guide in there as well. So there's 3 different types, but they're all PDF downloads. They used to be in paper form. Shipping was a real problem. People wanted them now. If I had my way, I would probably go back to paper and shipping and digital. But I'm going to just stick with the digital for now and see how everyone goes. And you can download iBook onto your iPad or iPod, iPod, iPhone, and read them through there.
Can I make a comment about the modeling guide?
Sure.
I bought it last fall, and Sue says it's either in the modeling guide or on your blog, you mentioned that you will see that when you put that pose together, you will see it in camera. And the first time I used it, I was floored. My girlfriend and I, we set aside a day, and she was awesome. She just let me play with her. And I'd be in camera, and I'd be reading the modeling guide, and I'm like, no. Oh, yes. Literally, it was like that. In camera, you see it. When you start shooting with that modeling guide and you get it, you know it. And that's what I loved about it.
One of my friends told me, because I gave it to her for her photographers in her studio, and she said they had so much fun posing each other, but she said they would get somebody in a position and then they'd look at the card and look at the girl and go, no, you're not doing it. And the girl was like, well, what am I supposed to be doing? They're like, try something different. Move this way a little bit. No. Move this way a bit. Yeah. Move your arm. And then they go, oh, you've got it. And then all the cameras would go and they were laughing. But, it's a guide. Those shoots are real shoots. They're not models. Curves is a model, because I really needed a curvy girl who was going to let me take bad photos of her. And Kate is so beautiful. And she has this beautiful curvy body, and she was the only girl that came into my studio that said, I don't care if you take bad photos of me, just take good ones as well. So, and she just let me take all these shocking photos of her with her chin pulled in, and she's so great, and she's got this perfect curvy body. So she's modelled for the whole Curves manual, but all of the posing manual are real shoots.
Question from R.M. Kilgoger. Sorry. What tools, resources, and/or methods have you used to learn how to sculpt a woman's body to flatter her in these photos? How did you get to where you are right now?
I read fashion magazines and I practiced on my clients. Yeah.
Waiting for the and.
And I got paid.
Yeah.
To practice on them.
Yeah.
And I probably made some terrible, terrible mistakes, and there are probably folios through New Zealand that should not exist. But if they see my work now and ring me and go, you've gotten a lot better, could I have another shoot? I would do it. So I would do it. I just practiced. It's practice. You know how they say 10,000 hours of mastery? Yeah, I've done 20. So I've practiced one thing, and I repeat one thing. That's the definition of having a business and making money, is you repeat one thing consistently and you have some brand consistency, and then you have a repeat buy on that product.
Fantastic.
Wow. I don't want this to end. I don't know about anybody else. Sue, thank you so much. You are touching so many people out there. Just a couple quick ones. So just to leave us on an awesome note, she is sick amazing. Kimberly Sue Photo says, brings tear to my eyes, so inspiring. Thank you for sharing who you are and what you do. Wow. We have gentlemen in the chat room saying, having you describe what a woman thinks is beautiful, how we view that, being able to communicate that to men is invaluable, and they're thanking you as well.
Cool. So for the boys, I always say, when you look at a woman and you tell her she's beautiful, you never look at her body parts either. You look her in the eyes, and if you tell her she's beautiful and you really mean it, and you say, I think you're just beautiful, her clothes will fall off.
And with that...
Became a speaker so that I could teach people what I do, not to speak about myself. So I do have to, obviously, I always say that when I do my talks, I do have to speak about myself in order to teach you, but it's more important that you learn from me than you hear me present something to you. So I have got my story packed down into what I think is my formula of how I did it, and it's going to unfold over the next 3 days. So my intro is about describing to everybody what it is that I do and how it is that I'm standing here right now. So I'm just going to go through that. I'm going to then launch into what I think desirable product is and what I think women want in terms of portrait photography and why my business became successful. So It really starts in the 80s. The glamour was the biggest trend in photography in the 80s, in the late 80s, and I was 20 years old. So I walked into this market as a retoucher, as a professional retoucher, and what I did was I found that the photography was really boring at the time. I was 20 years old, it was babies, it was really boring family portrait with brown backgrounds, and then the blue background came in and we started to really, fire things up, and wedding photography was incredibly boring as well. And then one day somebody came in with a studio and put some glamour photography in front of me, and I was a retoucher at 18. So I saw glamour photography and I said, that's it. This is what I want to do. I want to do this. So I bought a camera and I started to teach myself photography, and I spent 4 years as a professional retoucher. So as those 4 years unfolded, I was shooting on a Minolta X300, and I was just shooting anything that moved, my friends' children's, anything. And I was just trying to upskill and upskill and upskill. And by the time I was 22, I walked into New Zealand's leading glamour studio as their studio manager and their retoucher. And within 2 years, I was shooting full-time on the floor. So by the time I was 24 or 25, I was shooting portrait glamour. So what then happened in our market in the early 90s is it died completely away, and we weren't allowed to call it glamour anymore. So it has such a negative connotation to it, the word glamour, that when you actually say it, people physically blanch. And so what I did was I didn't want to shoot children, and I didn't want to shoot weddings. So I make this quite well known to everybody. I would rather stick pins in my eyes than shoot a wedding and lick a power socket. Like I decided back then that I was never going to shoot weddings, and I don't shoot babies either. So all I had to do was keep glamour alive, because my boss said if I could keep the makeover portraiture side of things alive, then I could sustain a business, then a stream of income into our studio, then I could keep it alive. So I just started to evolve it. So mid-90s, I'm reading Black and White magazine, and Black and White magazine is just the thing to read. It's got Nude, it's got Her Barrettes, it's such a beautiful magazine, and I'm just buying it every week and soaking it up and trying to learn natural light photography. Gone is the soft focus and the boas, gone are the coloured backdrops and the 5 glamour poses. And the windows opened up in the studio, and it's a studio very similar to this. We had big windows and lots of nice raw concrete walls, and all of a sudden I was trying to evolve into something else. But the problem was I was not allowed to call it what it was known for. So I really spent 10 or 15 years being a nothing, a nobody. Nobody identified with my folio, nobody really identified with me, and I wasn't really a notable genre. So I wasn't really making my mark. I was just trying to service the clients that I was marketing directly to. So Darwin says it's not the strongest of species nor the most intelligent that survives, but the one that is the most adaptable to change. So when people talk about change in our industry, I've been a photographer now for 22 years, and I've seen nothing but change. Okay, I was there when they invented Photoshop. I trialed the first Photoshop. I said that's never going to catch on. I absolutely hated the first digital camera, the second digital camera, the third digital camera. I spent the first 10 years shooting on a medium format Hasselblad, and then somebody took my film away. They took my $12,000 beautiful big camera away, and all of a sudden I've got this crappy, shoots JPEGs, flares, throws magenta, $20,000 35mm format, and they were just like, change. And then they removed my retouching, and we started to shoot. We were shooting film, scanning our work and trying to learn Photoshop, and it was so limited, and I had to try and learn that. When we finally got through the sort of technology and we finally started to evolve, that technology is evolving so fast that you can't keep up with it anyway. I'm always learning something new. So when photographers say, what's the state of our industry and where are we going? I always say, listen, it's been changing the whole time I've been in it, so just embrace it and be as adaptable as you can. And if you're not learning, you're not growing. If you're not growing, go and do something else, because it's such an exciting industry. About 12 years ago, 13 years ago actually, 99, This was all shot on medium format. So this was me changing from the glamour into my style now. So I found my style very early. So the first thing I'm going to ask you as a photographer is, what is your style? Do you know what it is? And if you don't know what it is, I suggest you find one immediately. And it must be one that you really want to do, because until you define who you are, you cannot create a product and a market or a marketing plan or a promotion plan until you can identify who you are. Because until you identify who you are, you can't really put it out there. So my style came forward really fast, really quickly. It was about a natural light glamour. I wanted that contemporary magazine feel. I showed this to the people I worked with at the time. They said, nobody's going to buy it. You've cut everybody's head off. Nobody's smiling. Nobody's looking at the camera. Okay, so really what it came down to for me was, at that moment, I was sort of mid to late 20s. I was really finding myself in photography, and everybody was rubbishing what I was doing, but I had to hold inside what I believed I could keep to. So the idea really is when you're at rock bottom in terms of earning money, it doesn't matter what you do, because I can't go backwards. I just have to hold to what it is that I want and try and make an income out of it. So if you fast forward 13 years, my brand has not changed. It's the same. It's exactly the same. So that tells me that I found my style, and now I've spent the last 15 years developing the service around it, the business around it, the marketing around it. And so I know that your style will evolve, and I know that I have evolved so much of myself, but as soon as you identify who you are, it just makes it so much easier to create a business out of it. So all of a sudden, I think I realized that I knew what women want. So my brand speaks to females. Yes, it does. It is a woman-driven brand. Now, that does not mean I don't photograph men, because I photograph husbands and boyfriends and partners, and the more you include the men into your studio, the more income you will make. But what I do is I market my brand to women. So when I talk to studios, I know one thing. Who's ringing you to book the wedding? The bride. Okay, I've been in studios for 22 years. I've had one groom book a wedding. I know it's becoming more popular now for the boys to be arranging it, but for the last 22 years, I've been booking brides. Who books the baby shoot, the maternity shoot, the boudoir shoot, the glamour shoot? You know, who does that? The girls do it, right? So I think there's just definitely a different way we sell to women. The women wake up in the morning and go, you know what, I want to experience what it feels like to be that. The guys don't wake up and go, I really want to spend $3,000 on photography today, because we have a different way of thinking about it. So my brand was based on what it is women want. Women want to look younger, slimmer and gorgeous. Wouldn't you agree? I photographed over 5,000 women, and I've never had one say, could you make me a little wider in low light? Yeah. They want to feel beautiful inside and out. Feel beautiful inside and out, and world peace. That's pretty much it, right? So we want to look younger, slimmer, gorgeous. We want to look and feel beautiful inside and out. We want everybody just to get along. So I'm not a boudoir photographer, but I'm going to address this because obviously in my Creative Life video I said I don't shoot bums. Now I do not dislike the boudoir genre. I think it's beautiful. When I look at boudoir photographers, that classic boudoir that you see everywhere, and the American market is definitely full of it, more so than Australia and New Zealand and perhaps other countries. Big props to the boudoir market. It's beautiful. But I believe, and I'm very outspoken about this, so you can challenge this in the chat rooms if you want, I believe that is 3% of the market. I believe my market is a lot bigger. I believe that after photographing 5,000 women, I have never had one ask me to take a photograph of their bum. So whether I'm attracting a different type of client, I don't know. And I believe that there is a huge connection between the images you show and the clients that you attract into your business. This image here, as beautiful as her bum is, does not make me want to show you mine. In fact, that one says to me, your bum doesn't look like mine. So that could be a double-edged sword there, right there. And so I feel sometimes boudoir can push people further away than bring it in. So instead of saying I'm anti-boudoir, because I take shots like this, which would imply to you that I am a boudoir photographer. But the difference between me is that really everything I shoot is about the face. Okay, so everything I shoot is about the face, and every part of the image after that drops away. So I'm going to teach you that. I'm going to teach you how I do that. You'll notice I have 2 eye lines. 2. Okay, so none of my poses or anything are models or looking away or connecting in any other way. There are only 2 ways that you connect personally to a camera, in my camera. One is directly to the camera, straight through, and the other one is down your own body line. Because this to me, these 2 eye lines say to me, I'm looking straight at you, and the own body line says I'm in my own self, in my own energy. But if I'm looking away, or I'm doing any of the other eye lines, I feel like it's more of a model type pose and not a portrait. So what I'm trying to do is bridge the gap between boudoir, portrait, contemporary portrait, rolling it all together and creating something that is entirely beautiful and magazine that sits in that square crop. So you also notice I shoot everybody directly straight on the face, flat lit with a reflector bouncing back this way. So obviously now that you hear me explain my work, you're going to see a lot of consistency in my work because all of it is the same. All of it is exactly the same line, same eye line, same feeling to it. So my evolution was based on one simple question: who are you trying to attract as a client? So when I started my business, people said to me, you cannot put a website up with just glamour photos. Who's going to come and do that? And I said, but I don't shoot babies and I don't shoot weddings, and I'm not going to show that because those are the clients that I'm going to get, and I don't do those things. So if I just showed a website with glamour photography, then I'm only going to get glamour shoots, correct? Now, I've currently at that stage got no money. So if I don't attract anybody else but glamour, what does it matter? I can't go backwards. If I start out that, and so really I stumbled across that desire to only shoot what it is that you really want out of necessity, because I figured that nobody could make me shoot something I didn't want because I had to. Do you know how many photographers I talk to tell me they hate doing something? I hate it. I go, why do you do it? Oh, the money. It's not, you know, resistance and all of that just creates more negative in your life. Stop doing the things you don't like now and focus only on the things you love. You will find a way to create an income. You will find a way to create an income if you truly love it, because you become this force of nature. I believe a woman's beauty is here. Okay, so I'm starting all of these phrases with I believe. Okay, this is my experience, this is my opinion. I believe a woman's beauty exists from the top of her head out to the outside of her shoulders to the bottom of her décolletage. Everything that I study about body language, about human behaviour, about beauty seems to involve this diamond. I do not close this diamond down, I enhance it. So now that you see my work, you're going to try and see that everything I try and shoot, I try and enhance this diamond, this area, because I believe that is where all of that beauty comes forward, right down through the heart. And I'll explain all the body language to it next. I believe that my brand now has become very feminine in terms of what it is that I'm doing with the way that I'm posing. Remember, posing, a pose is a pose, a static pose. I look at it, it's directing, right? We're directing them to relax and touch their bodies and move, and we're directing a look, we're directing an eyeline. So I believe that when my brand now sort of speaks of a very feminine, modern, contemporary glamour, and that's what I'm trying to achieve when I show images like this. The one question I think I get asked more than anything is, why is your work so feminine? Can a man do this? And yes, can a woman who doesn't have the sensuality in herself direct somebody else to be sensual on themselves? Yes. So, yes. Do you know why? Because I've seen it. I was taught by a man who loves women. He just loves women. He's comfortable around them. He directs them, and he loves women. And he taught me, and then I kept going, and I've taught people without that sensuality in themselves, and they can direct it and bring it forward in others, because they're just rules. They're simple rules that I follow that I'm going to teach you. So my brand now is sort of has this look about it. But the second question I guess I get asked more than anything is, how do you get people to look at you like that? But you know, the weird thing is they're not looking at me, they're looking in the camera. Because when that big black camera covers my face and that self-conscious veil comes over the client that you're looking at, everybody knows that feeling, like they can be quite relaxed and look quite beautiful, and then the camera comes up and the mouth goes completely stiff and eyebrows go up and everybody's holding their body, and all of a sudden all of the expression is gone. When that happens, you have to remove that. So that's something else I'm going to teach you today, because this is what I call connection. And if you look at my images, you will not find one without that connection. And that's how you sell portraits. It's all very well to do beautiful poses and beautiful hair and makeup, but any photograph that has that direct connection to you as a photographer will sell to your client, because that is the most important aspect of what we do, is connecting with our clients. I really think my business exploded for me when I started to ask this question: who is your target market? People do not know the answer to this question. Who is your target market? You know, do you know who your target market is? Can you see her walking towards you? Do you say, she's my client right there, bang, that's the one I want? Somebody asked me a long time ago, who is your target market? And I said, all women aged 8 to 80. And he said, that's not a demographic. And I said, yeah, it is. It is. That's my demographic. So I want all women, all sizes, all ages, 8 to 80. A lot of people ask me, if you could photograph anybody in the world, who would it be? I get asked that question all the time in interviews. You know, I think they think I'm going to say Angelina Jolie or something, although I'd like to meet her. I don't want to photograph anybody famous. I want to photograph Sandra from Canada and Amanda from Florida, you know, and Tiwai from Nigeria and Mapuana from Hawaii. I want to photograph any woman in the world. So this is so stupid because I'm going to cry already. It's like the first half an hour. Any woman in the world who's ever looked in the mirror and not felt good enough about herself at any time in her life. I want to photograph her every year through the changes of her teenage life, through her 20s, through her 30s, through her 40s, through her 50s, and as she flowers into her most beautifulness. I want to photograph her every year of her life to watch and celebrate the changes of who she is and what she is, so that she can experience how she looks to other people. It does not interest me to photograph famous people or beautiful people that have already been photographed a million times. That's who I want to photograph. So that is my demographic. If I make that clear, that's who I attract. My brand opened when I started to say, I don't just shoot glamour, because I can shoot couples too. And then all of a sudden he's involved. And when he's involved, then my sale doubles. But the cool part is he's not on my website. She's on my website, because he comes with her. By the way, he's like Ken comes with Barbie. I know she's watching, so I'm just... I'm photographing their wedding in May. You know how I said I'd rather stick pins in my eyes? Well, not for this one, because when I meet special people like that and they say, you know, you have to photograph our wedding, I'll go and do that. Yeah. So my market opened when I shot faces. Do you know how many people would walk into my studio over 20 years and say, it's just my face, right? Just my face. You're just going to do my face. Who said that? Just up here, right? You're just going to focus on the top half. The truth is that the face shot for me is a signature shot, and it's a shot a lot of photographers don't do. It cannot be cropped from a distance. It must be photographed like that. I started to open up sisters, mothers, best friends. I'm going to talk on the third day, I'm going to talk about expanding your marketing to the entire inner circle. But as soon as I started to show these images in my work, as soon as I started to show sisters and mothers and best friends and couples and families, then all of a sudden my shoots exploded, not from one girl coming in for a glamour shoot, but for 6 girls coming in for a girls' day out. Now 6 different girls in one day is 6 different sales. And I learnt the power of the inner circle. So long before I read The Science of Marketing to Women, I started to understand that women don't go to the toilet on their own. Women don't go to the toilet on their own. They get up to go to the bathroom at a nightclub or a restaurant or wherever you are, and they go, I'm just going to the restroom. We say bathroom, you say restroom. Okay, the rest of the world knows what we're talking about. And your friends go, I'm coming with you. And all of a sudden, the social network in the women's bathroom is quite amazing. And just so you know, guys, we come out of the bathroom, we put our lip gloss on, we gossip, we all talk to each other. We have a grand old time and we say, oh my God, I love your shoes. And we're like, oh cool, I love your hair, thank you. We put on lip gloss, we chat to each other. This does not go on at the men's urinal. You know, I'm sure you guys aren't in there, you know, having a go, I love your shoes, don't look at me, dude. You know, we have this social network because, this is another thing I've learnt, women speak on average of 12,000 words a day and men speak on average of 3,000. So we have more words than you. And long after we've exhausted your ear, when you've had a guts full of us, we'll turn to our girlfriends, our sisters, our mothers, to expel the rest of them, because we can't possibly go to bed with 9,000 words banked. Do you have any idea how much that's going to keep us awake? So, you know, you do the yes there, we keep on talking. So that makes us the most powerful networkers in the world currently. Now, if I photograph sisters and a mum like that, and I market to them as the makeover experience, they each see this beautiful individual print. If I market to these women as a glamour shoot, then really what I'm doing is a family shoot, right? So I've got a family shoot with 3 adult women, all of whom have children, a husband, grandchildren. So these women are connected to a family of 4, a family of 4, her family of 5 children plus spouses plus grandchildren plus her husband. Every one of these people are connected to 18 others. And as one group of shoot, I'm marketing glamour, but this is what I'm selling to. So you can see how clever, how well I've managed to morph my brand to attract the female client, but then open it up to a family market that spends dollars on portrait shoots. So then I started to show before and afters, because before and afters to me were the single denominator that said you are not only achievable, anybody can do this. And I started to say, I didn't want them to look bad in their before and after. Sometimes I shoot the before and after with makeup on. If the before and after is bad, I will retouch it. But what it did was I put a before and after gallery on my website, and the hits on that gallery went nuts. Because what people love is the transformation. And interestingly enough, why are we so captivated by the transformation? Like, why can't we just appreciate her beauty without opening that up and going, oh, look at that, because people love the before and after. Now, pop culture tells me that your behind the scenes, your Kardashians earned $66 million last year, your behind the scenes, your reality TV, your makeover transformation shows, your weight loss transformation shows, your plastic surgery transformation shows, your everything transformation, house transformation, life transformation, money transformation, Dr. Phil, Oprah, everything that you tell me about your TV, which we love, which we as consumers love, tells me you can be a better person. At any time, anybody can improve themselves, and at any time, anybody can be better. And once I started to include the before and after, what it did was it started to tell my clients what it is that I did. That speaks volumes to you, doesn't it? Girl next door, total hottie. Pow. And who looks good when they wake up in the morning? Really? I had to show curvy girls in my advertising, and I had to show curvy girls. Just so you know, we're at day one. You'll never hear the word, this is the only time you're going to hear me say plus size as two words after each other. I think that has got to be the single most revolting term in the history of anything, plus size. So you are not like everybody else. And I say girls with curves, you can say whatever you want. Why say anything at all? Just girls, you know. Average BMI for a supermodel 20 years ago was 8% lower than the average female in the world, and now it's 23% low. 90% of the models currently in Europe have an anorexic BMI. And then we're telling girls that she's not normal. And she is a majority in this world. Now, I am not anti the zero size movement. If you want to live like Posh Spice, fabulous. I wish I could, you know, but I can't. But what I'm saying is everybody, you must open your market to everybody. Stop showing young, skinny models in your advertising and wondering why you are not attracting a different type of client. Okay, you must open the reality of your brand up to every woman. And as soon as you do that, every woman will come. So somebody came up to me after my talk in Vegas and they said, I finally understand. I shoot seniors, but I want the mother and daughter shoot. But I don't get the mothers. Why don't the mothers want to be photographed by me? And I say, what mothers are you showing in your advertising? Are they real women? Are they... Okay, real woman, I have to address that. When I say real woman, I'm not discrediting thin, beautiful women. But you know, at the end of the day, when I say real women, I mean, are they marketing-wise achievable to the everyday market? Are you looking at this person and saying, she looks like my girl next door, right? She does. She is a real woman to me. She is somebody who was nervous about being photographed, who came into my studio going, you know what, I read your message on your blog that said, love yourself now. And she said, I could have come in and said, look, I'm going to lose 40 pounds. But she said, why? I need to love myself right now. I'm doing this right now. You know, that to me says that I spoke to her and my message was very clear, that I'm available to her. Now, I feel so passionately about this because I see so many disconnected brands. I constantly open websites and look at brands and see that they are not showing a real client. They're not showing the reality of what it is that we're doing every day. And they're showing that beautiful, unachievable client that doesn't spend any money. So just so you know, I have had people say, well, I'm not interested in that mummy market or that older market. If you don't want that market, you can leave all of them for me, because I'll take them. Yeah, not a problem at all. I want to make it achievable that no matter how beautiful you are, no matter if you have skin disorders or whatever, that I can photograph you, and I want to tell stories around each of my shoots so that you identify with her as a woman, that you identify her as somebody who, you know, struggled to be photographed because she felt like she was in a place where, can I be photographed beautifully? You know, I photographed this woman because I gave a talk in Melbourne in Australia, and she's so beautiful. She was sitting in the audience and she said, you talked for an hour, but you said one thing that resonated with me. And I said, what was that? She said, I know what beautiful looks like. When you said that, when you said, I know what beautiful looks like, and I can find that in you because everybody has it, I know what beautiful looks like. She said, when you said that, I just knew you could find mine, and I wanted you to find that beautiful in me. 80, because 80 is beautiful, and 80 comes with daughters and more daughters and a network of people. So all women, all ages. About 2003, I'd been shooting in the studio for 11 years, for 10 to 11 years, and I'd built this amazing folio. I had already defined my style. Glamour photography was a distant memory. And one of the most amazing parts about that was that I really had kind of called myself contemporary portrait, but I still employed a full-time makeup artist that was also a receptionist. So she had a dual role, which is the only reason that her job survived through that era, because I felt that it was still important that we were putting makeup on people. Fast forward to 2003, and I was still earning $400 or $500 a week as a wage. And in my 30s, that wasn't enough. So I made the distinct choice of going out into business. Now, at this stage, I turned up every day at 9 o'clock, I took photographs, and then I left at 5, just like that. I had a job, and my job was to take beautiful photographs, and I did that. So all of a sudden, I'm faced with starting my own business, and I had no idea how to market, sell, no idea how to play tax. I had no idea how to create a website, design a brand. I could not sell my own work. I was lucky to get a $400 CD at that time, even though my work looked like it did. So do you understand? It doesn't matter how good your work is. Until you learn how to sustain an income in a business from photography, you will not. You will not. No matter how good you are, people don't buy it just because it's good. People buy it because of the way it's sold to them, of how it's presented to them, of how your business is set up. So I was shooting really beautifully at that time and making no money. So just to be awesomely, I also had no money. So I had to start a business with 0 income and a 10D, Canon 10D. Okay, so it's like an 8 megapixel camera. One lens, a 24-105, and nothing else. A laptop and a mouse. I didn't even have a Wacom tablet. I would retouch, click, 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 click. So all of a sudden, I'm going into business. Awesome. Nothing. And I lived a half an hour out of the main city in New Zealand in a country cottage. Okay? And I had a 4-car garage, which I converted into a studio. So I'm going to tell you on day 3, when we talk business, I'm going to show you how 15 weeks later, we earned $20,000, and I could not believe how we managed to achieve that. So I built a business by borrowing $3,000 off my mum and dad, which I paid back tenfold. And a year after that, I built an inner city studio. And it's quite weird because at that moment, I exploded onto our market, and yet I had been a photographer for 10 years at that time. If I could give anybody a piece of advice about building a business like that, I would say that you have to give everything you've got to make something like that big, make something that big work. But anybody can do this. I have no education. I have no marketing degree. I have no business degree. I'm not even trained as a photographer. I was told a million times I would never be able to achieve it, and I believed it. Because whatever you believe becomes true for you. And I'm not a rich wife yet, and I'm not a trust fund baby. I've got blue-collared workers, parents. My parents worked their whole lives, and they still work now, and they're 65. And they taught me how to work hard, and the rest I learned as I went along. So anybody can do this. Anybody. I'm not special. I'm not, I'm just a hard worker. And I'm very competitive. I'm going to read this to you now because it's very important. The time will come when, with elation, you will greet yourself arriving at your own door, in your own mirror, and each will smile at the other's welcome and say, "Sit here and eat." You will love again the stranger who was yourself. Give wine, give bread, give back your heart to itself, to the stranger who has loved you all your life, whom you ignored for another. It's about falling in love with yourself. And this is my philosophy, and the philosophy is in the floor of our studio when we built it, because I wanted people to understand that when they came to me. That until you honour and value your time, until you honour and value yourself, you will not create anything with it, you will not get paid for it, you will not be honoured for it, because you do not honour it in yourself. If that is my philosophy in how I built everything, then that would be it right there. What I love about this poem, which was written by Derek Walcott, is take down from the bookshelf, the love letters from the bookshelf, the photographs, the desperate notes, peel your own image from the mirror and sit and feast on your life. Does that not describe what we do? You sit down, you see yourself, you give yourself the time that you've given away all of your life, you peel your own image from the mirror, which would be a photograph, you sit and then you feast on your life. You see yourself, you fall in love with yourself. For me, that sums up everything that I do in my business. And I love it. This has been on my wall for 8 years. It's written by Paul Arden. It's actually from the book. It's not how good you are, it's how good you want to be. That talent will get you far, but not as far as ambition. Okay, some of the most successful people in this world are the least talented. And that's something I always address in my talks. How many of you have sat at a computer surfing other photographers' websites saying, I just don't understand why they're so successful when I'm clearly so much more talented than they are? I did that. I did that for years. I sat down without realizing that my attitude was just all about they have it and I don't, and that's weird because I'm way more than them. And I was nothing, because that is just the voice of a blocked artist sitting at home criticizing others who are actually out there doing it. And that is the first message that you need to get up and take action. I'm going to talk on the third day about creating that style, and then all of a sudden the brand and the product that goes with it, because my brand and my product suddenly became very clear about what it is that I do. And I'm going to teach you about the two types of photographers that make money, the sitting fee and the a la carte. I'm going to show you how I've simplified my price list so much that I have made it easy for people to buy from me. And when I look at the products that I sell, and I'm going to show you all of these, and I brought them with me, and how easy it is to understand both my price list and what I charge, then you can see why when we opened our studio we had an average sale of $1,800 from a single girl, and now my average on my own in Sydney is $3,300. This would be one of my really most popular shots that I use in the studio. It's called Cover Girl. And the reason I call it Cover Girl, that's the front and back, is for me, most women want an image that looks like they've been in a magazine. That for me, the bottom line would be how I describe my work, magazine-style portrait. They want to look like they're on the cover of a magazine, and the cover of a magazine has one composition really, and that composition is from here to here, doesn't it? Okay, so it has like a half body composition. So really there's only two compositions. There's just above the eyebrows and to the breast line, which is about there. That's that real tight cover girl crop. And then there's the top of the head to the waistline, so you can start to see where the waist starts going out again, which gives you a nice taper. And then there's the top of the head up a little higher to mid-thigh. Those are my three compositions, 1, 2, 3. So the idea with Cover Girl is that it is this shot here. And you can see with these four, I don't have a lot of room to move here. This is not a multiple shot pose, but it is a guaranteed buyer, which means that once you nail it, you've sold it. If they have long hair, then obviously we blow the hair if we can. Yeah. Now something that you're not going to see, because I can't tip the camera, or can I, is, how do I put this down?
Can you remind us, Sue, what lens you're using?
This is the 24-105.
Thank you.
Because it has thing. God, Tobin, did you just do that up real tight?
No, that was Mark.
Can you come and
Strong
fix
man.
it? Did you just squeeze it? Okay, I don't shoot on a tripod, and this is why.
Quick question for you then.
Yeah.
From Wonder Flare.
Why can't Sue use a tripod?
That's not the question. When composing in camera, what crop ratio are you typically thinking about for print?
I crop in camera constantly. I only crop in camera. I'm really guilty of that. That is not necessarily a good thing. I crop in camera because, I don't know, maybe it's a habit, but the problem is it's actually a negative if I need more space. I will often bring my camera crop in right into that tightest crop just above the eyebrows, and if my client's partner says, "You've cut her head off," I'm screwed. That's it. There is no option to go back there. I've learned as I got older to come back a bit, because in the early days I would just bounce straight in and crop everything as tight as I could, and it does work against you, but at the same time I never crop any of my images. I do it all in camera because I think the angle changes quite significantly. All right, so
And
let's
so-
look at
sorry,
this.
just to-
No, keep asking.
Specifically for print, then, are you printing then the same ratio that you're shooting?
Yes, 8x12 generally,
Great, thank you.
always. Okay, so the cover girl pose, obviously, you can see that Simone is slim, and when she's got her hands down both sides, it does nothing for her body. The first thing I do with cover girl is I either put the feet apart like this. The feet apart are a really good solid base because they can move their hips left and right quite significantly when their feet are apart and not feel like they're falling over. A lot of girls, you'll say push your hip out, and they'll push their hip out to here, and then I go, okay, now push it out, and they do this. Okay, so that they teapot down to the sides, or even better, push your hip out to the side and then they come forward. Okay, the idea with my style of photography, you'll notice, is the body is always quite square to the camera because that's fashion. Okay, turning halfway, you only turn halfway on the dip and then the face is turned back to the camera. So I'm very square to the camera. So when you move your body, you just move sideways. Okay, you'll move this way or this way, but never forward and back unless I ask you to. You never bring your bottom carriage forward anyway, and you never take your back carriage back unless you're laughing, because there's really no reason that you'd stand like this. So it stands, and also if your booty's kicking out, it stands to reason that you're putting it out there for a reason, not that you tip forward this way, because that's kind of not a pose either, is it? So the idea then is that you take the middle half of the body and that you can move it like this and kick it out to define shape in your body. And this pose is the perfect way of doing that. So if she puts her feet apart and then kicks out to the left or the right, and then she takes this hand here and then drops the elbow around and then takes this one out, then straight away she's defining her waist. Now if she brings her chin forward and down and engaging her eyes and face into the camera, then already she's locked in. And all I have to do is get that little twinkle in her eye, that little magic, and she's won everybody over. So, by the way, at the break, TY just announced that with that twinkle in her eye, she's going to take over Nigeria. She's going to twinkle at everybody. She's going to twinkle at the cab drivers. She's going to twinkle. Yeah. Okay, so that's all about there. So if I go hands onto my hips here, and then I go a little bit higher, and then I go in, okay, and then I kick the booty out. So either way, straight away, I quickly define where my waistline is. And the cover girl shot for me not only tapers the waist, but the beautiful aspect of cover girl is if you have curves and you put your hands up into your waist, it significantly changes where your waistline is. So come and be my curves model, Sandra.
Oops. You want the jacket off, Sue?
No, quite the opposite,
Okay.
actually. Yeah, the jacket works in your favour. Okay, put your hands, go back against the wall, flat against the wall. Put your hands inside your jacket and put your hands out into your waist. So inside your jacket and out into your waist. Okay, that is where we instantly put our hands in our waist movement. So one moment. Okay, So that's where we put our waist, because that's how it works for everybody. Now what I want you to do is create a faux waist. So you're going to lift your hands up into here,
Inside the jacket.
higher, higher, and then inside into your waistline, more, 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 more. Okay, now straight away we change where the waist is, and this is such a great one in my Curbs manual. You see such a significant change as where do we see the waistline go, because if I stand beside you, so scooch over so I can fit into the frame, if I stand beside you and my arms out here, and then I bring them into here, and then I work my hips and waist this way, and then my chin forward, then straight away I'm shifting the focus of where my waistline is. And so I'm always trying to get people to create a faux waist, so higher than the normal waist, in further. And if you're wearing a jacket or a wrap like that, it works in your favour, because the further you bring it in, the further you can create a waistline that tapers straight away. Okay, so my cover girl shot, back to cover girl Simi. Thanks, Sandra. Back to my cover girl shot. Being a one-hit wonder, interestingly enough about this shot is, I'm going to take this off again. Oh, John, how did you do that? I got it. I'm just going to show you how to do this. I'm going to do this. Okay, it's not in footage. I'm going to take a still. But I want to shoot this slightly horizontal. Sorry, horizontal. Slightly asymmetrical. And the idea is, see that? Okay, what I'm trying to do here is I want to make it look like a magazine, so I shoot it off to the side. It looks fantastic. All the cameras just realised that. She did not just do that. Okay, yes I did. Okay. Bloody hell, Mark, come and put this on here. Throw it out. I think the last time I had a tripod in the studio, I might have thrown it out the door. Okay, so the idea is I want it to be the only symmetrical hand pose in my manual is shot asymmetrically. Why? Because it's fashion. Okay, that is fashion. Fashion is slightly off center. And I love asymmetry in images, because symmetry in images does not look cool. Anytime, the only two times my hands are symmetrical is when they're both on the waist or both on the face, and either of them are shot slightly off center. Really, really, really important. Okay, from there, those are my two faves. The only variation I would put into Simona here Gee, you muscle that? Okay, do that again. Tighten it. Not too tight. Too tight. Okay, yeah, leave it there. Leave it there. So the only direction we can really give here is this. Let's put our, okay, okay. Let's put our hands onto our waist, like there, that's the one. Long chin forward, dropping those shoulders, don't push your elbows back, pushing that chin forward, eyes down, relax your mouth, eyes up. That to me is a cover girl shot. That to me is when you just do that quintessential tight crop, slightly off cover shot. From there, let's bring the feet together, cross your knee over, and now I just want you to come towards me with your shoulders. So that whole pose, the whole point of this pose here is that we're shaping the body from front on. We can only do that if we're kicking our booty out one way and then working our shoulders in the other. So the shoulder movement that you get, that rolling shoulder, you've got to be careful that people don't roll them both forward, because people will do this. In fact, there's quite an amazing fashion pose that, you know, looks really intense like this, you know, and it's so wrong. Don't ever do that. Okay, so the idea is that we're trying to get some shape by moving our shoulders and our hips. So if this one's going up and down, hips are going sideways, shoulders are working, then it stands to reason that she can come off the wall just ever so slightly so that she can do more of a moving laugh. So it's kind of like this. It's the way you would naturally move if you were perhaps laughing and being more animated. Now, a lot of people won't do that because what they'll do is this. I love doing this, by the way. If this ends up on Facebook, I'm going to be so upset. When people go this. Because when people crack up, their tendency is to sit back into their neck, not to push it forward and look all gorgeous and go like this. And push their chin forward. So the idea is you're kind of faking it. What you're doing is you're pushing their chin forward and then you're getting them to look down because that's the direction of their laughter, and then you can make them laugh there. And it's already there. It's that gorgeous, and that's the whole point of that shot. So those are really only the 2 hit wonders that I do with CoverGirl, because CoverGirl leads on to freestyling. Freestyling is tomorrow. Okay, so we'll freestyle tomorrow. For now, I want to move on from CoverGirl. This is one of my biggest sellers in terms of A, slimming, B, shooting a mother and daughter or a couple or sisters. And what I've done here is I've taken this. Mark, come and drop this down for me. And I've taken this shot here and I've sat my client here with her feet away from the camera and her body away from the couch. So there's some space here. And the elbow goes onto there so that there's a little bit of a recline, okay? And then this hand goes onto the thigh and then slides back. So straight away, I'm creating a beautiful shape in the body. I'm connecting the front shoulder to the front where I am. I'm slimming the arm by pulling it away from the body, and I'm creating space here so that the knees can stay together and the hourglass can just rock into here. So if I put Simona in this position, okay, that's exactly right. Now the hand goes onto the thigh and then slides back. Straight away, I can shoot this in about 8 different ways. Come on, Mark. Oh no, not that far down. Okay, let me hand hold it. Pull it out and press the button. And I'll show you where I'm going to put it and then you can adjust it while I'm shooting. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to see where this is. Okay, so here we are in this pose here. The idea of this pose, tuck your feet into me. The idea, of course, of this pose is that she can work her shoulder forward so that you've got that beautiful sexy line right there. Okay, bring your chin around to the shoulder. Now, to slim it down, you shoot it above the eye line. To make it more fashion, you shoot it here. Okay, can you see the difference? Nice and square though, right? Okay, so straight away, did you have a look at the card that that's on? That card is it? Yeah. So what I did with this is, Mapu, come and sit here. I want you right here. Try some nice and still right there on. See it? There? Yeah, about there. Okay. What I then do is I put the other person in the shoot, so sit forward, and they come forward with their legs apart, and then the elbow then goes into here. Okay, so the recline has gone from the couch, so this is a great mother and daughter shot, and then what I do is I get them to follow the hand line down and connect their hands here, because a mother and daughter can hold hands, and then they can connect this way into the shot. So that's exactly what the card is doing. They're doing the same recline, but they're sitting behind them. Now, at this time here, yeah?
If you're doing like an engagement session with
Change
this,
places with me.
would you put the man on top or the bottom?
Okay, so let's say Simona's my fiance, and anyway, the kind of cooler thing is you really should put the person that needs the most slimming on the floor.
Okay.
because the idea is that I'm going to be the one that's in the most recline, and she's leaning forward towards me. Now, if she's my partner, we can connect here, and the idea is the face comes down towards each other, right?
So gender doesn't matter, you're more of wanting to slim?
Well, yeah, I'd say the girl should really be on the inside, but you can swap that around. The idea is that if it's a couple, they can connect through expression, kissing, and all that there. But the other thing that she can do is the girl can turn around, for the girls can turn around and then connect there. And the guys are already sitting, and he can pull her right through into the waist nice and tight, and she can put her arms up on his body, and either way they connect, but just using the chair 45 degrees, still using the same slimming poses. So if it's a mother and daughter and I'm the mum and I need more slimming than my daughter, I'll put her behind me, and she's also covering my arms, you know, and she's around me, and I can sit up. I need to be a bit higher, or Simi needs to drop down, and so that you can see where that shot is. And so that's what that card is. And then you can connect hands here, because a mother and daughter can connect that way. And if they don't want to, you can let hands just go. But remember where hands are, because it's very important, the body language of hands when you're on your own, but the body language of hands when you're with someone, like a family member or a loved one, is very, very important. Okay, stay there, Mapu. Right. Which leads me to what I call a simple boxing pose. Let's take that out and take the stool in. The idea with a simple box pose, I'm actually going to use that stool if it's okay, is for me, I want anything that I can get people to move around on. Okay, so there are only so many things, angles and shapes the human body can make. But one of the coolest ones, come over here, Mapu, and stand up a little and just hold it low. One of the coolest things is on a simple box like this is that you can create these shapes. So I'll do it with you because you're in jeans, but the one that's in there, she's got her hands on this thing and she's just working her shoulders. So I'll take any pose that I can work my arms. Okay, so if I can sit on a simple box like this and use the legs, if it's a guy, I would bring him forward into this position so he's got his arms open. If it's a girl, I would have her working her shoulders and rocking her shoulders this way. But basically, if it's a young girl, I would get her to put her knee up. So come and sit here, Simi. Okay, from there, slide your bum to the back of the chair. Oh, first we'll do the first pose. So your hands are locked in and you're using your shoulder. So if I'm going to shoot that here, I'll shoot that down the wall line. I'll go straight down there, bringing your chin around to that shoulder here. I go into here. I like anything. So you get it? I'm using the chair. I'm using my arms. I'm using my feet. I'm always up on my toes. I'm working my legs, always constantly working the legs. I'm working the shoulder in constantly, chin, shoulder, hands. Hourglass is not really relevant. For this one here, if it's a guy, feet apart, drop down, elbows out. Okay, they don't need to bring their chin to the shoulder because that's too girly. They can just sit up. You can shoot that around different angles, drop it nice and low. If it's a young girl, you can sit her back and bring a foot up. Okay, so try and just, yeah, probably.
Would you want the
Yeah, so if you were 13, and hug the knee, so straight across on the knee. Remember shutting down the body language. So the idea is that she's not showing off her décolletage. She's sitting like a young girl would, just arms up and over, hugging her knee, smiling, whatever. And also she can be cutesy. She can bring her arms up over her knee like that. She can bring her chin forward. She can rest her chin and do anything she wants here, and all of these poses work. Okay, any questions? No, we're going good?
I think we're going good.
Okay. Nobody wants to stop and ask me anything? I just keep talking?
We probably have questions. Give us
Yeah.
a second.
Yeah, actually, Kim Hill is wondering, when tucking the feet behind in this sitting, leaning pose, actually it was the last one when you were showing
Yes.
the mother-daughter, are you concerned with the appearance of the lower legs / feet being amputated at the knee?
Yes. Don't do amputees, and they do look wrong when they're tucked in. You're not going to see it on that camera angle, but basically the feet are either together and out further or tucked away together, and I'm cropping at the knee. But usually I can always see the feet. I can always see the feet because I hate it when somebody creates that, when they cut off the arm like that and you just see an elbow going into nowhere or a knee going into nowhere. Definitely, it's not a rule I'd ever break, even it's not even fashion. It's just not cool. Yeah. So, yeah, I do try and always get the feet in. The
So
beauty...
we still have 45
Sure.
minutes before going to
Okay,
break.
let's
So
go.
okay, cool. So question from Janelle G. The model seems to take her shoes off often. Do you prefer no shoes?
No shoes for anybody. If I could photograph anybody without shoes on, I get it. Boudoir and wedding are all about shoes, but mine is not. I have no reason to photograph your feet unless they are up into the shot when they're kicked back in that lying down position, and that's generally for teenage girls. I love bare feet. I shoot in bare feet. The first thing I do when I start shooting is put my hair in a ponytail and take my shoes off. So I think everybody, I tell my clients when you come in for a shoot, don't bother bringing shoes, you will not see them. And every now and then people bring in these beautiful shoes and I never see them. So yeah, I'm always shoes off, easy, easy. Yeah, you take shoes off as well.
The pink glittery high heels. I was like, oh yes, I'm gonna get photographed. And you're like,
No.
no, you're good.
Yeah, like right, oh cool, they're cute. And I have a shoe fetish. I should be photographing people's shoes, but no, there's no need to. Any other questions before I move on?
If you could possibly demonstrate a little bit more about how to advise clients on how to pose their mouth and lips.
Oh, yes.
When you say just relax, maybe
Okay,
demonstrate
so
that
let's all have a go at that. So what I'll do is I'll get through this posing sequence and then I'll show you how every different person here has a different relaxed mouth and how each one of them has a normal one because they're all very, very different. And I'll tell you why that they're all different. Because you'll notice something, particularly because A, Simona and I work together a lot, and B, I taught her how to shoot. So we both have a very similar thing. So without looking at each other, look straight ahead. Do a completely chin forward, eyes up, relaxed mouth. Okay, go. Okay, go. Lips together, tiny smirk, smile in your eyes. Is it similar? Okay, go. Bigger smirk, more smile in the eyes. Okay, go. Easy, medium smile with lots of twinkle in the eyes. Okay, are we doing the same thing? Okay, so, okay, right shoulder forward, big smile, go.
They both did the shoulder too.
Yeah. Right shoulder forward, big smile in the eyes. Eyes down to the right, big crack up, go. So, okay, so other than being trained to do it, most people can't do that. So that's what we are constantly trying to teach people. The difference is everybody has a different relaxed mouth. So some people look really, really... Nobody, by the way, in the world looks good like this. Nobody. Nobody. Somebody's told Keira Knightley she looks good like that, and she doesn't. It's not cool. Okay, nobody looks good like this either. Even though a lot of people try and do that. That's not a cool look. A relaxed mouth is where your mouth naturally sits. Now, some people have bigger teeth. Some people, you can see their front teeth when their mouth is in a relaxed position. Some people, you can see their bottom teeth. The difference is working out where your relaxed mouth is and who has it. So I'll go through, everyone can sit here and I'll show you all of their relaxed mouth and I'll talk you through how I got them all to do that little wee smile and that little wee relaxed mouth. Yeah, because it's a very big difference in how the photograph is taken by how tense that mouth is. I'm going to come back to something that really resonates with my whole brand, and that is the before and after. So when I decided to shoot the girls that were in the audience, we decided to do a before shot of you, and we actually did it as a live capture because we wanted to see you talking with no makeup on and see you and get you to experience, you know, being in front of the camera, and which is, you know, naked face and vulnerable. And we talked about what beautiful means to all of us. And I think this is a really important aspect of my brand and the message that's inside my brand. And so before we photographed each of the girls, we sat them down and spoke to them. And this is our before.
Growing up, I never saw myself as beautiful.
You gotta feel beautiful inside.
So when I have a little bit of time for myself, I do feel the most beautiful.
Beautiful feels like confidence to me.
Growing up in Nigeria, there's a perfect picture of what a beautiful woman is. She's a particular complexion. She's got curves in certain places. When I grew up, I was never, ever that woman.
It's an inside experience, not just on the outside, but knowing that I can project that to the world, and knowing that, yeah, I can be confident and I can be beautiful. That's what it means to me.
No matter what size they are or whatever, if a woman is confident, she is just beautiful.
Being a photographer and being on the other side of the camera, it brings up fears. It's the extra pounds. I've had kids. I'm not that perfect skinny model that you think you see. And it makes me realize what it's like to be photographed.
I tell my clients, like, you know, just relax, just be calm and all that stuff. And then yet when it's my turn, I'm just like, oh my gosh, like I can't believe it's going to happen, you know. And it's very exciting, yet it's very, you know, I'm just very nervous.
I started to embrace the things that I got teased about. I got teased about my eyebrows. I got teased about, you know, my hair. I used to get told, go shave your face. Tony, go shave your face. Because I had so much hair on my face. But I think with time, I have learned to embrace that.
If I could give women a message about loving themselves, I would say, love yourself now, not when you lose the weight. Okay, and this one's emotional for me. Not when you lose the weight, not when you're 20, not when you're in the perfect jeans. Love yourself today, because you are a gift. You are special, and you are someone to be valued and are as beautiful as the next person.
Isn't that cool? That's great. So you guys told me that. So that's pretty cool, because that's something that I believe in, everything that you said. I'm just intrigued by one thing. Most of you referred to a time... Oh, stop crying. Okay, it's their fault. They're looking at me and crying. Okay, most of you referred to a time in your teenage life where somebody said something to you that you still carry. And I brought it up with the boys because I think it's a great lesson for the boys. Why does a message that you hear when you're a teenage girl still hold to you when you're 30, 40? Why? And why do women have a direct connection between how they feel about themselves and how they look? Is it our media? Is it our society? Is it how we're brought up? I don't know. But all I know is that it does. It does have a direct connection to how we feel about ourselves, because otherwise I wouldn't have a business. And I think whatever that connection is to the emotional self and why we have that perception about ourselves is a really huge part of my brand. It doesn't have to be a huge part of yours. Some people might dismiss it and say, oh, I don't want to go into that with my female clients. But I find it's inevitable that I end up speaking to my clients about self-esteem, because I just do. So if you're going to photograph women, if you're going to shoot modern glamour, if you're going to do the makeover, then you have to really, I think, be prepared for the fact that you could, and this is something that I highly value in my life, and my values are in my business and in my brand, which makes a brand more successful. All right, so what we then did was we photographed each of the girls, and each of the girls got to experience their before shot. I asked them all to bring, exactly as I would in the studio, a couple of outfits each, and we prepared them with hair and makeup, and we photographed them. So I guess the difference being is when it's in my studio, you have the security of being in a private room when you see your photographs for the first time, not in a public one. So anyway, Amanda, I photographed you first, so you have to go first. That's just the way it is. So let's have a look at it. I feel like I'm like, and these were your shots. You're still in the running to be America's Next Top Model.
Oh my God.
Isn't that cool?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Sue. That is amazing.
You are. Isn't that beautiful? All right. I said I'm not crying, so nobody's allowed to cry. It's so not cool. You're bawling. I knew you'd be a baller. Okay. Is that cool? So, you know, I mean, that's it really, isn't it? I mean, it's, I think everybody has definitely something that I see in them is everybody brings forward a certain, not a character, but definitely something that I can see. And you just look like a little bit of a 50s starlet to me. I just saw that bombshell hair and, you know, and I just really love that. So I thought it was really beautiful. TY. The idea with you was I just loved, obviously you have magnificent hair, which is the most striking thing about you, until you get in front of a camera. And then I didn't care about your hair because your face is so beautiful and I just enjoyed photographing you so much.
Oh my word.
I didn't know if I liked that in colour or black and white, so I had to show you both because I just think that is so beautiful.
Oh my God. Oh my word. Oh no. Oh wow. Oh my word. Oh my, wow. Oh my why. Is that me?
It's you, baby.
Wow. Oh my word.
It's cool, huh? Yeah, I think that's definitely a what a woman in Nigeria should look like.
Yes. Oh my word.
Mapu.
Oh my.
Your smile is so beautiful. I just about photographed every single image of you smiling.
I love it. Wow.
I love the gold.
I love it. I feel like I just look so slim in there, like, you know.
And you had no slimming in post. Everything
That's
you girls
amazing.
did was slimmed in camera.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love
Which
it.
is actually very important to me. So I think Mm-hmm. I love that shot. I love that shot. I really love that.
Who is that? Who is that?
That's not how Mama dressed.
There you go.
Oh my God.
I don't know why you're clapping. They're your photos. You know, it's
Sue, the internet is clapping. The internet is going crazy.
What I want to do is I just want to show everybody how I shot each one of those shots. So I want you to go and sit in your position that you were in. I want people to understand that even though they couldn't watch the shooting of it, and next time I will let them watch, because I wanted to have that private moment with you. I don't think I could have had that with cameras and a crew. But I just want to show people that we shot it at the Creative Live warehouse, and that we have a high window with a brick corner and where we shot them, so it's really important to me. And after we show them where we were for those ones, so that people can understand the scenario, where the reflector was, where the light source is coming from, we'll show them each one of those hot ones there. Okay? So I'll start with TY. We shot TY on this black V. There's no mystery here in terms of how we shot it. There's only one light source at Creative Live, and that is this set of windows along here. TY was sitting on this little spongy thing here. Okay. Yeah, and all of her shots were taken right here. I didn't need to reflect light back to her because there's a nice even blanket of light coming in here. But what you'll notice with all of TY's shots is the light is hitting the upper half of the black backdrop, so it puts a nice mid-grey tone around her head that looks like a halo. So it looks very studio lit, this image of her, but it's actually not. The image that we took of her hands was standing up, and she was literally standing in the centre here. I'm standing here. And she was holding her hands up like this. That's exactly right. So both hands up. That's it. And then looking back through. So this hand's actually higher. That's a girl. And you were looking back through this way. And I shot it horizontally onto that black. So just using that bounce of light, if you have a look, it's on the screen now. You can see the little halo of grey-blue around her that looks studio lit, but it's not. And there's just a perfect amount of light. Now, because TY has got dark hair, she was wearing a black outfit and she's on the black background, I was shooting that 2 stops under, because I was watching the camera get confused, and it was saying I need a better light source, but I just went with the camera. So if you trust the camera, it'll not work, and if you go with what you can see on the back of the camera, I shot it 2 full stops underexposed, and if you have a look here, it's so beautiful. None of those highlights had to be brought up in camera. They all just bounced straight up from her face, and there was a white reflector here just coming into this corner, but not enough to actually make a significant difference. The only thing I had to do in post-production on this image was to lighten the bottom of her eye around her iris, because her eyes had no catch light, because her hands were covering the only light source, there was no catch light in her eye. So I just bounced a dodge into the bottom of her eye so you could see her dark brown eye colour. Okay, so that was right there. If you just turn the camera this way, you get to see where I photographed both Mapu and Amanda. So Amanda, come here. Amanda's shot was sitting in front of this ottoman, so she sat down on the floor, and so did I. The idea with this shot is that we can bring her arms up into play, so it's a beauty shot, and I'm shooting it horizontally, so her arms were just leaning up on her knee and it here. So at this point, Simona sits to my direct right, and she's sitting with me with a fan. Now, we had the two big white reflectors, so if you turn these around, they become white, and they were here and here, so two large white reflectors. Now, the reason I have my two reflectors here and I leave a space, in fact, somebody said, I think it was TY, I should get a reflector and cut a hole in it so that my lens can just poke through, because it would actually make it easier. I'm trying to take a light reading off her face, bouncing light from there to the reflector back to her face. Her hands are touching. We've got big, sexy hair, and Simona's sitting right here like this with the hairdryer, and she's often right in my space here, shooting them with the hairdryer right there, because we want that beautiful action. And we've got two massive reflectors. Amanda doesn't know what the hell's going on. Yeah. Sue keeps telling her to put a bloody chin forward and down one more time. Push it forward. And what do I keep saying? Give me the eyes, Amanda. Give me the eyes. Give me the eyes, Amanda. Give me the eyes. And she's like, am I not getting it right? But the thing is this beauty shot relies solely on the way she's looking at me. And I think you can agree that we got her. If you look at her expression, the way she's looking at me is so perfect that without that look, that shot does not work. So when I keep saying to her, give me the eyes, give me the eyes, give me the eyes. Also, I'm not really big on lots of jewellery, but Amanda loves the fleur-de-lis. So we put this beautiful earrings there and her beautiful bracelets there. And I just think those close-up shots like that are absolutely gorgeous. Thank you. Then what I did is I photographed Mapu without moving anything. I photographed Mapuana by pulling this away from the wall. And then I pulled the reflectors back, and Mapu lay on her tummy, straight down. From there, exactly the same position, lifting up nice and tall through your neck and shoulders. This hand goes across your body line here. I shot this entire sequence here, chin around this way, Mapu, lifting up nice and tall. Reflectors were here and here. Simona was sitting to my left. She's hitting that straight away with the fan, and we went through all of her scenarios there. This one here, such a beautiful pose. It's so slimming on the arms, lifting it up. What we did was we opened the arms up and then brought this one in and the elbow out. So when we put triangles in, they look more interesting. She's lifting up nice and tall. She's working her shoulder. And her booty's not kicked up because it doesn't need to be. You know, I think the booty can be kicked up when it's a sexy shot, but when it's a smile like that and it's that pretty, it suits being exactly where it is. And it's just a beautiful line for the hands. The arms look slim, they're away from the body. You can connect this chin to the shoulder and pushing forward and down. And you were another one, weren't you? Chin forward and down, Mapu. Oh, yes. Chin forward and down, Mapu. Chin forward and down, Mapu. So you do get really sick of hearing that because I repeat it multiple times. Then without moving that, thank you, Mapu, I got Sandra to come in. And with the white reflectors, we pick up the white reflectors and we drag them this way and we put them here. We grab the couch and we pull it forward to there, because I like to shoot everything at 45 degrees. Amanda lay down on her tummy, and she's long, and the couch is short, so I got her to push right back until her knees touched, and that's why her feet are up in the air. Again, she didn't need to have the sexy hip going on because she's in jeans and a top. She's lifting right up through her neck and shoulders. This hand is relaxed, that one's over there. Her right chin is around this way, nice and tall. I'm sitting right here, and we don't shoot this with a fan. Two big white reflectors, exactly the same shot. Right? Perfect. So as you can see, the light source is quite high here, but it's a large light source. And even though it's high, and we don't have a lot of room to move in terms of, you know, I was really worried when I first saw it. I was like, oh, I saw it in the evening. Is there going to be enough light? It is not a really bright studio, but it is such a perfect studio to bounce because these reflectors are so large that the light just bounces straight down and catches them. So potentially, we have all of this space, and I used these 4 meters. I then used this wall over here. So if you go to the next slide, let's go through this again. TY is back in here again. This time TY is here. So we didn't have anything to lean on. We're just improvising. We found these. So we got TY to kneel, and I sat down here. She put her elbows onto here, and the idea is that we just moved around and did a whole lot of beauty shots right there. So see how the background's got a nice grey tone to it? That's the same black background. The light's just bouncing straight down to her. I'm shooting it 2 under. The elbow comes across this way, and then we swapped over. We did our different poses here, and this was our beauty pose, just like we did on the white ottoman before. Then you came out, Mapuana came in. Mapuana's in fishnet stockings and her underwear and a lace top. And we needed the little stool, Simi, the little stool. So the idea here is that Mapu's sitting there, and she's in her fishnets. Her foot's up on her stool because we want to shape the legs. This knee is together because we want to hourglass the bottom half of the body. This hand goes up, across, that one goes up, and she was cupping her face and doing what she does best, smiling at me. Okay, so the idea here is the boobs were pulled back, so we pull back through here because it's nice and slimming, creates space, and we're directing from the front, we're directing her elbows down towards her waist, which tapers her in. If she pulled her elbows out, that would make her go out. We wanted to go in, so we bring her elbows down, and that connects to the diamond. So then you went out, and then we brought Amanda in. And this was really interesting because Amanda was getting dressed behind this because people were watching, and I had this pulled away from the wall, and as soon as she went in there, I saw the light jump around this corner like that. And as soon as I saw it, Amanda came around to here, except for those lights were off, and she's right here, and we instantly went into a cover girl here. Okay, and so straight away, we were in there, we had it backlight. I did not have a front light source in this image, so I just exposed for her face and pushed it in raw. And there's no slimming in that in post-production either. There's no slimming in any of these images because what she's doing here is she's kicking forward and she's working her upper body towards me. Okay, the hardest part, weight on your other foot. The hardest part about this was to get her to roll her shoulders forward, but to keep her chin projected forward, because when people roll their shoulders forward, they project their neck up. So I had her push forward, and she was working it there, and obviously Simona's standing right here like this, hitting her with the fan. And then lastly, Sandra's was over this way. So I wanted to shoot Sandra not on the brick wall because I felt like we'd already done the brick wall for Amanda, and I wanted to be a little bit different. So I have one light source, which is coming from here, and so I hit this wall here. So Sandra came in, and she stood here. All right, so I put this little V here to block what's going on so I could shoot down the line. She had all of her weight on her back foot. She was leaning down with her left shoulder. This hand here was touching the back of her bum. This hand here was on her thigh. Slide up, elbow back, bring your chin long and forward, and I shot that right there, just above the eye line. So if you have a look at that image, you can see I'm just above her eye line, but I'm not shooting down on her. I'm just shooting above her, and it's a perfect little slide down the wall here, and the more she slides, the slimmer she looks. Okay? So, dun dun dun. I repeated most of the scenarios for each of the girls and swapped the chairs over, used the brick wall, used a different couch, used those little spongy things. But other than the 2 big reflectors and the flat ottoman, the chair, and the 2 spongy things, we used nothing else.
Sue, can you do this with, instead of just mothers and daughters, can you do it with also father, mother and daughter, father, mother, son?
Absolutely, and I'll do anything in this position because I love this pose so much, and I've used it so often in my studio because I find it's a little bit out, well, I say it's not traditional, but it actually is a very traditional shot. What I'll do is I'll have children on either side and a baby lying in the arms in the middle. I'll have a mum and dad on this side, a little girl there, and a toddler lying across everybody. I'll take the ottoman away and keep that same triangle because the basis of that group shot is a perfect triangle. So yeah, that works pretty much for anyone. It also works for one mother and daughter. So come out, Amanda. Imagine that these two are just a mum and daughter shot. First of all, you both need to come up and over your elbows, so you're nice and tall. And let's say mum puts her arm around Simona, and you come your elbow into mum's space. Now, Sandy brings her face forward. More. Simona, sit up and forward and back. That's it. And then you connect together. See, straight away, you can see how that works as a mother and daughter shot. Hang on, I'll go live for you. Straight away, you can see how that works as a mother and daughter shot. And, you know, it's just a beautiful shot of them together, and you can create that triangle. And then the idea, though, is you can relax, is that you can take a single shot, free cuddles today. You can take a single shot of each of them doing something different with the hands. And what have you just sold? A large triptych, right? That's what you've just sold. You've sold 2 incredible beauty shots and an amazing together shot of a mother and daughter together. You've just sold 3 images and you have not moved anything. So the idea is that you're shooting efficiently as well as flow posing, as well as shooting to sell. So you're taking a photo of Simi, you're getting Simi out, you're taking a photo of Sandra, you're taking the together shot. At that stage, I'll stand up and I'll say to the girls, great girls, that was great. Let's put you both in your white outfits now. You go away to put on your white outfits and I change the next prop so that when they come back, I'm ready to shoot another sequence. And I've already pre-visualized the sequences in my head. Okay. Before people say, this all sounds so incredibly structured and determined and pre-organised and you already know how you're going to shoot them, that is how you make money. Okay, you find a winning formula and then you repeat said formula 10 times a week and that's how you make money. Now, if you want to reinvent the wheel with every shoot, I applaud you. But you will never shoot volume. So that volume has to have a consistency in your brand and it has to have a consistency in the method in which you shoot. Otherwise you cannot reproduce a product over and over again and you cannot make a lot of money doing it.
Do you ever get burnt out on shooting the same thing over and over? Do you feel like you kind of get tired of the same pose?
You know what, I would like to say yes, but the truth is every person comes with something different. Every person has a different way they move. Every person has a personality. So if I'm sitting on the floor, it's not all business. We're laughing. She might be telling me a story about her ex-boyfriend. I'm laughing about it. I'm connected with her as a person. We're having a great time, whatever. It's different. Yes, it's the same shot. I know it. It means I can focus on the expression and instead of having to worry about what my pose is going to be next, because I can flow into the next pose without thinking about it. Does it put you in danger of cookie cutting? Yes. It's not so much a burnout, it's the cookie cutting. You have to be careful that if you're tired or you can't be bothered or you're stressed out, that you don't just jam out a cookie cut and stop connecting with the person sitting there. Does that happen to me? Yes. I'm not perfect, I make that mistake. It is a very important thing about you can learn poses that look good and you might introduce some of these into your studio, but just be careful when you know them so well that you've stopped really making sure that you're giving the client what they want. Secondly, if I show my clients that beautiful image of those 3 girls on the wall in my studio and they go, yeah, I'm not going to do it, they're not interested in it. But when a client walks into my studio, looks at an image of a mother and 2 daughters and goes, I want that, then I will recreate that because they've asked me for that. And if they've asked me for that, that means they're going to buy it. It's a given. They're going to buy it. Yeah, absolutely. Right, any questions?
So a question is, so do people ever complain to you that what you're doing is too posed?
Well,
Sorry, can I ask you that again? I was muted. The question was, do people ever complain to you that that these are too posed, that it lacks spontaneity?
Or that you wouldn't come to me. If you want spontaneity, go to someone who's going to be spontaneous and capture you on the fly. That's not why you come to me.
Right.
You would be attracted to my brand because my brand has a certain look about it, which is that beauty type genre, as opposed to running through a meadow in a tutu. If you wanted running through a meadow in a tutu, then you would do that. No, well, you would, because, you know, I sat through an entire seminar one day with a woman, and she came up to me and she said, oh, sorry, she didn't come up to me, she put up her hand, and at the end of 8 hours of talking, she goes, I'm not really interested in anything you do. I like natural photographs. And I was like, okay, well, go and take natural ones. You're at the wrong seminar. It's my style is different, and that's what the people who are drawn to it will be drawn to my style of photography. The people who aren't, they don't belong in my studio anyway. It's okay. I love, well, let's, you've just brought up a really great card. This is called the, I want candid shots. Yeah, okay. Let's talk about candid. I'll show you a little trick about candid shots. Because candid shots means I don't want to look like a tosser. That's what they're saying to you. They want to look like they've posed so naturally and that they were just caught in their element. They're not telling you, I don't want to look posed at all. They're telling you they don't want to look awkward. So I've invented this one, and I called this card Expression and Personality. Okay, so it's a slight angle off to the camera, lie up here on your tummy. The card says, shoot a series, sell a series, all right? So the idea is the more of a series I can create, the more of a story I can create with a flow of images, the more portraits I will sell. I can nail one gorgeous portrait of her, but if I nail 5, I'll sell 5. Now, if I can make it look like a story, then I'm definitely selling 5. Okay, that's the idea, shoot to sell. So that there has a little bit of movement to it. This girl came in and she said to me, I want to look candid but beautiful. And I thought about that, candid but beautiful. What is candid? Candid is I only can think of the only way you could really shoot someone candidly is completely PJ, completely photojournalistically, where they don't know you're shooting them. But if somebody doesn't know that you're shooting them, they're going to have to be doing something pretty special for it to look really gorgeous. Because if they're just laughing normally, then you're more likely to get a PJ image like that than you are of that beautiful, gorgeous laugh. So the idea is you've got to create it and make it look candid. Okay, and this is how I did it with this. And this is, I'm going to read the card to you. Shoot a series, sell a series. This series was shot specifically because this client wanted something candid and beautiful. She is lying forward on her stomach on an ottoman, and we did a practice run, and I told her that every time I say change, she had to change her hands and her expression. Okay, like Simon Says. Do you play that here? You know that Simon Says, hands on your head, Simon Says, hands on your hips. Okay, so we'll play Simon Says. And this was the only way I could get my client to do something candid. So it's like this. You can roll up onto this side. You can roll up onto this side here. You can bring your hands forward. You can bring your hands up and under. You can bring both hands up. You're allowed to do whatever you want, but you can't do anything outside. You can move right across to this side. You can move right across to this side. And you can do whatever you want here, but you're not allowed to move anywhere else. Okay? Now, every time you do something, I'm going to say change. I want you to change your expression, and I want you to change your pose. Okay, and go. Great, change. Awesome, keep going, good girl, good girl. Okay, give me a different face, don't just smile. Okay, and change. And change. Awesome, I didn't say change. And that's exactly what happens. As soon as they change and I say, I didn't say change, they start laughing. And it's what you get in between when you keep taking photographs. So it's like, to me, it's an opportunity to get them moving, to get them freestyling. But you'll find people start repeating the same moves, and it's not the move that you capture. It's when you elevate them. So that's the only time I really elevate And then I'll keep going, change again, change again, change again. And generally my makeup artist starts laughing because they're laughing. And then I'll say, that was terrible, or, oh no, that was so wrong. And then they really laugh. And when they really laugh, they'll put their head down, they'll laugh, they hold their face, and then I can go bang, 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 bang. And that's when you machine gun. Because the machine gun on the real reaction is priceless compared to a pose. And that's about as candid as I get. Yeah, sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry about, like you said.
Yeah, so
different photographers.
Change, elevate, change, elevate. But I don't elevate for all of my pose shots because I feel like when you elevate a client, you lose control of them. And I don't want the chin tucked in laughs and those, they might be real laughs, but they don't photograph well. I want control over that. I need to control it.
Sue, do you consult with your clients before a shoot?
Yes.
Right before they go on camera or a week before?
One of the things I'm going to talk about on Sunday is how many touch points I have with them to educate them as to their shoot and what's going to happen. The touch points that I do right from selling the actual experience through to selling the work is the most important part to making money, because the more that she is educated as to what is going on and the more she's invested in being photographed by me, the more money she's going to commit to spending to me. How many photographers are shooting people hoping that they're going to buy images? Why would you photograph someone unless they've commissioned you to photograph them? The whole point is to actually achieve a result, and the result is that you create the images that they've always wanted and you get paid for it. If you fail in that, you have done something really wrong. You have either failed to educate them as to the process and the price of your work, or they have failed to educate you, or you've failed to listen to what it is that they want. When someone comes into my studio and I show them 100 photographs, what's the first thing a woman will do? Pull out her favourites. What is that telling me? Okay, when you sit there, Sandra, and you pull out 3 of your favourite images, that tells me that's what you're attracted to, that's what you like, and that's what you want for yourself. My next question is, how do you want to be photographed? How do you want to see yourself? How do you dream of being photographed? What about my work there makes you want me to photograph you, and show me which ones? And when you point to an image on the wall, a big image, and say, I love that shot, I say, do you want something on the wall? Is that what you want? You want me to create that sort of shot that you can walk into your bedroom and go, oh my God, that's you. And if she says yes, she wants a wall portrait. I've already sold that. In my mind, I've already prepared her. I'm shooting all I have to do is deliver it. And if I fail to deliver it, I don't get paid. I see it like that.
Can you explain the word elevate to people?
Ah, yes, I can. When women come into the studio to be photographed, they are often very vulnerable. They are either emotional, or they sometimes can be quite badly behaved. They can push you around a little bit, particularly when I was a younger photographer. The older women would do that to me. I learnt that it's a self-conscious thing, and they just want to take control of the situation because they feel like they're relinquishing that control to you. So they definitely feel out of their comfort zone. So they tend to either dominate you in some way or be a little bit sort of badly behaved, and they don't take kindly to you taking control. I learnt as I got older to take control. So you know when you have a child that's off the hook on candy or whatever, and you elevate that child, so you're like, wah, and the kids start boing, 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 boing. You can't bring them down. Like a child is bouncing. Well, adults are very similar. If they're vulnerable and you start, throwing out these sort of freestyling poses where you're yelling and laughing and elevating their mood and it's all getting out of control, then you have no control. They're like a 3-year-old on candy. And you need to bring that whole energy back down to a point where they're quiet and they're calm and they're listening to you, and that you're in control, and that your voice is then taking control, and then you're like, right, let me guide you. But if you elevate them too much, you can definitely throw a whole shoot off, because, you know, they'll start reacting in a stupid way and, you know, you don't get the shots that you want.
Thank you.
Yeah.
When you say good girl, you say that to someone who's younger, but what would you say to someone who's older? Would you also
Good
say
girl.
good girl to someone who's older?
Yeah,
also?
I don't know why. You know why? Because I don't say it in a patronising way. I just go, good girl, good girl. Like for me, it's like, yes, 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 good girl, stop, good girl. Oh, I love that, you know, and I don't want to do it in a sweetie darling kind of way. I just want to do it in a good girl, that's awesome. Everyone will have their own little thing. That is my thing. If I have my own little thing, that would be it. I didn't realise I did it until I watched the video. And I was like, good girl. And I was like, oh my goodness. You know, I didn't want it to sound like a good girl, you know, like it wasn't sort of, you know, we're at swim meet with the children, sort of, I wanted it to be reinforcing and positive. But anyway, that just comes out. So, yeah, I just prefer it to gorgeous, darling, oh, you're gorgeous. Now, actually, we've got a live view camera, so what I can do is start showing the audience at home what we can see through the camera while we're posing. I think the biggest hurdle that you get through in teaching posing is you can watch somebody pose from the side, but until you see through the camera to actually what it is that people are looking at, you don't understand why I'm moving stuff away from the camera. So I've taken some key cards out of my posing manual that I'm going to work off with you, and we're going to do a live view on the camera, and the audience at home can see the live view through the camera, so they can actually see what we're doing and why we're doing it. Now what they are seeing is a full screen version of it, because we are going to do the live view landscape, so they're not going to see the composition, but that's not important. What they get to see is the angle of the body to the camera and why we have all the rules that we have. So we've got time to work through all of these poses. When you have a posing manual from any photographer, the idea is that I've taken the best of what I sell and the best of what I shoot and that I make money from to try and teach you these key poses. You can add to them, you can add people to them, you can do 2s and 3s, whatever you do. But what I'm trying to show you is all the basic tricks to really amazing, easy posing in natural light that's quite glam, or we can, and also we had a bit of a call out in the chat room for teenage girls when I was talking about shutting down the body language for seniors and teenage girls. I do think the seniors market here in the US is a huge market, and we don't have a seniors market because it's not something that traditionally we do in my country. Although I photograph a lot of teenage girls, and teenage girls love to wear hair and makeup if they're allowed to. So I will always look at the mother first and say, can the girls have some makeup on? Is it lip gloss and mascara, or can they actually have proper eye makeup? I've had women come in with 13-year-old girls that say she wants a full face of makeup. If that is their preference, I will allow them to do that. But I will never photograph a 12, 13, 14, 15 or 16-year-old girl in any of my sexy poses. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go through every one of the poses. I'm going to talk about how we can sex it up and how we can bring it back down to friendly, but still with a beautiful pose. I'm going to go through all of the scenarios, and we're going to do it through the live view camera. So let's get that set up. So whilst I'm doing that and choosing images, are there any questions that I can answer while we're doing that?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Adele is wondering, do you show some shots to the client during the photo shoot so they feel confidence in you?
Okay, so that's a really good question. Oh, goodness, sorry. Right there, I thought it was falling. That's a really good question, because two things that make me want to do that. One is I want them to be able to see the back of the camera to see what I'm getting. So if there is a particular shot on the back of the camera that looks really beautiful and I know it's going to blow them away, then I will show it to them for a quick second. I don't let them study it. Two things, they will want to look at the camera for the rest of the shoot if you do that. And secondly, Tomorrow you're going to learn how I shoot curves. Now, for me, curves is anybody who is not slim, skinny. So I slim everybody in camera, and then I do a little bit more in Photoshop. So to me, my finished product is Photoshopped. And women can be really hard on themselves. So if you show them the back of the camera, be careful what you're showing them. Because if they don't like it for any reason, or if they see a pose where something's poking out or something that you could fix so easily that they'll never see, or they don't like their arm or something like that, then they'll go straight into a negative mind. So I try to, yes, I always want to give somebody a flash of something. Generally it's a beautiful close-up face shot, and they usually look gorgeous, and I'll pop one into the camera, you know, like this face shot that was here before, and I'll show them that, and they'll often go, oh, and you can get anything from tears to, oh, you know, so you just want to keep moving with it. The hardest thing for them to do at that moment is trust you. Which leads me into something that I have to say, that I have to tell, I was supposed to say when I came back from the break, is what the people don't know, well, you may know, when I did the Please Come to Seattle because I'm going to shoot you, is I photographed the 4 girls and my audience here over the last 2 days. They got a couple of hours with me and we did their hair and makeup and we photographed them. So, yeah, and they had no idea, of course, that we're going to be showing their photographs in an hour. So it's kind of like, yeah, so you get to see them for the first time with everyone else.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I know. So I've picked some of my favourite shots that we took, and I just want you to see them. But I really wanted you to experience 2 things. The idea was that we did not film your shoot, because when something is observed, it's changed. And I needed you to just get Simona and myself and you, because that triangle of what we set out to do is really important for my brand. Secondly, I want you to experience what it's like to actually see a viewing of your images for the first time, and unfortunately you just have to do that like with the rest of the world. No, that's cool, you can handle it. And so after we do our posing here, we're going to do our reveal. Yay! Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to show everybody here, I'm going to put all 4 of you into the position that I photographed those photographs in, where I shot it, in the corner, so that people can understand that there was nothing special. We had a box and a little cardboard and that corner over there, and each of you get to go and stand in the position that you were in, and we'll show everybody how we shot it, and then go through a little bit of a flow pose around how you got to all of those positions. So you get to be reminded of how sore it was when I was making you push that bloody chin forward and down. All right. So, yeah, it's kind of freaky, isn't it, seeing somebody else is going to see all your photos, but I just want you to know that it was so cool to photograph you all, and I can't wait to show you. It really excites me. Okay, let's get a live view going here. So if we can teach you. Simi, can you, okay, come into here. All right, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to get you, now we're going to mock shoot, obviously, because we don't have natural light and we don't have a reflector. So I'm not going to put a reflector there, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see the screen. So come up and I'll just move this. I'm going to leave this beside me for the camera guys, because when I work with a card, I want them to see it. And they're going to come up and have a look at it. Okay. Excuse me. This card that I've chosen first is what I call the Ottoman. And the idea with the Ottoman, of course, is that it's a lying down shot. The first thing I teach about the lying down shot, and this is a really big seller in my studio. If only I could work this tripod. Is there a secret to this, guys? Okay. It's kind of a weird view, but you'll get it. just want you to be able to see what I can see. This is the front and the back of the ottoman. I want to teach basic posing because I want to be able to show. I'd just like you all to know I'm a trained professional and I can't get it off the tripod. Okay, can somebody...
Lock on it, so I'm gonna press that.
Oh, it's all in the way you hold your mouth. I can take that off, right? Yep, there we go. All right. So what I want you to do, Simona, is I want you to lie on there on your tummy like you were before for the ottoman shot. That's a girl. Perfect. Okay. One of the things that I want you to do is to turn 45 towards me a little wee bit more. That's it. Sorry, I've got to focus on that up there. Okay, now I want your left hand to go out this way a little bit more, but away from me. That's it. And I want your right hand to go over your forearm. That's it there. Now I want you to bring your shoulder, hang on. And so am I just focusing this manually? How's this going to work? So once I get this right, I'll be able to, there you go, nice and sharp. Okay, now what I want you to do is roll up onto your back hip and bring your knee forward. Can you see what that does to her body line straight away to the camera? Okay, yeah? All right. Now, when I bring her chin around to her shoulder, I bring it around this way. Stop. See how that engages her eyes? And then straight away, I bring the shoulder up to meet it. There. Can you see the difference in the body language now from her lying down position? So let's do teenage girl. Let's go flat onto the tummy. Cross your ankles. Bring your ankles up. Bring your elbows together. And bring your hands up under your chin. You can bring that all the way around there. Put your hands down and stretch your elbows out and bring your elbows out. So instead of crossing them in, that's it. And then just bring your chin around to that shoulder and just bring your knees together and your ankles together and your ankles up. You can bring one arm up under your chin, so the other one, up under your chin, that's it. We can do anything like that. So to sex it up, we're going to bring more hourglass and more connection to the shoulder. To take it down to more teenager, we just drop the hips down and close up that body line there. So the idea here is when you go through the scenarios, okay, how am I going to do this? Can somebody come and sit here? Who can sit comfortably like this? You want to sit comfortably? Okay. Tobin, you do this and I'll take control of her and then I won't move and talk at the same time. But you can go in to there. That's it. Perfect. Okay, so don't move. All right. Now, let's imagine she is in lingerie. So I want the elbows to left hand over this way a little bit more. Yep, left hand over there, right hand across. Okay, now the one thing that you'll notice is the first thing I've lost is her décolletage. So up and point down, that's it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to slide her elbow back so her cleavage line comes back in. Now I'm going to use the shoulder to work forward, come up onto your back hip and bring your knee forward, okay, and that gives that beautiful shape into the booty. So I actually call that little cat. If you just put both hands over there to me, but open up that elbow so I can still see there, that's it. That to me is like a little cat. It's sexy, it's got that booty line, it's really gorgeous, and that looks good with a slinky dress. That looks good when you're in underwear. It looks good when you're in a slip or a lacy slip, anything like that. So from there, to make it a little bit more friendly but still quite sexy, push the knee back a little bit so it's not so high, so she still has a beautiful shape in her waist. But bring that left elbow out and just touch your fingertips behind your head. Now what you do now is you put the head into a side tilt. And the side tilt makes it more friendly because straight away the tilt comes down. Now, really important, you just use your fingertips on the back of the head. Don't close this down and don't actually lean onto your hand, but do that to me and show them why not to do it. Okay, I hate seeing this. I call it talking on the phone. It's when people put their hand over their ear and it looks like you're talking on a cell phone. Okay, it's really important that you don't do the talking on the phone. There is never any reason why we clamp our face or a hand up to our face, not under here, not here. It can go towards it. It can even touch it with your fingers, but there's no reason for the heel of your palm to touch the face ever. Also, it not only looks like it's talking on the phone, the body language for I don't want to listen to you anymore is when you block your ear. Okay, so that body language is a negative connotation. It means I don't want to hear you. So if you're talking to somebody about something and they're blocking their ear, they have stopped listening to you. Okay, and when I see it in body language like that, it both looks bored and I don't want to hear you. Okay, so I want to frame her face. So I want her fingertip to just touch down and then she can still work her shoulder towards her chin in the front. And that has a beautiful line, right? Absolutely. I love that. The body language, the card for the ottoman says you can use an ottoman like this, a studio, a bed or a floor. This shot looks great on white or dark. It goes on, but basically it says the first girl in the front of the card, she's wearing an evening gown. She's got big hair, so we're blowing the hair and using the shoulder, so it's really fashion. The second girl is in lingerie, so she's working that body line up, so she's got that cat pose. The young girl on the top right, her body language is shut down and her hips are flat to the bed. And the two little girls, when we've got these two little twins and the camera's coming around from the front more, and I've moved two little twins over, lie down, and I've moved them, just two little girls here. And what I've done is I've made one of them put her arm around her sister so that their faces can stay together. And I've kind of shot it almost flat on. So what I've done is I've taken two little sisters and they lift up really tall through their neck and shoulders, and then they connect their arms. So if your elbow comes here, then they connect their hands and arms together by locking fingers and hands here. And then they sit up nice and tall and you can shoot them together. So without moving, you can do two young girls, a teenage girl, a lingerie shot, a mum, everything without moving this ottoman. Okay? All right, any questions? No? Cool.
Checking 1 second. So, well, CU Duo said, would you bring those 4 pieces of furniture on location? And if you're going on location, would you bring?
No, you can't bring anything on location, but the idea is that would be a good studio prop, but I could do exactly the same pose, stand up on the floor, lie on your stomach. Where they are, I am, okay? Works exactly the same way, works on a bed, works on anything. Just push this knee back a little bit, stretch your arms out over there so your hands aren't to the camera, cross that one over there. Bring this elbow back a little bit, working the shoulder, lifting up nice and tall. There's no reason that can't work on the floor. And then do young girl, so flat onto your hips, cross your ankles, bring your hips up. There's no reason they don't work anywhere, so yeah.
Good job, Tobin.
And you're mirroring Tobin, which is kind of cute.
So earlier, the question had come up about cutting off body parts, and people are starting to ask about that again.
Oh, yes. Okay. So we weren't cutting off any body parts there. Oh, yes, we were. We're cutting off legs going out of the frame. You'll notice that this image here is really focused on mid-thigh to the upper half of the body. So, yes, the legs are trailing out and I'm cutting it off. I want to show you what I call the beauty shot. Now, for me, a beauty shot is the sort of shot that you see at Estee Lauder, or, you know, you open a magazine and a beauty shot. Now, the commercial definition of a beauty shot for a commercial photographer is you're either a fashion photographer or a beauty maybe a beauty photographer. The beauty photographer, they do the makeup shots, they're beautiful shots. For me, creating a portrait version of a beauty shot was a huge seller in my business, because not a lot of photographers actually offer a beauty shot. Now, the boys never buy the beauty shot. They like women who smile. Okay, this face here, this supermodel face that we all get going on, the boys don't like that. Fathers, husbands, and boyfriends will choose a cracking up shot over the no face, for anything. This shot is purely for the girls. Okay, it is what we identify as a beauty shot. So I try and create a beauty shot, or 2 or 3, in every one of my images. Because images in my shoots, 2 or 3 images in every one of my shoots, because I want to sell this shot to the girls. It is that quintessential, beautiful shot of a girl's face. And the idea behind the beauty shot is that it's not about jewelry, it's not animated, it's not cracking up, and it's not necessarily either about hands. It's really not about a pattern or clothing. It's really the most basic shot. Look at that, a white singlet with the straps tucked in, okay, on a white background. She's not wearing jewelry. Everything that is beautiful about that is just her face. So for me, creating the beauty shot is vital in terms of, can we drop that down? Is vital in terms of selling something like that. So the idea with the beauty shot, yeah, can it go down even further? Or come and sit here, Tobin. Okay, it's focused now. Okay, the idea with the beauty shot is, once you get settled a bit lower, see the hands, I want to see the hands. Okay, wait a minute, just stay there. Sorry, that's exactly right. So you can shoot this horizontally or vertically, whatever. The idea with the beauty shot is she's hovering on her thighs. Because see how high she grows? Sit down against me, right down. Okay, when you're two-dimensional, you look short. So in order to lengthen her body, I've got to lift her up and over. See that? See how she just grew a foot? Really, really important, because if you're lengthening your clients, you're slimming them down and you're making them look longer, and that looks better. I call this the thigh master. Okay, it's when we're, instead of sitting back down here, so we're on that angle to our elbows, we're up and over our elbows, and we're using our thighs to do it. So lifting right up and over. Then what I do is I want to put some triangles in here. So I bring this elbow over and I bring this one through. Okay, and straight away we put a triangle into here and we open up her body. So everybody curves as well, slims arms, and we push the bum out that way. Okay, the next thing I'll do is then I can use this arm here to bring it up into the face. So I can bring this elbow across and I can do a beautiful face framing and a beauty shot. So just shoot. I want you to go a little bit lower, Tobin, so that you're not so, don't shoot down onto her, so it's a real square shot. Okay, so the idea here is that we have this beautiful, as soon as you refocus it, you'll come back to a live view. So just touch the focus again, that's it. Okay, so I do all of my beauty shots kind of like that. What I did here is come up onto your knees, Simi, is I touched here and here. Okay, and then look through the shoulder. Anything that frames the face is going to be beautiful. So just touch the focus and we'll come back to live view. Don't take a shot, just touch on the focus. Oh, can you see it? Then if you can see through it, then you're not on live view. Do that again. Okay. So the idea then, lift up higher, Tobin. Yeah, higher, higher, higher. That's it. So the idea here is anything that frames the face, nice and close. We're shooting in nice and close and horizontally around here. So this is really, really important. The beauty shot is so simple. We want to keep hands here. I really liked what she did standing against the wall. Remember when she had this hand here tucked under her chin and then this one here touching her here? Okay, we've got to give the hands something to do. They don't ever touch the face. They don't ever touch the hair. And for some bizarre reason, when you tell people to put their hands behind their head, and I can even put my hand out like this and around and go behind your head, they go straight up between their hair and their neck. Everybody does it. It's like, no, behind your hair. They go straight up to here like this. Okay, so the beauty of the beauty shot is that it's not about the laughing, smiling. It's about having a long neck, having a projected chin, changing up the hands, and really just shooting that really beautiful close-up shot. The cool part about using the ottoman is you can shoot this into the backlight, you can shoot this onto a white background, you can shoot it onto a dark background, or you can shoot it onto a black background with a black ottoman and have a completely black look beauty shot. But either way, they will be a complete seller in your studio. Now, let's say I do a beautiful beauty shot of Simona. Come here, Amanda. I do a beautiful beauty shot of Simona, that side. And then I get her mum and her sisters to come in. I'll be your mum. Okay. So straight away, 3 girls line up like this, and they all try to fit on here. And the first thing we do is none of us can obviously get our faces together. None of us look like a really good beauty shot. I've got really hot daughters, by the way. Check it out. All right. Yeah. Okay, so there I am sitting with my hot daughters. So now I have to bring us all together, and the only way that I can do that is Simona takes her arm behind me. Now, as soon as she pulls her arm there, so you keep that one flat, as soon as she puts her arm around me, my elbow comes into her space, okay, and then we can come together like this, right? So straight away we're together in the shot. Now I've got to get Amanda in. So I get Amanda in by going, you put your arm around her, okay, that arm comes in, okay, but I don't want to make it symmetrical, so I'm going to pull Simona this way. Okay, so we can either go in here, here, and here, okay, so you just drop your hand behind, and then we're all together in the shot here, okay. Now what I have to do is, Amanda, you're too far back, sit forward. Okay, so all of our faces need to be on the same plane. So Simi comes back with her head up, I come out to here, and then as the photographer, we direct all 3 faces together and pushing together until we're that beautiful triangle. It's like you can build the beauty shot. Are you grinning away there, Tobin? Okay, so we can bring all of our faces together and work all together. We can also connect through our hands. Like if we're sisters, you know, Mum, we can all connect here and all bring together. But the idea is that we're getting our faces as close as possible. So that version of the beauty shot is what I call the beauty shot in 3. Okay, so it's the way of just kneeling onto the ottoman and bringing together 3. Now, at the beginning, you asked me about a black background with a mum and 2 daughters. Same thing. That was just the black side of my studio. So I have a dark side. I have a grey side. It's not black, it's grey. And I put that mum and the 2 daughters on either side of her on the black ottoman and did exactly the same look in black and white. And it's an absolutely beautiful, modern beauty shot. But you need to pull the girls' arms behind each other, not try and all compete with 3 lots of elbows on the ottoman. Cool? Any questions about that?
How do you handle the tight close-up beauty shot on, say, a woman over 50? My experience has been the closer you get, the more those fine lines become more pronounced.
Oh, no. Lines are lines. They're
Okay.
lines back there, they're lines up close. You've just got to know how to retouch them.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Don't remove them. We don't remove lines on people's faces. We remove the shadows underneath them.
Okay.
Okay, so lines make shadows, which makes them look deeper. The lines are good. They tell you how old you are and they belong to you. I never leave a frown on a woman's face. Nobody needs to frown. I never leave these horizontal lines on the forehead, but I will leave all the smile lines and just lighten them, and anything else like that will just get taken away. And if they do not like it, I will remove it. If they don't want it there, I'll take it away. Yeah.
Question from Shirley Lau 87. Are you directing all of 3 faces to do the same thing at the same time?
Yes. Okay, so I'll get my daughters back. Sandra, you can be mum, and let's try it. Because somebody asked that before about having 2 girls, 2 faces. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay, this time, Simona, let mum go in the middle. Sandy, you're going to be mum. And your right elbow's going to be on, your left elbow's going to be around Amanda. That's it. Amanda, your elbow's going to go into mum. That's it. Perfect. Now, we're not a choo-choo train, so we don't want to create 3 little hands going that way. Okay, that's what we don't want to do. So Amanda, you put both elbows on. See, this one here, you put that on, and that takes Amanda's out of the equation straight away because she's covering her right hand. Simona, you can just cover Mum's or just hook in so that you're relaxed. Okay, so let's look at 3 faces. Okay, now, Amanda needs to lift up from the back of her head, and this is something we haven't addressed yet. See how I did this? Okay, I forgot that's one hand gesture that I do often. I look at it like this, and because you can see the back of Tobin's head, I imagine that you're pinching here and pulling up through the spine, okay, like that. So when I do this to people, I teach them to pull up through the top of their head and then push their chin forward. Stop. Did you see Amanda's chin pop then? Okay, so from there, Amanda, you just need to take your whole body back so that you're on the same plane, and now come into Mum. That's it. Now, slide your elbow into Mum so you're nice and close, and just work your shoulders back and your chin forward. Now, both of you tip towards Mum there. Okay, now, I want you all eyes to me. Beautiful. Okay, Amanda, pull your shoulders back and your chin forward. And now, pop your chin forward. Good girl, that's it. Beautiful. All right, now, I want all of you to look down and relax your mouth. Did you see that? Isn't that cool? Okay, from there, I want all of you to go eyes up, and I want all of you to do a tiny little smile on your lips, just a little wee smirk on the lips, and it's all about the eyes. A little bit more, girls, and a little bit more, girls. Show me some teeth, Mum. You're holding back. The girls are grinning away. Come into each other nice and close. Squish in. Beautiful, beautiful big smile. Go for it. Yay! Aren't they gorgeous? All right? And that's exactly right. So they will all go together exactly the way Simona and I did it together, because they're listening to direction. I want to talk about the gaze because I did the gaze, I sat in front of you, which is kind of weird for the viewers if they're watching, because they're kind of like, well, what's going on? Also, if they're viewing it from the side, they're not seeing what we see when I sat down in front of you and looked you straight in the eye. So can we just talk about that for a minute? Because as soon as we walked out there, everyone was like, oh my God, when you looked at me, I wanted to, you know, cry or hug you or, you know, fall. What did you say?
I said I felt like I just wanted to give you a hug, yeah, I was like, oh, Sue, I just want to hug you.
Okay, so what we're doing is we're looking directly into somebody's gaze, we're smiling from inside out, and you connect in that way, and everybody had a completely different reaction to that.
I felt like I was being pulled into you, like I was going to jump into you, like into a different world or time warp. That's the only way I can describe it. It was really...
Mark?
Okay.
I felt like you were seeing me, like for the first time, like you were connecting as a person.
Yeah, Tobin?
Well, it felt like, I guess to me for the moment, it was just that let down of the veil, and there was just no BS. We were just able to, without having to even fill it with the usual silence is deadly moment, it was just, there was able to be that no BS, and here we are and we can smile.
Sandra?
I think back to the shoot yesterday too, and that gaze happening. It's intensely personal, but it was also mesmerizing. It was. I noticed, throughout the shoot, I thought, is it okay that I'm constantly looking at her in the eye? And it's a pull in, like you said, Ty. And it's mesmerizing. You don't look away. You don't.
I just thought it's very personal and it's very connected. Like I said, that the veil kind of goes down that you normally have up, that you don't normally will look at each other, but it's very. 2 seconds, 3 seconds is not very often.
So when somebody looks at you that way, you kind of see them for the first time, or something.
Yeah.
You actually see them, so you don't see them outside of them.
Like that's how I felt like I was being validated as a person. Like when someone looks at me, like
and then
way.
holds that look.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really important.
I also think that you lose thinking about yourself. So when you're gazing at me, then I kind of jump into you a little bit more, which lets me forget about
crazy, isn't it?
What I'm doing.
Yeah, so that means you were going outside of your own outer self and looking into somebody else, which is kind of what you want to do with photography all the time. Teenagers are difficult to do that with, particularly teenage boys. Okay, because teenage boys are used to looking down and they're not used to holding that gaze. But if you can do that, if you can engage a teenager, children are a different kettle of fish whatsoever, because their most present moment is when they're just laughing, whereas our laughter is not. Okay, so our laughter is very contrived in terms of, particularly if there's a camera watching, it's never a real laugh. And when we do laugh, we throw our chin back, we throw our head back, our eyes closed. But children, when they're laughing, are in a full state of presence, and that's their connectedness. As teenagers start to grow up, they get that awkwardness, and then they don't make eye contact. So that's one of the hardest ones to engage, would be teenagers. But you've just got to keep asking them for it, and sometimes you'll get it when their parents leave the room. Like, teenagers are better at engaging with you as an adult, because if their parents speak for them, they'll just look at the ground. Because as soon as their parents engage, they don't have to. So the eye contact is very important when we get older, because obviously it represents a whole lot of different things, and one of them is the connection that we have with other adults, looking them in the eye. Because for some reason, whenever you do a workshop and you go around and you teach people that gaze, and you teach them to hold the gaze and smile through their eyes, it has a profound change in everybody who you look at. And it's really interesting to look at it with somebody else. So I always make workshops stand in front of somebody and look at somebody else and smile with their eyes and make them do it to somebody else. So the look that you're asking for, that's what I'm saying. So what you're doing is you're looking at somebody else the way you're going to ask them to look back at you. So smiling up through your eyes. Very important. Okay, so who wants to try mirroring? Do either of you want to try it? From the guild?
Right.
Come on, Tobin, I won't leave you out there on your own.
All right.
Okay, Simona, stand up.
Are you using a camera? Are you using ours? Do you want us actually just talking or using a camera? Or?
I think you should talk it out.
All right.
Because we're going to do composition next.
All right.
Yeah. But if you feel more comfortable with a camera, I just want to see a guy pose.
All right.
And I think it's really important that you can learn to mirror pose her. Without being all girly and without being, doing all these poses. So why don't we try something simple? You look at him, not me. Is I want you to do this crossover.
Okay, so as we're bringing in we're going to start with your toes. So you bring your right foot out a little bit, like you get kind of a bit on point, and pulling your knee just a little bit across your body, which is going to help us just push out our rump just a little bit to your right. Like you pull up your arms. Kind of this hand to the wall, if we could, please. And we're going to bring this one up more to your shoulder. Kind of, soft hand. Actually, even a little softer. We'll just roll them up. There we are. There we are.
Okay, so touching the shoulder. So very important. What we want to do is not place hands anywhere on the body, but actually have them do something.
Across.
So hands, when they're given a job, will forget to be stiff claw, fist and thunderbird. So when we tell them to touch down, so you can sweep your hand out to your outer shoulder like this. So use soft hands to sweep your shoulder out. Sweep across your shoulder out to the outer edge like this, and keep your elbow in. But if you put your hands somewhere on the body, then people will place their hands and straight away go into a thunderbird instead of placing them. When we put hands, I always say like this, sweep the décolletage and just pull your hair back, and then it comes to there. Or you can draw a line down the neck to here. So just draw a line down and just soft hands here.
Okay, so in this case, we're going to sweep it just across the collarbone, kind of just up to the edge of your shoulder. Then we're going to bring your eyes down to your feet, and then we're going to just get ready here, and then relax your mouth just a little, let it go, and breathe, and then on your eyes up here in 3, 2, there we are. Thank you.
Okay, so eyes up to me, really, really important. Okay, stop there. So you have to make sure that you're maintaining the shape of her body, and when you talk her through everything, as long as you can keep all of the shape of her body, that's absolutely perfect. So you did that without actually doing anything, right?
I was doing a little bit.
Okay.
But, yeah,
so now what I want you to do is I want you to pose Mapuana like that. Alrighty. And just listen to what he's asking for you. Okay. So the first thing I do when anybody gets into position is I zhoosh them. Because it makes people feel special when they're on set, and also this is something all my makeup artists do.
What about for a man? Like, I think if he did that, I'd be kind of like...
Well, not really, because there are male stylists and there's male hairdressers that do it, but mostly it's a stylist thing. So the stylist is generally here, the photographer is generally there, and I think it's a really neat thing. If you want your females clients to have an amazing experience, you need to work with a stylist, and you need to work with a stylist that is going to actually make the client feel wonderful, and that is one of their jobs, is to be into every one of their shoots and stand very close.
It was actually, if you don't mind, just, as we're looking at it, actually just going to pull your hair just a little back here, because it's kind of just
Okay, so one of the most important things, and this is something, because I like the boy questions, and one of the questions is, when men go to touch female clients, they ask if they can touch them. Don't ask if you can touch. Either move her hair or don't move her hair. But if you walk up to her and go, "Can I just touch you right now?" It sounds weird and it's creepy. Either touch or don't touch. You know, it is. It's creepy. "Can I touch you right now?" Kind of makes you want to say no, doesn't it? "No, I don't want you to touch me." And if you walk up and go, "Can I just, is it okay if I," then you look scared. And if you look scared, then your client's going to run all over you, because you're supposed to be the confident one that stands there and tells them what's going on.
I think it would make me stiffen up. I'd get more
I
nervous.
agree.
But as opposed to asking if I'm just even telling her what I'm going to do, as opposed to I'm just reaching around and letting her know I'm just going to push your hair back here.
Well, if you have a stylist,
They'll be
then
too,
you'd say, "Can you just fix that side
fix
of
that.
her hair?" And if you don't have a stylist, you can just walk up and go like that and then walk back again. But there's no need for you to ask or make that an issue of whether or not you should touch your client.
Brilliant.
There's no need for me to touch my, the only time I touch my client was when I do the elbow, when I put the hand there, and when I use the hair. There's absolutely no other need to touch a client at any time, and there's certainly no need to ask them if they can be touched. Just do it. Do it or don't do it. You can say, "I'm just going to fix your hair."
Okay.
Yeah, or get the stylist to do it. But yeah, either way. Okay, so...
Well, in this case, now we've done it.
All right.
Your hair's looking great. So I'm going to have you just leaning your back just a bit against the wall, leaning forward a bit. We're going to take your right leg and move it into a bit of a point just in front of your other foot. Create a bit of a line. And in doing this, I'd like you to push your other hip out just a little bit across the wall. There we are.
Okay.
Yeah. And pulling your right arm just up to the wall. And a little farther out if we could, a bit this way, a bit gentle.
Okay, you said right arm,
Sorry.
but you're not mirroring.
Oh, right, sorry. Yeah, your right arm. And
So if you're going to mirror,
Yeah.
the hard thing about right arm is you picked up your right arm, which makes her move her left.
yes,
Okay, so if you're mirroring, then say this arm comes up.
this arm. Right. So we're going to bring this arm up,
Okay.
softly a bit up against the wall and a little bit further out. Thank you. We're going to take your other arm and pull it just across your scarf, pulling your hair back just that little bit. There we are, a little further back. And then bringing that down here. There we are. I want your head down towards your feet. And then just relax your mouth. There we are. You're just going to relax. Wow. There. Wonderful. And breathe down. So we look down and then...
Did you use your chin pan?
I did not use my chin pan. Have your chin just out and down some. And also have you tilt your head just a bit. There we are.
That's
Thank
good.
you.
See,
Thank
you're
you.
doing all of that mirroring, you're doing all of that movement, and you still are doing the guy thing. So I get it. I get it that you can do it. Like, I just don't think it's a girl thing. I also think if you stay there, Mapu, I think if I go from here, if I use zero sensuality in my pose, and you cross that knee over, come right up onto your toe, kick your booty out this way. I want this hand up and this one down. Yeah, I want lots of shape into your body, so as much as you can, pushing that elbow down. I want you to push your chin towards me, that's it, and then down, that's it. That she can still rock that pose with me just standing there like this. I don't have to be all up in here myself and doing all of this in order to pose her to do that. So if you don't have that, if you can't do that, if you're a guy and you're worried about that, it doesn't matter. You're just trying to achieve the same thing. You're trying to achieve asymmetry in her body language with her arms. You're trying to get her to work her shoulders, which is what she's doing. You're creating an hourglass in her body and shape in her arms by pulling her arms away from her body. You're tapering her waist. You're bringing her hips out. You're tapering her knees. You're pulling her chin forward, which is both slimming and looks fabulous. And then you are relaxing her mouth and bringing your eyes up to the camera, which is there. And she is working her body in a way that looks sexy, and I didn't have to do that in order to make her look like that. Is that right? Okay. Cool, thanks, Tyrone. Well done, that was really cool. Okay, so another thing that is a really difficult thing to do is I'm going to show you all 4 girls that we photographed yesterday were typical of how everyday women move. Okay, they move the same way. Quite often when you kick the bum out, for some reason, when you do that sideways hourglass out that way, when you kick the bum out, the chin goes in. So then you tell them to push their chin forward and then their shoulders roll forward. And then before you know it, the bum has tucked back in again. So you tell them to reset themselves and then you kick the bum out and the chin goes back in. And it's quite funny because I think there must be a direct nerve that connects the chin to the bum, because for some reason when the bum goes out, the chin wants to go with it. So it's a constant fight of pushing forward because that is not a natural stance. I've just recently filmed 2 girls. One is, it's called Model versus Real Girl. And in one video, I've got a model. And I got her to stand in front of the camera on a plain wall like this. And I photographed her from about mid-thigh to the top of her head. And I told her to do as many poses as she could in 1 minute. And every time she stops to pose, I take a photograph. Okay, and so you can hear the music playing, and I gave her the same direction. She's not allowed to move from the spot that she's on. She's only allowed to move around this way. Okay, so she can move 360 degrees, but she can't move off the spot. And this is what she did. So I'm not going to play it for you today, but I'm editing it at the moment, and it's so amazing to watch. Every time she pauses, you hear my camera click. So she goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She starts using her arms. She does a backwards look. She turns around. She crosses over. She uses her body and she works her way all the way around, and even does the complete fake laugh, you know, the laughing, the hands. And she did 63 poses in 1 minute. Okay, so 63 poses, and I took 63 photos, and then I flash up the 63 photos. Then I got a girl who looks like a model, so she's tall and lean, and she looks just like the first girl, and she's a real girl that doesn't move, that can't move naturally for the camera, and she has the same awkward amount of movement. And I told her to do as many poses as she could in 1 minute, and I took 11 shots, and only 2 of them were kind of usable. So I don't believe that everybody can just freestyle. I believe that we should have more control over who we're posing and how we're posing them, but use flow and direction in order to pose them. Because when I saw her, she did this. She went 1, 2, 3, 4, and then she started to mirror what she'd done on this side. And it was the most amazing thing to watch, because she then repeated the same thing again, because she doesn't know how to move her hands and push her chin forward. She doesn't know how to connect her shoulder and kick her bum back naturally. She doesn't know how to do all of these movements and poses, because that's not her job to do that, and who knows how to do that? You know, it's something that you have to learn, and then something you have to practice. But everybody is capable of looking like they can move like that, if you can get that length, that position, that body language, and then get that chin forward. Everyone has that ability to look like that.
Question was, what kind of reflectors do you use?
Styrofoam, polystyrene, gator foam, foam core, or white cardboard.
Nice.
But I prefer polystyrene or styrofoam over anything. In the movie industry, they call it bead wall. You know, it's like a million beads of little magic lights, and there is no light better than those reflectors. The boys made me some reflectors so we could shoot here yesterday, and I'm going to bring them into the studio tomorrow and actually show you how to use them. And they are sheets of foam core. And you will find that they're really quite amazing to see, how we use them and what we do with them. Yeah.
Question from Ronnie J. What do you do if your only window light is close to your neighbor's ability to look into your living room? Do you
Then they get a free show, Ronnie.
Do you ever use sheer material?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so tomorrow morning what I'm actually going to do is set up a natural light studio. So what I did was I was shooting in an apartment, so an apartment that I was staying in Sydney, and we got a $8 curtain cover and a $15 reflector and some polystyrene blocks. So it was under $100 to create a natural light studio with a shear, and that shear is in my camera bag now. It comes with me everywhere I go with pins, so I can pin it up. And basically you can create portrait shoots in a natural light surrounding like that with those three elements: posing boxes for staggering, diffuse light, and bounce light.
Question from TY.
I live in Nigeria, and my biggest challenge with shooting natural light is all the houses have very dense burglary proof, and it's also a very dense area, so the buildings, the next building is just so close to the next building. So I usually hardly, unless the person is very wealthy and they live in this big compound, I hardly ever find the natural light that I'm looking for. What's the best way to
Well, the thing is you have to work with what you've got.
Yeah,
And so
okay.
you've got to learn when the light is the best in a room. So if I'm shooting in an apartment and I can only get 2 hours of a slither of light for a certain period, there will always be a time in most places where you will get something.
Yeah.
You just have to work with what you've got.
Okay.
I can shoot up to an ISO of 3200. Gasp. I know, but the truth is you do what you have to do to get the shot, and sometimes it's dark. I've been in a shoot and it has thunderstormed and clouded over, and it was almost too dark to shoot. But the cameras we have now shoot in the dark. That's quite amazing, but you can only work with what you've got. Natural light would be the only thing that stops you from shooting. However, just because I don't like it doesn't mean you can't shoot with artificial light. There are daylights now, balanced light, ambient light, beauty dishes that resemble a lot of what I do. I did a consultation in a studio once, and they only had artificial light. They had no daylight. So they were flashing, and it was horrendous to me, just to me. You know, it's not what I want to see. But I realised they also had this big beauty dish with a constant light. So I went up and I turned it on, and I treated it the way I would treat natural light. And they were shooting in a dark studio with just one constant light, and it looked amazing. It's just not my preference. But just because I don't like artificial light doesn't mean that you can't do all of my posing rules just with your style of light. You're not trying to recreate my brand necessarily. You're just trying to learn all the best parts of it, which are the feminine posing, making the bodies look good, making the chin look good, making the face look good. Add that to your composition, and then you've got your own magic.
Nice.
When you're shooting at really high ISOs, like the 3200, do you have a particular process you go through in minimizing the little bit of noise that is inherent in that, or you just let that be part of the character of the image?
Yeah, I like grain. I come from film. Film's grain, so film is grain to me. Grain is film. Yeah.
So kind of similar to what you were just talking about, but Lumi Roja asked, can we fake a window in a studio like yours and put a big octabank behind to simulate the window light?
So somebody just recently gave me some lights to try out, and the first thing I did was put them outside. And everyone was like, that kind of defeats the purpose, you know, the lights are outside. And I said, no, I'm just trying to pump up what's coming through that window. So yeah, you can. They do it in movies all the time. You know, if you find somebody that's really good at lighting, they should be able to tell you how to light the outside of a studio so it looks like natural daylight coming through your window. It's not exactly the same, but it does work. Yeah.
J.R. Perry is wondering if you ever use a light meter or if you always trust your in-camera meter working with natural light?
I never trust my in-camera meter. I watch the back of the camera as well, because obviously if the camera's reading a dark background with a black outfit and dark hair, it's saying that it's a lot darker than it really is, because it's metering for the black outfit, but it's sensing the dark all the way around it, so it's naturally going to jump up 2 stops. So often I will meter in camera, take the shot, look at the back of the camera, and the skin tone's jumped up or blown out, I'll just naturally drop it a stop myself. So I use the back of the camera as my meter. I never trust the in-camera meter. Same with white. It'll shut down if there's lots of white background, white outfit. It won't read the skin tone the same way, so it will jump up, down. So I always look for that. And I shoot raw, because you've always got a few stops to move either way, no matter what happens in raw.
Thank you.
Question from Misty Bradley. Do you ever shoot outdoors, and any tips on bringing the glamour outdoors?
Okay, I don't, Misty, because I find that the hardest part about shooting outdoors is finding soft light, not direct light. Although lately I've felt compelled to go into the woods or into a meadow and shoot beautiful glamour portraits in grass and things like that. There's definitely something beautiful about that. It's just not my style. Although I want photographers who do shoot like that to bring that glamour into that outside area. You know, these days it's very popular for photographers to take beautiful couches and chairs and ornate chairs and things out into and on beaches and everything. It looks incredible. So same rules apply, just a different background. Yeah, whatever thrills you.
Question for our gentlemen photographers out there. They're wondering if you can define ballet hands for them a little bit more.
Certainly I can. Yes, actually that's a question all the boys ask, because even the girls that don't do ballet seem to know. A ballet hand is when you put your thumb towards your middle finger. So that's when you first learn position one, isn't it? Position one. In ballet, it's about soft hands, so soft fingers. Although just saying ballet hands seems to make most women go straight away into soft ballet hands. It's something I see all the time. If you lie on your tummy, one of the first things people do is when they're sitting in a natural position, they are naturally in fist or claw. They don't do Thunderbird until we go to photograph them. So Thunderbird is one of those stiff ones that pops out. Yeah, I like Thunderbird up on here too. This is really good. Or Thunderbird up behind arm. I really like it when people do a pose and you got a double Thunderbird and a blank face. Double Thunderbird, blank face. So the idea is most people are sitting in a sort of semi-claw. So they've got the craw, or they've got a fist, or just a relaxed fist closed. So as soon as I say ballet hands, can you do ballet hands, Tobin? Can you do ballet hands, Mark? You get it, right? It's just ballet hands. So yeah, I would just say soft hands like that. So you could even just get a guy to do a relaxed hand and say, you know, ballet hands, that would be ballet hands. And they're not necessarily perfect ballet hands, but they are people kind of register what soft ballet hands are. Yeah, and so when my position, I get them into position, I'll just say ballet hands, and straight away, all the girls did it at some stage. I said ballet hands to every one of them, and every one of them relaxed their hands straight away. Just straight away, they kind of bring that wrist up. And that's another action that's really important. Ballet hands, wrist up, relax your hands, nice soft hands. Now, when you're posing, I'll set a pose, I'll go back, and I'll look back, and they've reset. So I'll go feet hourglass, working the chin, shoulder, bring the shoulders together, relax your hands, Simona, and bring this hand over, beautiful soft ballet hands. Then I'll go back, lift up nice and tall, chin towards your shoulder, working your shoulder forward and soft hands. And I'll remind her, I'll say it 3 or 4 times, if I'll keep looking back to the hands. It's very important.
A question from DC Studios. Are there any cutoff points on the body that you recommend using, such as above the elbows, above the knees, etc.?
Oh, I cut off limbs a lot, and I know I break some rules there. So when we do composition this afternoon, let's talk about cutting off hands, and I'll try and answer as many questions as I can. Yes, I always cut off the thigh, low thigh. If I cut off the arm, I always cut it off just above the elbow, so I have the length of the upper arm. And there is definitely 8 different compositions that I use that come in. But I will, if a hand is going out of the shot and this one is over and I shoot that horizontally, I will cut hands off at the wrist, which is a big no-no portrait rules, but it's a total okay fashion rule, because beauty images don't always have the hands in the shot. So I will compromise the old portrait rules to be more modern fashion. And yes, I cut off limbs all the time.
Love it.
Sam Cox from Loveland, Colorado. Are clients more comfortable posing in natural light because the set is less contrived?
Yeah, interesting. A lot of clients walk in and say, where are the lights? And a lot of the time, if I'm photographing in a lounge with a $4 curtain or an $8 curtain and a $15 backdrop, they'll say to me afterwards, did you get anything? You know, because they're not seeing any flashes go off, they're not seeing anything special happening, so they certainly don't think any magic has happened. And that's just one of the things that natural light does, is it gives the illusion that nothing's really going on. I don't think it's a benefit. I think flashlight is amazing. And to be in a studio when there's flashes going off, I think sometimes gives you more of a... apparently somebody was telling me if you want to get... this is a really great tip actually, if you're a wedding photographer. They said that if they wanted to get the group's attention when they're trying to take the whole group, they would just activate their flash. As soon as the flash went off on camera, the whole group would turn and look, because that was the group's way of hearing that the camera's ready and it's taking photographs, we better look. So instead of going, everybody look this way, you know how people keep talking and they're getting a bit drunk and they're getting annoying, and it's everybody look this way, still nothing, everybody look this way, they just fire their flash. As soon as their flash goes off, everybody turns and looks. Yeah, so, I don't know, flash.
Question from Roe Rivering. Are northeast, south, or west facing windows in your studio?
You know, you take whatever you can, but everybody likes a north facing window, let's face it. You know, you get it all day. The wall for me would be the most significant posing card that I have, because in my studio it is one of the most amazing ways to pose. On the back of this wall card there is not only this incredible shape here of this gorgeous sort of asymmetrical body with this girl with her booty back. Then on the back we have this amazing little scenario here. We have a mature woman. Just so you know, mature woman is kind of like saying plus size. I look at it like this. There are sort of sexy portraits, and then there's the family styled contemporary portraits. But for me, anyone over 40 or 50 is elegant portraits. I call them elegant portraits because I think that they are definitely in more elegant body poses than the young, hot, or the boudoir type poses. I think they're definitely more cat-like and sexy. I definitely think the mature woman or women at 40, 50, they have the real elegant. Now, when I say women 40 or 50 should be in elegant poses, I don't actually mean that. Recently, I've been photographing a lot of 50-year-old women in lingerie, and they have incredible bodies. And, you know, I just want to photograph anyone how they're presented. So if somebody comes to me without that sort of lingerie look, then I look at it like I just want elegant poses, you know, really beautiful poses. For me, the wall is definitely the best way to not only pose someone because they've got something to lean on, they've got something to recline back on, it's slimming, but there's also a maternity in there as well. So I've used the wall in 3 different ways. On this card here, I've used the wall in 10 different ways. And I just think it's a great way to photograph somebody that's not flat to the wall. And I think it's an amazing little series, this one. So let's put Simona on the wall and have a look at the poses we can do here. So will it be easier for the camera angle if I shoot her down that way? Or can I put her on this wall here and you can come around to here? What's going to be easier for you? Your wall? Okay. So the idea with the wall, and I don't think you guys can really see the wall pose, so I probably will use this. Mark, come and extend it for me. Ask another question, Kenna, while we put this up, because this will just take a little while to set up and it's really worth watching.
Okay, great. Questions in the audience? All right, back to the phones.
What a quiet audience. Are the audience normally this quiet?
No, I think it's the same thing online. Some people have been saying that they're not asking as many questions because they're mesmerized.
Oh, right.
And
You've been so thorough.
And
Okay.
yeah.
As long as I'm being thorough.
But we do have a number of questions.
And not racing.
All right, I'll throw one out from Painted Foot. For the beauty shot, will you switch up the eye line, not at the camera or down the body, ever?
Yes, only ever those 2 eye lines. So directly at the camera, you'll notice one of the very strange, that would be the 3rd eye line that I never use, was the one girl at the front of the card because she was looking directly straight ahead, which is so unusual for me to do an eye line that's looking straight ahead or away from the camera. So yes, but the beauty shot, I actually think 99% of the time looks really good directly to the camera, and not with that little smirky eyes, but more like that blank sort of open beauty face, you know, with that relaxed mouth and just open big eyes. But it's not a fish face. It's not like a dead face. It's still an open beauty face. So I kind of have to describe it more like it's kind of a just a serene, soft. Yeah, do you get that? Right. All right. Oh, thank you, man. Okay. So obviously the most significant thing about the wall is stand normally, and then stand against the wall. And no, just turn and stand normally. That's it. Okay. Let's see if we can. All right. So the idea, of course, is that we've got someone standing straight up and down against a wall. Turn your body towards me, Simi, so that you're just normal flat to the wall. Okay, and again, we're standing flat to the wall. So many people shoot people directly back to the wall. It always amazes me. So let's look at how we can do the shape. So from here, I want you guys are watching this, right? I'm not in that monitor's way. I want you to turn your hips away from me and step your back foot out over that way, and then take your hips out that way. That's it. So kicking your bum away, because it's more important that I create this space here through her hip line. Can you see why? As soon as I bring her hips away from the wall and you have this beautiful space here, it makes a significant difference. The hand goes onto the thigh and then slides up, and then the elbow goes back. See the hourglass? Now, Simi did something everybody does. She just pinned her back shoulder, and you don't want to pin the back shoulder. So go back, Simi, so your hand's two-dimensional. That's the shape of her body. If the hand touches the thigh, you slide up and then out. That's it, exactly right. Now the chin comes long and forward and down that wall line, and you can see that whole come into play, that whole pose come into play really beautifully. So it also works really well. The curvier the body, it also works really well. We're going to do curves tomorrow, and that is one of the best slimming lines that you can do for curves. Now, imagine then that you've got daughters or a partner, and you can add on to this pose. So if Simona keeps that position but stands up a little higher, then you can add a partner here. You can add a daughter, a sister, a mother, a best friend around them inside, or just still using the wall recline. Okay, the idea with these shapes is you can watch this line come into play, because this is really quite cool. I want you to hold your elbows, and I want you to change the weight of your feet and kick your bum back until you've got a beautiful arch. No, your shoulder is still back on the wall. Okay, so the idea now is that you're getting this shape here. So let's say you put this hand down to here, touching the back of the bum, and just touch up here with here. So that's exactly right, long chin. Now really arch into the back and kicking out that way. You can create all of these shapes down the wall line and use the wall to pose. All of them here, whether they're in lingerie, corporate, even this one here is in lingerie, touch down to the bottom of your sort of bra strap would be, that's exactly right, and yeah, under there, that's it. And then this hand just touches back against the wall and slide your arm down. Lots of arch into your back and chin down. Anything you do down that wall line looks beautiful. And you're shooting long, you're shooting on the wall line. What about both hands down, shoulders against the wall? That's it. And then keep this hand away. Take your body weight onto your back foot. That's it, because as soon as the body weight goes back onto the back foot, it's more slimming. Long chin down, nice tight shot, shoot it horizontally. Okay? Right. This is really cool too on my posing manual. It's when you turn around and face the wall this way and put your hands down. I need an actual wall. Okay, I'll go into here. So you want to be here, okay, so hands together. That's exactly right. And I want you to bring your chin down, and then you can use your shoulder this way. And that looks absolutely beautiful on a window line. Okay, really beautiful on a window line. All of those poses using the wall look good. Tomorrow, we're going to do a little section called 2s and 3s, which is what I did before when I posed the 3 girls on there. I'm going to show you how to add on more, because I think sometimes it's really easy to pose one person and get it right, but it's quite hard to pose 2 and 3. Any questions?
Going back to what you said a while ago about when a
Elevating?
Client, when a client. How do you handle a client who walks into the studio and is a bit controlling of you?
Well, they're all, to some degree, most people are quite controlling because they have this idea that they're vulnerable, so they want to try and control their situation. The only thing you can do is be assertive, authoritative, and guide them, but just try and get them to trust you enough that you can just take charge of it. You'll always get somebody who throws that out. You'll always get somebody that tries to push that or anything. Just go with it. Work with people. One of the greatest gifts you can have as a photographer is to adapt to the people that come into your studio. I mean, you can't always get the most perfect clients. People will always be difficult and awkward.
Snowbeam has a question. I was recently told that shooting a woman with the 50mm lens is doing her no favors.
Oh.
What are your thoughts on that?
I like the 50mm lens. I don't know why. I shoot with the 24-105 and 95% of the time it's at a 50 ratio. I don't see it as being an issue. Maybe someone can enlighten me on why, but yeah, I love the 50mm.
Okay, I'll see what people say to that. And then another technical question from Vegas Studios. What aperture do you like to shoot at?
Well, I tend to shoot, the 24-105 is 4.0, and I shoot it at 4.0. I like that portrait drop away that you get at 4.0. On the 35mm, I shoot at 2.8. I can only do that with one client. If I'm shooting more than one girl, I'm shooting at usually 5.6, because if you make that mistake, if you shoot and you shoot at 2.8 and one of them are out of your depth, you've lost an image and it's just not worth it. It's one of those things, when you have a single girl and you're moving as slow as me, you can shoot at 2.8 because you have so much control. Make sure that focus is right on the eye. Even at 2.8, I miss the eye sometimes, and I'll have to chuck a killer shot because of it. Or I'm gonna publicly admit all of these things, but one of them is I've even eye swapped to get a shot that I've missed at 2.8. So I've got a shot with not such a good pose, and then I've just nailed this amazing body and lips, and I've taken the eyes off a shot and dropped them on to save it. Yeah, I'm such a Photoshop rat bag. Go for it.
And proud of it.
Yeah.
Do you have times when it's just not coming together, and what do you do?
I have this really calm outside demeanour when inside I'm like, it just comes together. You find a way. There's always a way. There's always extenuating circumstances. There's always somebody's not reacting, or I'm elevated, or they're elevated, or you're trying to calm down. You're in a situation you don't know. Yeah, I mean, I still, 22 years, get nervous in shoots. I still sometimes start shooting people and go, I'm not hitting it in my head. On the outside, I'm going, you're doing good. And the inside, I'm going, oh no, I'm screwing this badly. And yet I rely on my experience, and I just keep relaxing and just keep trying new things. Sometimes it's a synergy between them just falling into this complete relaxation and then giving you more relaxed expressions. And then all of a sudden you just see this perfect shot, and then it's there and you're there for the rest of the shoot, but you always capture it. I mean, you always find a way to capture it.
When it comes to guys or girls, do you have a particularly strong or loose opinion about hands in pockets?
Yeah, I don't put hands in pockets. Thumbs look good in pockets though. I find when hands in pockets, shoulders go up because pockets are high and it stops the hands, so they tend to come forward. And then I think sometimes when the thumbs are in the pockets, then it looks really great. Yeah.
The one thing I wanted to remind you, Sue, that you asked us to remind you was about the soft mouth.
Oh yes, let's quickly do that. We've got a minute, don't we?
Yeah.
We've got time to add that in. Okay, so let's put it here. Mapuana, come here. Oh, I better get you a live view then, hadn't I? We're going to show you that. Well, I might just take it off. So just kneel down, Mapu. Yeah, I got that. And elbows down. That's it. And just elbows out. So just relax your elbows. That's it. So I'll just put you here.
It's kind of hard to relax without these cameras.
Tell me about it. You're sitting over there. Okay, so just a normal face for me. All right, so for me, it's sitting up tall is lifting up through your crown, that's a go, and pushing your chin towards me is very important, just your chin. That's it, so chin forward and down. And then what I want you to do is completely relax your mouth. Look in the camera, don't look at me. Okay, I want you to relax your mouth with no smile on your mouth. Okay, now what I want you to do is just give me a tiny little smirk. Tiny little smirk in the eyes. And a beautiful big smile go. Okay, so Mapu has 2 speeds. She does. And after I photographed her, she only has that tiny little smirk and then she has a big smile. And you'll notice with her images, that's what I've taken. I've taken that tiny little smirk and that big smile. But when you relax your mouth, and then eyes up, that's it. Her natural mouth is slightly up on the left-hand side, like a little smirk, right? Okay, so if I take a photo of her like this, then her mouth looks like it's almost smiling at me, but her eyes aren't. But when I say smile with your eyes, so eyes straight into the camera, that's it. Can you see that? Did you see that shift? Mm-hmm. Really big change, right? Really important. And there's a whole box over your face over here. Does that make a difference? Okay, so I noticed that is really subtle, but it's really important. Swap places. Come in here, TY.
Okay.
Okay, elbows down. That's it. All right. So what I want you to do is completely relax your face. Eyes down. No, not chin down, just eyes down. Yep, that's a go. Okay, I'll get my focus. Now, relax your mouth, eyes up to me. Okay, very gently, I want you to bring your chin up. Stop. Can you see how her natural mouth is right there? Now, I want you to do that with that tiny little smile in your eyes. Now, stop there. That was a perfect example of asking someone to smile with their eyes and her mouth moved very slightly, which happens to everybody. And that's exactly right. When you say a little smile in the eyes, naturally the mouth is instinct to smile, but then the eyes smile and then the mouth sort of resets. And so when you look straight down the camera at me and chin up just a little wee bit and chin up a little bit and now tip this way, stop and keep giving me those eyes. Good girl. Now lips together. And give me a little smirk. Now give me your little wee, you've got this little half smile. You do like a little soft. Good girl. Beautiful little half smile and beautiful big grin go. And TY's is a crack up as well. Okay, thank you. Sandra, come in. So you can see how everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody's working their expression through. Okay, so it's always just a normal face first. That's exactly right. And the first thing you do is lift your eyebrows up. So elbows onto there. Okay, and just, all right there, go into your eyes. Look into the camera, not into me. Okay, stop there. Right now I want you to go mouth together, lips together, but completely relax that mouth. Now I just want a tiny little smirk of a smile in the eyes. Good girl. See that lift? Straight away. Now slowly give me a tiny little smile, a little bit more. Good girl. Now you do this little thing where you just have this easy smile where you go, yeah, that's exactly right. Okay, so you'll see this in Sandra's shoot, she's got that. And then you have beautiful big smile, which is when your eyes really smile. And that's awesome, that's perfect. So you just go, that was 4 expressions, just like that. Amanda? Okay. There you go. Chin forward. Good girl. Chin forward and down. Okay, so as soon as you go down, now, Amanda's rested mouth is almost like it's little smiling all the time. Yeah, she does that all the time. So she's actually someone that I have to make not smile first. Okay, so instead of having a no smile face that I'm trying to make smile, I actually have to go completely relax your mouth. So push your chin forward. Okay, and only when I completely made her relax her mouth, she still looks like she's grinning, right? Okay, so she's a grinner. No, and so in order to get Amanda to do that completely sexy mouth that wasn't that beautiful big smile or that little grin, I had to get you to do this. So push your chin forward, shoulders back, nice and tall. I had to get you to go like this. Okay, so she actually had to open her mouth and drop her bottom lip. Then when you came in with your chin and down, her eyes went pop. And I would make her relax her mouth, relax her mouth, relax her mouth, and then chin forward and down. So everybody's got something going on, you know, with their natural closed mouth, and then everybody can bring their expression up through their eyes, and then everybody can change that expression by slowly bringing that smile up into their eyes. So you just watch it, and you just look for it. When your mouth doesn't smile, Sandra, your eyes don't smile, your mouth doesn't smile, whereas Amanda's does, and so does Mapu's. They have a natural little grin like this, an upturn in their mouth. But if their eyes are dead, then and you shoot that, it looks like this.
I have people ask me if I'm angry when I'm not.
Yes. Yeah. So you have to make sure that both your eyes and your mouth are smiling. With the girls, if they're smiling and their eyes aren't smiling, they'll look like this. And that's, you know, got that look, and everybody does that. So you've got to make sure that you're bringing their expression through their eyes, because their mouth already looks like it's grinning, you know, and it's just everybody has a different natural set to their mouth and expression.
Thank you. That's really invaluable. It's really amazing to see it on the different
Yeah,
folks. And I also love the way you tell people to close the eyes or to put the eyes down.
Yeah, you know what? Eyes down is an emotional state for the brain. You know, we have our constructed memory, we have our visual memory and our audio memory. When the eyes are down, we're generally in a safe emotional place in our memory. And so as soon as the eyes go down, everybody feels quite safe there, because it's also a shy position. It's a blocking position where you feel quite safe. And then, of course, when the gaze comes up, it's right there. It's such an easy way to reset the eyes and the expression on the face.